Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Matt Chapman.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Afternoon, welcome to the Aquatic Centre on day 11 of the Paris Olympics, and we're basing ourselves here this afternoon with all eyes on Andrea Spendolini-Sirieix, who already has one medal at these Olympics, and now we're looking to see whether she can double up in the women's 10-metre platform. We've got an eye on everything else that's going on today. We've got the skateboarding. Lola Tambling and Sky Brown will go there, so we'll go there in a little while. Conor McNamara is keeping his eyes on that. No medals so far today. It was the individual event in the show jumping. Harry Charles actually couldn't compete because there was a slight problem with his horse, so he had to withdraw. No medals, though, for the other two. For Scott Brash or Ben Mayer, of course, the three of them won team gold, but no medals, individual medals for the three of them there today. Over the course of the afternoon, we'll build up some of the other sports that's going on. We've got Lewis Richardson in a semi-final later on in the men's lightweight. We've got Ireland's Kelly Harrington in the women's lightweight final a lot later on. In the Stade de France, which is just across the road from the Aquatic Centre here, you've got the men's 1500 metres final. Josh Kerr in that, of course. And then you've got Dina Asher-Smith and Daryl Neater both going in the women's 200 metres final. But our main focus really today will be on the diving. Jonathan Overend and Karen Pickering are sitting alongside me, and what you notice, first of all, both of you, is you come to the diving and you get here an hour and a half before competition is about to start, and it's bedlam. Isn't it? It's absolute bedlam. There are people flying off all different boards, springboards, platforms, different heights.
It's like coming to an aqua park, isn't it? And everyone wants to go on the best rides, and you're expecting to see people on the staircase with rubber rings waiting for a go, because you've got everyone left in the competition wanting to go through their warm-ups, not just today's competition, but also the other ones, Mark, over the next few days. So yeah, it's chaos, and they call time 10 minutes before the event starts, and everyone has to clear off back into the dressing room.
Of course, they've got the jacuzzi as well, so it would have been the parents in the jacuzzi, kids throwing themselves off the boards.
It's just like a day out at Real Sun Centre. That's what I used to have.
It's free childcare.
It is fascinating, though, Karen, watching them go through different routines, how much their coaches are getting involved here. Some of them evidently just loosening themselves up by doing what I imagine for them is relatively simple. Others going full on, I would imagine, with some of their more complicated dives.
Yeah, I was surprised how much they do in their warm-up, because just the exertion of going up the stairs of the 10-metre platform in itself is quite tough, isn't it? But yeah, they do a lot. They do a lot of preparation. Obviously, some of it is just the counting, and some of it is where they're doing the steps to get the steps right exactly off the platform. They'll be doing the athletes practicing their arm stands, which takes extreme balance and poise. And yeah, for some it's just the very basic dives, just get their eye on the water.
Also, the when you struggle with it, or when you look at depth perception, they can look like they're on top of each other. So 10 metre and 5 metre look virtually on top of each other, and you have two ready to go, and so your heart's in your mouth. Obviously that's not the case. 5 metres further onto the far side than the 10 metre.
Yeah, luckily they know what they're doing.
They know what they're doing, yeah. Yet again, another afternoon where where I get to be educated all the way through. And of course, Jonathan, from a British perspective, and our dad is just down there to the left, and we're going to talk to Fred in just a moment, but we're here to see one person.
Yeah, Andrea Spendolini-Sirieix. And from a team point of view, first of all, Mark, isn't it amazing to think that Britain hadn't won a female medal in diving since 1960? Today could be a third in 9 days. After a 64-year wait, which would be incredible. Look, let's put her challenge today in perspective. It's the women's 10-metre platform, it's the highest board, and the Chinese dominate this event like they dominate all the other ones, but probably this one even more so. Realistically, Bronze would be brilliant for Andrea today, particularly considering we haven't won Britain a medal in this event, this particular event, in over 100 years. Silver would be astonishing. Gold, well, that would be the miracle of the Games.
Yeah, I'd have to say, that coming into it on paper, the bronze medal is the one that the athletes will be fighting for. But she's kind of put herself in the position where she's almost favourite for that bronze medal. She's been absolutely class, and in the semi-finals in particular, the dives were beautiful, and it was almost a relief that there was room for improvement. One of the dives wasn't quite as good as the others, so there was like, okay, there's room for improvement. She didn't do all her best dives in the semi-final, still building up, there's still somewhere to go. But she's been so superb and very calm and collected, and obviously having that medal already in the bag from the synchro diving, I think will have an impact. That's the settler, isn't it? Sort of a bit of the job done, go away, regroup, and then go again.
But talking to Fred earlier, who's about to join us, she's going to target the Chinese. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's not in her nature not to. She'll absolutely, and we've seen mistakes happen, huge mistakes happen, and it
can only be one mistake on one dive, and it can open the door for anybody else.
Particularly in the women's, because they only have 5 dives. In the men's, they have 6 dives. There's a little bit more time to claw back if you make a mistake, but not in the women's.
Let's talk to Fred Syriac then, who joins us looking resplendent in your 3-piece pink suit.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. You smell amazing as well. What are you wearing?
Oh, it's a beautiful perfume. Yeah, it's got these oud tones, hasn't it?
Yeah, I tell you, honestly.
I can't smell it anymore. That's the problem. Everybody thinks that you smell nice, and then you can't smell yourself anymore.
Right, let's see the obvious. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling very good, actually. I'm feeling positive, very confident. Andrea had a beautiful competition yesterday. The prelim went very well, and the semis went, as well as it could. And in fact, I spoke to Andrea after the competition, and I told her, congratulations, Andrea, I think this is the best diving I've seen you done. The quality, the consistency, but most importantly, I was impressed with your composure. And she said, I can do better, Daddy. And that is the talk that I want Andrea to have before the competition. It's about that champion mindset, that positivity, and it's about constantly improving, sharpening the sword. And today we're going to see a fight. It's going to be a spectacle, and I can't wait for Andrea to compete and for the world to see what she's capable of doing.
Parents go through the mill in situations like that. Watching their kids do anything, parents go through the mill. Do you have a greater sense of calm because she's already had success at these games?
I think so. It was quite nerve-wracking. I mean, we've been around the world, to watch Andrea compete everywhere, in Qatar, in China, in Canada, you name it, we've been there. But the Olympics are very special. It's every 4 years. And, it's not just about the medal. It's about a consecration. It's about, the recognition, and it's about glory. No other competition has glory as a reward. And this is what's at stake today.
Does it make it even more special for you that it's in your home country, that you are watching your daughter already win one Olympic medal, competing for another Olympic medal in your home country?
It's beautiful, and it's so special because I've been in the UK now for 32 years, and although I'm not British officially, I feel seriously British, but I'm very French. And here we are in France, it's in Paris. I was living in Paris when I was 22. I did my military service here. So so many memories are coming back. And in a way, it feels like I've never seen Paris so beautiful, so exciting. The mood here in France is jubilant. It's exactly the way London and the UK were, in 2012 during the Olympics. And in fact, this morning I was watching that scene when the Queen is being picked up by James Bond, and then next thing you know, she's in a helicopter and she's jumping into the London Stadium there. And that was such a special moment. And this is the very same moment that the French are leaving. But I feel that it's a real celebration of sport, people coming together, of tolerance, of inclusion, and I think it's so beautiful,
I've never known Paris as happy as it is, actually. And it was surprising, Karen. I quite like the Mardi side of Paris from time to time.
Exactly.
But there is a real happiness about the place. There's also, more than any other time I've been there, and I lived here as well, Fred, but there's even a willingness for people to try and speak English to you. I mean, there is just a real bounce around.
But you know what's happened? You know, a lot of the Parisians, you know, are out of Paris. Right. The government has said to companies, you've got to work from home. So people are working from home. God knows where they are. So the Parisians are gone. So there's more tourists than actually Parisians. And there is this sort of carnival, village fete sort of atmosphere in Paris. I have never seen it in all my years in Paris. I think this is the time to come to Paris.
We have sent you everywhere over the course of the last 10 or 11 days for the BBC. Where have you really enjoyed going? What's given you a real wow buzz?
You know, I have to tell you, I've enjoyed everything I have done. You know, and I've done many different kinds of television shows, but I've never worked with the BBC in sport. And I am so in awe with the whole organization, the culture of the organization, the way people are working with each other, how everybody is really praising everybody else because, you know, we are working with the best people. You know, you're doing a feature at 4 or 5 o'clock and by 10 o'clock on your show, it's already edited and it's ready to go. I mean, I've seen great people working in TV, but this is off the scale, off the chart.
And the sport, like handball, did you love it? You loved the handball.
Oh, handball. I mean, I used to be regional champion. I mean, I know I had to sleep that in. So to go and see the French, you know, beat Hungary was incredible. But it's a bit of an obscure sport.
Yeah.
I know, and just, you know, for the listeners, you know, this is not a sport that you play with 3 people. You know, it's not ménage à trois. Everybody is fully closed. And there are 7 players, just so that everybody's clear, because I know it's French and European, so, you know, in Britain we think, oh my God, what is this going to be? Handball.
Oh dear. You were French regional champion, were you?
Yeah, in the lot, yeah, when I was at catering college, I was 16.
Right, so who did you play for?
Well, my school. Yeah, in Souillac, I was at catering college.
Wow, and then when you went on, you can't keep playing it.
I came to the UK, like I said to you, 32 years ago. I was 20.
You're not going to find handball in the UK.
I found a team in Tower Bridge. I did 2 trainings because it was a mixed team of men and women, and it was just a bit difficult because the girls thought we were going too hard. And at one point I thought, I can't do this because this is not for me.
Mixed handball's difficult.
It's a very physical and it's a very physical sport, you know.
So turning it back to this afternoon, when you see Andrea up there on the 10-metre board for the first time, can you explain what will be going through your mind?
I believe in my daughter. I have total faith in her. I am confident in her ability. I know she is ready. And her vision is to dive the best she can do. You know, she's on a quest for excellence today. She wants to just rip the dives. And her aim is to get gold. Now, you saw what she did at the semi-final. You know, and today she wants to do better. So fingers crossed. You know, I'm so excited. You know, for her, it's the consecration. You know, she's been doing this since she's 8 years old. She was British champion when she was 15. She came from behind. Nobody saw her coming. At 16, she was in Tokyo. She finished 7, best Brit. And we've never had, I think, a medal in Britain for a woman on a 10-meter platform. I don't think it's ever happened.
No.
So it's her story.
And also, finally, as you were telling me earlier, off the back of a 6-month period where she didn't want to go off the 10 metres.
No, because she had that mental block. I mean, it happens to a lot of divers. It happened to Tom Daley, happened to my daughter. And for 6 months, she just couldn't do the 10 metre. And she was devastated because she loved the 10 metre and she's very well suited because of her athleticism, her body shape. It works for her. You know, the 3 metre springboard isn't really the kind of diving that's suited to her. So it took us 6 months, and then one day kind of the fog was gone. You know, all we could do as parents is just support her and be there for her and in your own time. And then one day she finally found the courage and she went up the 10-meter board. And I remember we were at the local club, the whole club was there, you know, her teammates and the parents and everybody there was a silent 20 minutes for her to just do that dive, just a simple dive, throw yourself off and land, you know, in the water and first. And she did it. And the bad spell was gone.
Remarkable, isn't it, Karen?
Oh, it's amazing, and it just shows you how incredibly strong the mind is, and you can use it to help you or it can stop you. But today she's going to have that power. Whatever it was that was stopping her, she's now turned that into a positive force, and she will have that. That will help
when
her.
she was born, I remember it was a difficult birth, 12 hours of labour. And when she was finally born, the world champion midwife that we had, the 60-year-old woman who had given birth, who had grandchildren and had worked in the NHS all her life, she just said, I couldn't hold her. I didn't want to hold her because I was afraid to break her. So she pushed her in my arms. This is your daughter, just hold your daughter. And I just sat back, and there was a chair. I was a comfy grandpa armchair in the room, and I sat there and I didn't move. I did not dare to move. I didn't want to break her. And then I went back home and I burst into tears. So it's going to be the same today. There's going to be lots of tears.
Enjoy.
Thank you very much.
Is that the right way to describe it? Enjoy?
Enjoy, yeah. Enjoy. Yeah, no, that's the best moment. These are tears of happiness. I have been crying so much since I arrived in Paris. I think I've been crying 2, 3, 4 times a day, just the emotions. I'm wearing these glasses. People, Fred is wearing glasses inside. No, he's just crying. He doesn't want to show his eyes.
We will talk later. Go on.
See you later. Take care.
And the family here, loads of family here.
Yeah, my mom is here, my cousin's here, Andrea's mom, his auntie, my son. So we're all here, and we're all here to support him,
Go on.
To support Andrea.
Yeah, go on and enjoy.
See you later.
Cheers, Fred.
Ciao.
Thank you. Nearly brings tears to my eyes.
I know. I just your children amaze you, but I find I've got 9-year-olds and they surprise me. But I think to sit and watch your child on something like the 10-metre platform is another level. Watching races is different, but the jeopardy of something where the eyes are on them and they're going off something. It's the same like, I suppose, watching ice skating whenever they do a jump, or gymnastics, or any time there's those lifts. There's something else that's added into the mix more than just winning and losing. And I'm like, I think I need my children not to go into diving, gymnastics, anything, but they're off the ground.
Yeah, the other one I would avoid them doing is BMX freestyling. That's the other one. If you want to look after your nerves. Conor McNamara is watching the skateboarding today, which again I would imagine will have some nervous parents watching.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they do wear the pads, but when they fall, this is hard, solid concrete, and they come down from heights of 9-10 feet in the air, and we have seen a lot of falls in this opening women's park preliminaries. We've just had Lola Tamling in action, 16 years of age, from Cornwall, the 2022 British champion, and she got a safe round. She's come in 73.85, which at the moment has her 8th place on the leaderboard. She still has 2 runs to go to improve on that, but top 8 go through to the final, so that's very solid start for Lola Tambling, who, her parents were builders, her dad was into BMX, and they opened up a skate park as a commercial venture when Lola was just 7 years of age. That was 9 years ago. Such is the modern world. She learned her tricks by watching videos on YouTube, and here she is competing at the Olympics. And there was one stage, Chappers, where she came down off a huge height, and the edge of the board just clipped the top of the box on the way down. An amazing low centre of gravity. How she didn't fall off, I've no idea. She will have been docked points for the judges for that, but she was down on her knees right the way down to the ground, but had the strength to keep the balance and stay up. And as I said, we've seen so many of her competitors come off the board in situations like that. A big hug from Sky Brown, her teammate, who came over. They knew that was a decent run, and she's got 2 more to try and impress after this.
Hang on, my microphone was off, my fault. It looks like it's a hot day there as well.
Yes, hot day. There's a little bit of breeze, but the temperatures are well up in the high 20s. It's Place de la Concorde. It is very exposed. There's no roof, there's no shade. And whenever the riders go to the side, immediately their team get umbrellas over them. Right, Sky Brown is up. One of the big faces. The youngest Team GB medalist of all time. She was only 13 in Tokyo. This is 3 years on. Sky Brown, born in Japan. Parents are British and Japanese. And here she goes, that beaming, winning smile of hers. Such a familiar name, such a familiar face. She's featured in television adverts with Simone Biles and Serena Williams, but she seems to handle all the publicity in her stride, and she's off at a really strong pace here. What I've been told in the build-up is that realistically there are 5 of these skaters who've got a chance of winning the gold medal, and Sky Brown is absolutely one of these. She's got a heavy strapping underneath her t-shirt because she dislocated her shoulder only 8 days ago. I mean, it's a great feat just to be involved here. She knows she's got to go and have surgery as soon as the games are over, but of course she didn't want to miss this great height there over a tabletop through the far side of the half pipe, and these are really good moves being accomplished with a verve and with a style and a big celebration as she picks up the skateboard at the end and slams it down onto the top of the box like Kurt Cobain smashing a guitar. There's a smile from Sky Brown that tells you she knows that opening run was good. Sky Brown, 16 years of age, has arrived to the Paris Olympics.
She looks very happy. Her coach looks happy as well, Connor. And as you say, even more remarkable considering she's doing that with a shoulder that was only popped back in just over a week ago.
Yeah, she's had to adjust some of her tricks because sometimes you've got to lean out and use an arm to propel yourself or to hold onto an edge. And she, the arm that isn't injured now is doing double the work, if you know what I mean. A delay. This is a bit like, I know you were with me at the BMX freestyle the other day. A delay now until we get the judges for a few seconds because they look back at it in slow motion. They want to see the little intricacies. When she lands, were both feet back on the board at the same time? Did she get high up on the boxes for the remount when she came back down and got all 4 wheels back on the concrete? But you can tell by her own celebrations, by the elations of the coaches, that they feel this is good. The best score we've had today, 88.07 for the Japanese rider Kokona Hikari. At the moment, to get into the top 8, you need to be mid-70s or higher. It's 84.75. Excellent from Sky Brown. With 2 runs still to go, she's already up to 4th in the leaderboard. There's a lot of expectation, there's a lot of pressure because she is so famous at a young age, but Sky Brown has produced the goods here. That's brilliant. 84.75 for Sky Brown at the Women's Park Skateboarding.
Puts her sort of three and a bit points off the Japanese leader at the moment.
But remember, this is just to get in the top 10, Chappers.
Exactly.
The top 8, I should say. It doesn't matter who's top of the leaderboard, it's to get into the final. That's even if she falls now in her next 2 runs, 84.75 is surely going to be good enough to be in the top 8.
Let's go to the hockey next. First men's semi-final underway. The Dutch against the Spanish. Sarah Orchard.
Yeah, a very good afternoon. It's Netherlands 1, Spain 0. 11 minutes of the second quarter still to play here as they approach half-time. And I tell you what, the Yves de Manoir Stadium, where this hockey tournament has been taking place, it's taken a while to get all these seats filled, but semi-finals day has delivered, and I think they are starting to all trickle down south from the Netherlands into Paris because it is such a popular sport for the Dutch. It's the second favourite sport for the nation behind football. It's been the women for a long time as they just score a second goal, the Dutch. They've managed to get that one in the back of the net through Thierry Brinkman. It's the captain who scores that one, a lovely sliding shot from him. And the Dutch fans who are starting to really fill up here, getting behind this men's team who came into this tournament as the best team in the world. Could they finally deliver their first gold medal since 2000? They've got to win this match first and get into that gold medal match on Thursday. It's Netherlands 2, Spain 0.
We'll go to the sailing next, and this is the men's ILCA. It was formerly known as the Laser, so it's dinghy. And Britain does have a medal chance here. Mickey Bennett goes in this. Shoujo Saka.
Yeah, it is Mickey Beckett who can win a bronze for GB in this today, Mark. I say today, as we've learned over the last week or so, the sailing schedule is not really a schedule, it's more of a guide. The wind today has been diabolical. I mean, I've just watched the mixed dinghy race this morning, and the wind dropped to sort of 5 knots, 3 knots at one point. I mean, they were going so slow. You think, hang on, we could probably catch them up on a pedalo. The mixed dinghy race, the first one today, I mean, it should have taken maybe 14, 15 minutes. It took 45 minutes. And that's simply because of the lack of wind. They're taking another opening series race there in the mixed dinghy at the moment. The women's dinghy final, the medal race has been postponed a little bit, so let's see if that goes ahead. And after that, we should get to the men's dinghy medal race featuring Mickey Beckett. He can't win gold. Matt Wern of Australia is guaranteed gold or silver because of his fantastic performance in the opening series. Beckett has a very, very long shot at silver. Effectively, he would need to finish 8 places of the sailor who's in second place at the moment. His best chance is of getting a bronze medal, which is a realistic chance. If he finishes 3 places ahead of Peru's Stefano Pescera, then Mickey Beckett will take the bronze medal. Very interestingly, we've spoken so much, and you've spoken to World Sailing, you've spoken to you've spoken to somebody from British Sailing, you were talking to Shirley Robertson earlier. We've spoken about the formats for the windsurfing and Emma Wilson and the disappointment. Interestingly, in this, it's the old format, so the scores from the qualifying series do carry over. The medal race it counts double effectively, but your performance in the opening series does carry over into this.
Shoujo, thank you. So I'll be back a little bit later on to find out how Mickey Beckett does. Great evening, obviously, for Keely Hodgkinson at the Stade de France last night. She took gold in the women's 800 metres final, ending her wait for gold on the global stage.
120 metres to go. Once again, it's Hodgkinson and Mora. Keely Hodgkinson into the home straight. She looks up at the big screen. She's starting to pull away. Her competition are trying to get back to the British star. They are not going to catch her. It's going to be gold for Keely Hodgkinson. She is the Olympic champion. Silver has turned into gold here in Paris tonight. Keely Hodgkinson is on top of the world.
That was absolutely incredible. I've worked so hard for this over the last year, and I think you can see how much it meant to me when I crossed the line. And yeah, I can't believe I've finally done it. It means so much, and to do it here, where better? The audience was absolutely incredible. It felt like a home crowd to me in itself in Paris. So yeah, I'm super happy.
Keely Hodgkinson there. Let's talk to her coach, Jenny Meadows, live on 5 Live. Afternoon, Jenny. Are you okay?
Afternoon, Mark. Yes, all good. And actually, we had all the emotion from Keely. I found it very hard to be emotional, but I think I needed to listen to Kath Merry's commentary. I think there was a tear just coming, welling in my eye there. It was a fantastic performance, and I think we're just still trying to take it in, really.
So were you very ice cool yesterday evening?
Yes, and Keely was convinced she was going to win it, and I think the best athletes really do believe in themselves. And Keely, myself, and my husband Trevor, who's her other coach, we were really convinced, and we had to be convinced. And maybe Trevor and I were almost more convinced for Keely. So then Keely knew she had our belief as well. So, Keely does, a raw interview. I absolutely love it. She said she needed that one after 3 consecutive silvers. I definitely wouldn't have liked to have picked her up off the floor. Silver would have been a failure in Keely's eyes. So, yeah, just so glad she got that gold that she richly deserved.
So what in the build-up to it, what has been the discussion around previous silvers? And you use the phrase picking her up if she got a silver last night, which at 22 is I get it, but at 22 is also, there's still a long time for you to get gold at 22.
Oh, yeah, there absolutely is. I mean, what she did 3 years ago in Tokyo, winning that silver medal, is just not been heard of in the sport of athletics, especially by British standards. And, I think you're then thinking, in 3 years' time, I want to be winning this title myself. But, those consecutive world championships that we've had the last couple of years, she took the silver in 2022. She was so close to the gold. It was just 800ths of a second. But last year in Budapest at the World Championships, she got outwitted. She made a mistake. And, the difference between gold, silver and bronze is, it can come down to just one mistake. And she knew immediately when she walked off the track last year, she knew what the mistake was. She could identify it, and she was mad with herself because she knew she was good enough. So, yes, no more silvers. We only want gold now. And, this young athlete, I do have to pinch myself sometimes. She is only 22. It's very, very difficult to win a gold medal in any sport, but I think particularly athletics, track and field, it's a global sport. Every single nation can win medals in that. And Keely has become only one of 10 British women who've ever took an Olympic title in the sport. So absolutely fantastic.
How impressive for you last night was that it was drama-free i.e., right from the moment they sort of came together after the split, she was always in the position that she wanted to be. Well, it seemed to the amateur eye, she was always where she wanted to be to control the race.
Yeah, she was, and she very much. I don't want to say they've all respected her too much, because she deserves that respect, but she's been incredible all year on the circuit, winning every race she's done, running the world's fastest times, and I think if all her opponents, I don't think they thought they could beat her. And sometimes when somebody is very, very dominant, you almost get even a little bit lucky. People will give you that break. And, look, she deserves it. She took it. From a coaching perspective, I did not enjoy that race. We talked to her.
I don't think you're meant to, Jenny. I don't think. I've talked to a lot of coaches here. I'm not sure you're meant to enjoy any of it, really.
Well, there's lots of strategies she could have used, and we talked about it. She could make it fast, she could sit back, etc. And I think that was one of the harder ways for Keely to win it. She went to the front, she was dominant, but it was relatively slow at the halfway stage. And really, she did invite some of her competition to think that they had a chance. It did play into other people's strengths. But she just said to me, never at any point did she think she'd done the wrong thing, that she wasn't going to win it. She was just very comfortable being at the front, and every 100-metre segment, I'll wind up. Okay, I'll wind up again. And when she got to 100 metres, she just thought, no one's stronger than me. No one's going to match this kick. And I think I only started relaxing with about 80 metres to go.
Does she have an aura now?
I think she does. She does. I was in the press conference after the event. All the media, all the journalists only had questions for Keely. A couple of the other medalists, obviously, they were asking them questions. But you could see the silver and the bronze medalists looking at Keely, and that aura. They're asking to have photographs with her. And Keely, even when she was winning those silvers, she would never have asked anyone to have a photograph with her. She wants to take those other athletes down. She doesn't want to be friends with them. She doesn't want them to think, I look up to you. So it's been quite strange, but really nice to see this transition from the 19-year-old in Tokyo to the 22-year-old here in Paris, just really growing the sport. And she's a global superstar. You can even see that in the athletes' village. People from different sports, different nations, they're all kind of nudging each other and saying, "Oh, look, there's Keely Hodgkinson."
Yeah. And will it come as a shock to her? Will she take it all in her stride? Will she need a little bit of guidance with all of that? Because she probably is now. Definitely is now. And maybe depending on what Josh Kerr does tonight, but she is the face of British athletics now.
Yeah, she is. And I remember in Tokyo, so many other coaches, who'd been in that position with Olympic medalists previously. They got in touch with Trevor and I, and, all the warning signs, be careful of this, and her life will have changed, and you need to keep her feet on the ground, and there'll be lots of distractions. And, you're never sure, but we were 99% sure that Keely would still be grounded, still work hard, and she's proved that over the past 3 years, And one of the first things that I said to her, I said, wow, Olympic champion, what else is there to do? You've done it. And very quickly she said, the world record. So she doesn't want to just be the Olympic champion. She wants to be one of the greatest ever. And as much as she is going to get some headlines and the limelight, I know when we return back to Manchester, back to the Northwest, I know she's going to do all the training sessions that she needs to do. I know she's going to do it with gusto. I know she's going to work hard. She's going to have a tough winter, and she's going to be prepared to do it.
And actually, I was just going to end this little bit on going from global to local. You talk about going back to Manchester. You're a Wiganer. She's a Wiganer. And the local running club were on the telly last night as well, weren't they? Celebrating.
Amazing.
So, what will it do for the local area?
You talk about sport, and there's some people in the world, doctors and so many people in different fields who are absolutely amazing. But I always say that sport just unites people, and it gives them a purpose. And You know, even Trevor's parents, lots of people have been getting in touch with them who they've not been connected to for years. People just want to be part of it, don't they? They feel the joy, they feel the emotion, and I just think it's going to give the local area a real boost. And, you know, hopefully kids think, you know, Keely talks about Jessica Ennis-Hill, watching her. Hopefully it gives some people inspiration to think, you know what, if she can do it, why can't I?
Now, later on this evening, Josh Kerr's going to go in the men's 1,500 metres final, so he's got his head-to-head battle with Jakob Ingebrigtsen. Just before I talked to Jenny about that, let's hear from Josh Kerr after the semi-final on Sunday.
Well, Josh, how much of that was a dress rehearsal for the final?
Yeah, I think I thought that was about what it would take. Just want to get the leg spinning a bit more, get myself in a higher up position, which was the goal, and then just relax, really.
How much do you plan for yourself, but then when you're also in a semi-final with Jakob, plan for what he might do?
I mean, it's top 6 in a race of 12 people. I'm here to do a lot better than that, so it's having the right mindset coming in and also making sure that you're giving the respect to the competition. So.
And how are you managing yourself through the rounds? You're feeling good?
Yeah, I feel great. Felt really good at 32 today. I'll be interested in the splits, but other than getting in trouble with how much media I did last couple of days ago, it's been pretty smooth.
How do you view this, Jenny, tonight?
Oh, it's a tough one. It's going to be a real race. Jakob Ingebrigtsen has got the faster personal best. He's got so many records, including the European record. He's been at the Olympics before, and you know he's top goal. But Josh is confident, and you know I don't think it's a facade. He really means it. He trains incredibly well. He races very lightly, so every time he races, he's ready. I think he would be disappointed with a silver medal. I think he's in Keely Hodgkinson's type of headspace, but he's a great competitor. I think he's going to do it.
I mean, he is in that headspace. I suppose what Keely didn't have, which Josh does have, is an out-and-out rival in the sense of they talk about each other. Yeah.
They do, and you know, Jakob, I don't know whether it's just bravado when he tries to get in other people's heads, but you know, I think he said recently he doesn't really look at Josh as a competitor because it was rather scathing actually. You know, Josh hardly races. How can he be a competitor or a rival if he hardly races? But you know, everyone's different. Josh just knows when he takes the track, he's ready. I really respect that. You know, he could make a lot more money if he raced on the circuit, on the Diamond League. He's the reigning world champion, and you know they'll pay a lot of money to see him. But Josh cares about medals, not money, and I know he will be here ready to run that race. He'll have strategized it. He will know what he needs to do. I think it's going to be a race for the ages. I think it'll be a close race. But Josh is blessed with more speed than Jakob. So if it's not been incredibly quick, as long as Josh covers the moves, I think he could do it.
I mean, he even told the story a couple of nights ago on the telly about the glasses, that he just had them on in the warm-up room once, and then all of a sudden he realised his rivals were wondering whether he was looking at them or not, and it started to play games with them. So that's why he's kept them on. I mean, It's funny, isn't it, really?
It is. It's really funny. And, you know, there was a moment a few days ago, it was after his semi-final and Josh's semi-final, and they were both having a cool down, and they were both having a massage, a flush to the legs. And, you know, it was interesting. It was like a fly on the wall. Josh was like, how did you get on, Keely? And she's like, yeah, I won. She's like, how did you get on? He's like, yeah, qualified, no problem. Like, second, 3:32. And he's like, how do you think about the final? She's like, the final's the fun bit, isn't it? You know, the heat's the worst. The semis, your nerves are controlled a little bit. You get to the final, that's the fun bit. And they were both totally agreeing. Where when I was an athlete, I was petrified for the final. Maybe that's why I only got silvers and bronzes and I never got that gold. But to me, it sounded like two Olympic champions in waiting. So let's really hope that Josh can finish the job off.
How long are you in Paris for? Have you got other stuff to watch? What's your plan?
Yes, I mean, still heavily involved. Trevor and myself coach 5 athletes. So, obviously Keely is the headliner.
Yeah.
But we've had a couple of girls run in 1,500 metres. So one of them being Georgia Bell, who won the silver medal at the European Championships. And she defeated Laura Muir, actually, at the British Championship. So we're definitely hoping that Georgia can feature in that final. So that is on Sunday evening. So Keely will be leaving before us. She's going on a few days holiday with her family and friends just to really soak it in. And yeah, we've basically just said to her, see you in Manchester next week.
Congratulations, Jenny.
Thank you
Lovely
ever
to
so
talk
much.
to you. Talk to you soon. Thank you, Jenny Meadows, who is part of Keely Hodgkinson's coaching team. Sky Brown had a brilliant first run at the skateboarding. Not gone as well for the other two, Connor.
No, Sky Brown has had a wipeout on her third run. She finishes with just 10.66. That's 10 points out of 100. But the good work done, as you mentioned, on her first run should be good enough to see her through to the final. It's not completely confirmed yet. She's 4th place on the leaderboard. The final heat is still to go, so there's 5 skaters in that. Now, if all 5 of them ended up with a better score than Brown's 84.75, well, then she would miss out on the final. But it seems unrealistic to think that all 5 would do better. So Sky Brown looking good. However, Mark, the problem is this shoulder injury she had. Popped her shoulder, dislocated it just 8 days ago. She strapped it on, but when she fell there for the third run, she landed out on the left arm, and you could see really gingerly trying to hold that shoulder. She was carrying her arm by the wrist, using her other arm to hold it in place. It's clearly hurting her. She's putting a brave face on it. I mean, I think looking at all the athletes here, it does take your breath away how hard as nails these female skateboarders are, because she's going to have to go in the final now, but clearly that shoulder is causing her problems. Just to mention Lola Tambling, who's had her 3 runs. Now, again, decent first run, 73.85. Wipeouts, though, on the second and third run. I think she hurt herself when falling on the second run, and that affected her third run. She's great speed, Lola Tambling. She attacks everything 90 miles an hour, but she came down midway through and only got 19.5. So her best score, 73.8. At the moment, it's 11th on the leaderboard. That's not going to be good enough to reach the final.
Conor McNamara, thank you very much. We're live at the Aquatic Centre this afternoon, where they've just dipped the lights as we get closer and closer to the start of the women's 10 metre platform final. So that gets underway at 3 o'clock French time, 2 o'clock UK time. And we are here to watch Andrea Spendolini-Siriex, who qualified in 3rd for this, already has a bronze medal at this Olympics. Let's bring in Scarlett Mead-Jensen, who is alongside us. You keep bumping into me. I'm really sorry. It must be about the 3rd or 4th time you've had to be interviewed by me. How are you?
Yeah, really good, really good. Very excited to watch some diving. Obviously, Andy's got a big potential for this, so it's going to be a really exciting event.
Does your first day success feel a long time ago now?
Oh my goodness. It's been like over a week now, hasn't it? So I'm like, I think I'm sort of a bit ready to go home now. I am loving it, obviously, being here and supporting the team, but I'm ready to leave. Ready to go.
What's been the best thing you've seen since?
I saw the women's all-round final.
Oh, right.
That was incredible. Obviously, Simone absolutely smashing it. So obviously saw the GB girls as well, so that was really nice to have them in the mix. Seeing the beach volleyball.
Yeah.
The venue's amazing, isn't it? So I kind of just went for the Eiffel Tower shot. So I don't really know much about beach volleyball, so.
When you watch, given the complexities of what you do, when you watch Simone Biles, are you just like, how on earth? Or are you thinking, is there anything when you watch her on the floor, for example, do you think, oh, that might be interesting to try and incorporate?
I think she's completely different gravy, isn't she, really? I think on some other athletes I can sort of relate slightly to. I did a bit of gymnastics when I was younger, so. But obviously, we do. Our twisting's very different. Our somersaulting's very different. But no, I'm not really a twister. I wouldn't want to do as many twists as she does. She goes nuts on the twists. So, it's not something I'd like to try, really.
Talk us through the build-up then to a diving final. One of the things we were talking about when we first arrived and came on air nearly an hour ago was there's an element of it looking like complete chaos in the warm-up. There are just people diving from everywhere, from different boards, people in the pool. How do you manage to stay focused and in the zone when all of that's going on?
Yeah, I mean, I think actually the training beforehand is obviously a really important element. You've done all of the hard work now. The training isn't about training your dives. It's basically just about getting yourself used to the pool again, getting your bearings and sort of staying that cool and calm. That's something Andrea is really, really good at, and GB in general are very, very good at. And I think those people who can stay calm and not rush and not push in front and just sort of stay in their lane are gonna really, really do well. So, but yeah, no, people can get very rustled on that like you said, that environment where it's really quite stressful, and obviously you've got people coming in and you're sort of seeing the crowd sort of get bigger and bigger and bigger, and it's who can keep their cool basically. But yeah, I think Andy and GB are very, very good at that, and we've learned that you learn it the hard way, but you get your routine, and she'll be locked in, especially with her headphones in, and whatever she's listening to, I'm sure, is helping her big time.
Do people sometimes push it?
Yeah, yeah. I think there's etiquette, isn't there? But some people obviously don't know the etiquette.
Certainly for us British. I mean, you've got to cue properly if you're with us.
I mean, sometimes the platformers come down to the springboard and they're like, they don't really understand the etiquette.
Whoa.
Not necessarily the pushing in front, but like the waiting. Like we all wait for each other. So there's obviously 3 springboards. And so we all wait for each other. No one goes at the same time.
Yeah.
But sometimes the platformers, obviously, because they're used to sort of going very, very simultaneously with other people, so we kind of give the side eye of like, go back up, see you later.
And so when you were doing your warm-ups though, because there have been a variety to the amateur eye again, different warm-ups. Some people looking to do what I'm assuming for them is relatively simple, others trying what looks quite complicated. For you it was just keep it simple, get yourself used to the environment, the board, the pool and so on.
Yeah, I mean, platform's slightly different, so every time you dive off the platform, your body hurts. So there's more contacts, so that's either going to help you or not help you. So with springboard, we can churn out our list regardless. It's not going to hurt our body, so it's hard, but it's not like physically hard. So yeah, I think it's very tactical on tower where, people want to save their energy. They just want to sort of do a little bit of spinning and get their hands on the water and stuff. So they don't tend to do their 10-meter dives because they've got to do 5 of them in the competition. So they kind of play it safe and they sort of wait for that time to go all out. So it's kind of your choice. It's tactical at the end of the day, which is interesting, obviously, if you didn't know about that.
Yeah. And actually, going back to the point you made earlier, we were doing something the other day, weren't we? And we had Noah Williams with us, who went off the 10-meter with Tom Daly, and he was telling both of us it does hurt.
Oh, big time. No, it definitely does. I think you count how many contacts you do a week. So like at the start of the season you do very, very minimum, if any, and then you sort of build it up, and then obviously during comp you still have to be very on it with what you're doing, obviously, especially if you're prone to injury. A lot of tower divers have shoulder problems, so again, like that hands first is going to wreck your shoulders. So it's keeping it in check and just making sure you know that you're doing your plan rather than what anyone else is doing.
We were talking to Andrea's dad before, and he said to us that after qualifying, where he was like, you're in 3rd, that's fantastic. She was, yeah, but Dad, I can do better.
Yeah.
And that probably sums up her mentality, doesn't it?
It sums up her mentality, it sums up this entire team. I think we're always striving for better. The bronze, we love, the 4 for 4 medals, incredible, but we can always do better. And yeah, she's been diving amazing, but again, she's capable of incredible things. Her score-wise, she's way capable of more. They don't seem to be going with her dives as much as I would like. We're up on the stands and we're wanting more. We're wanting more higher scores because she's absolutely nailing those dives. She's absolutely sinking the water. So I'm hoping that we're going to see that. Maybe some 10s. I'm hoping. But I think it's all discretion at the end of the day, and she's only going to do what she's going to do, and I mean that's going to be amazing regardless.
How good are the 2 Chinese that are ahead of her?
Yeah, they're really good. She reminds us all the time they're really good friends. She has they're really close up on 10 meters, so she's really enjoying that whole process. But they are incredible, without fail they're going to land on their head and they're going to make no splash. So it's basically put as much pressure on them as possible, and Andy's doing that. A couple of the girls are doing that. So I think they're amazing, but there's no doubt there for them. There's just 5 dives, head down, get it done.
Because that's what you have to. A little bit that happened for you, didn't it? Really, if someone else doesn't perform or doesn't quite nail their dive, and it opens the door, and that's what you always have to think. I'm guessing in this is no matter how good they are, no matter how well they've qualified, no matter how well they are how far ahead they may appear to be as a duo. One mistake and the door's open.
100%. They're only human. I think there's always going to be that little gap, and if someone can slip through there and split them up, that is just what I want to watch. So.
Right, we shall let you go and watch it and enjoy it. Thank you very much for being with us, Scarlett. Thank you.
Cheers.
Scarlett Mew-Jensen with us on 5 Live, who got bronze in the synchro springboard. Nice to see you. Let's go to Sarah watching the hockey.
Yeah, it's men's semi-finals there. The I nearly got it out. Used a Manoir Stadium, and now it's the Dutch who've taken a commanding lead here. They now are beating Spain 3-0, and they managed to get their third goal just as we got underway in this second half. It was Dice Van Dam, great name of course, who managed to get that third one away. And I tell you what, if Great Britain's men are watching this, I kind of hope they've left the Olympic Village and gone home, because they beat the Spanish 4-0 in their opening game, and they also drew with the Dutch 2-2 in their pool stage match, and you do just feel they'd actually really be enjoying this style of hockey that's going on here. But it is of course the Dutch and the Spanish who are playing this fixture after Great Britain went out. They were beaten by India 2 days ago. They're not in these semi-final matches, but at the moment it's the Netherlands who have 1 foot in that gold medal match. They lead 3-0.
Britain have had really good games on the equestrian side of things. 5 medals in total, including a couple of golds. No medals in today's individual show jumping final. Rishi Prasad has been talking to the team.
5 medals for the British team, the best, obviously equaling the best that we've done in years gone by. And I've got part of the gold medal winning team, obviously. Ben Mayer led us on the final day. Harry Charles in the middle. Scott Brash took it home on Jefferson. And Di Lampard, of course, the performance manager for the show jumping team. Ben, I'll just start with you. Talking about summing up what a fabulous week it's been for equestrian sport, but particularly for your team.
Yeah, this team is amazing to be a part of. We're in a good era right now for show jumping, and it was a great day, the team event, and to have these guys working with me. We won because we come here as a team, and we're going home with another gold medal.
Harriet, not able to compete in individual today, but your horse Ramo is fine, just a little overreach. But for you to have watched your dad do what he did back in 2012 with these guys alongside him, and to win the gold medal with them again, must have been something incredible.
Yeah, it's like kind of a dream to come here. I think we knew we had a pretty strong team. Maybe not everyone thought it, but we definitely knew we had a great team. And on the day, we worked the best as a team, and that's what will win you a gold medal in that event. So, to have seen these guys when I was younger with my dad up on the podium, and then to be joining them a few years later, I can't thank everyone enough. My horse Romeo, sadly we weren't able to go today, but he's in great shape and he's leaving here with a gold medal, so I'm happy for him, his owner, and the whole British equestrian team. I hope we've done the country proud.
When you hear him say that about his dad, does it make you feel a bit old, Scott?
Yeah, it's just a bit, yeah.
Tell me about the role that not just obviously your teammates have played, but I love talking about the horses because they are so important, and the relationship that you all have, but also the support team, all the people alongside you that make this possible.
Oh yeah, as Harry said a few times, takes a whole village. There's so many people, and so many people to make sure the horses are totally well cared for. They've got physios, they get vets, farriers. There's other people as well. We have people that work on us, make sure we're riding well enough, and yeah,
takes so many people, the owners of all the horses. They're incredibly great supporters of us, really believe in us, and it just makes our job a bit easier when we have such incredible animals to be riding.
And we all know that regardless of the discipline, it hasn't been the easiest build-up for the British team to these Olympics. But regardless of that, the way that the team in its entirety have performed, particularly the show jumpers, who maybe in one or two circles exceeded expectations in the team event.
Well, I had all the confidence in them. They didn't only win the gold, but they did it in classical style. The preparation all came together for Friday, and we were just a hair's width away today.
You've heard us talking about the team support, but also the spirit and the strength in depth for our team. I mean, how bright does the future look?
Looks very bright. I mean, we're supported by UK Sport and the National Lottery that bring the up-and-coming athletes up to this level, and they've supported all these along their route, and they're going to be a force to be reckoned for going forward.
Well, we certainly echo those sentiments, and we want to thank you all for providing such wonderful entertainment, but also another gold medal here at the Equestrian. It's been wonderful watching you all. Many congratulations. Safe trip home. Look after those horses, and we'll hopefully see you all in LA in 2028.
Rishi Prasad with the show jumping team, who didn't win any individual medals today, but they did get that team gold a few days ago. We're about to get underway with the women's 10-metre platform here at the Aquatic Centre in Paris. We'll bring you all the action and particularly focus on Andrea Spendolini, Serie X, after the latest BBC News as we approach 2 o'clock.
The voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Good afternoon with the 5 Live News. I'm Nick Hatfield. Police say disturbances in Belfast last night have left a man in his 50s with serious injuries in what officers are treating as a racially motivated hate crime. Witnesses say attackers stamped on the victim's head while others tried to protect him. Dozens of people are appearing in court in England following violence over the last week. In Leeds, a 28-year-old man has become the first person to be accused of intending to stir up racial hatred online. Helen King is a former Assistant Chief Constable for Merseyside Police. She says tackling crime on social media can be challenging.
You know, our police forces are organised geographically. They have boundaries, often in line with counties, whereas the online world, it's not even necessarily happening in this country. It may be actors who are overseas, it may be states, it may be bots. So yes, it's a crime, but the investigation of it and bringing people to justice can be more complicated.
In the last few minutes, American media is reporting that US Vice President Kamala Harris has chosen the Minnesota Governor Tim Walz as her running mate for the White House. A lawyer for a family involved in an incident with police at Manchester Airport last month say the leaking of CCTV footage to the media was an attempt to smear the family. The police watchdog is investigating after an officer was captured kicking and stamping on a suspect's head. The family's solicitor, Emma Anwar, claims an officer took one of the men out of view of security cameras to put a knee on the back of his neck. At a news conference, Mr. Anwar spoke about the impact the incident has had on the family.
We have the right to expect that those in uniform will not act as thugs and will act within the law, and that any force used must be reasonable, legitimate and proportionate. The 2 young men sat here today, along with their mother and family, are left devastated and traumatised by the incident at Manchester Airport.
Fines totalling £168 million have been suggested for 3 water companies over sewage leaks. An investigation by the water regulator found Thames, Yorkshire and Northumbria Water all failed to adequately invest in and maintain their networks. The Environment Secretary, Steve Reed, says other special measures have been brought in.
That includes making water bosses face criminal charges for persistent law breaking of the kind that we've seen. We'll ban the payment of their multi-million pound bonuses. That money should have been spent on fixing the sewers, not siphoned off into their bank balances. And we'll ring-fence customers' money that is intended for fixing the sewage system so that it cannot be diverted for other purposes such as bonuses or dividends.
Eleanor Morgan has been confirmed as the first female First Minister of Wales following a vote in the Welsh Parliament. The Senedd was recalled from their summer break to nominate her after Vaughan Gethin resigned. Miss Morgan, who says it's the greatest honour of her life. And 3 more celebrities have been announced for Strictly Come Dancing, including Toyah Willcox. The singer will be joined by Wyn Evans from the Go Compare adverts and Dr Poonam Krishan, the resident doctor on BBC Morning Live. The comedian Chris McCausland and JB Gill from JLS were announced yesterday. They'll also appear on the new series in the autumn.
Escape with a good book on BBC Sounds, like Yellowface by Rebecca F. Kwong.
I play up our connection. My grief over her death becomes a cornerstone of my origin story.
Enlightenment by Sarah Perry.
Thomas examined the image of a stone woman stuck on the verges of the lake. I suppose she's in the water now. What is she holding?
And Giovanni's Room by James Baldwin.
Do you have a mistress? I asked him. I don't seem to be very interested in women right now.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Live Sports and the Olympic Games
With Mark Chapman.
on 5 Live and BBC Sounds.
And this afternoon we are in the Aquatic Centre where the women's 10-metre platform has got underway in the last few minutes, and there is British interest here. Andrea Spendolini-Sirieix, who has already got 1 bronze medal at these games so far, is going for a second. Karen Pickering and Jonathan Overend are alongside me. We are 4 dives in.
We are 12 competitors, Mark, and they're all going to do 5 rounds of dives, and they dive in reverse order from their qualification positions from yesterday's semi-finals. So that means that the 2 Chinese will be the last 2 to go. They are Chung Hong Chan and Chen Yuxi. Remarkably, they're still only 18 and 17 years of age, and yet they're the gold and silver medalists from Tokyo. Isn't that just amazing? You know, at 15 and 14, they won the gold medals there, and they are the overwhelming favourites to win the medals here as well. However, who's going to take bronze? If you'd say it's going to be China gold and silver, bronze is available. And Andrea Spendolini-Sirieix was the 3rd best in the semi-finals. So she will go in a few minutes' time. We've just seen the 5th dive by the Japanese competitor. In terms of Andrea's rivals today, the North Korean Kim Mei-rae was impressive yesterday. The Mexican Alejandro Arrosolota was one of Mexico's flag bearers at the opening ceremony. Very experienced, 27 years of age. And then you've got the Australian teenager Ellie Cole, only 17. She's the big hope of Australian diving. And the experienced Canadian Kaylee Mackay as well will be keeping a very close eye on. In fact, Mackay goes next. Karen Pickering.
Yeah, Kaylee Mackay had a very good prelims round, and the kind of divers that will be waiting to pounce should Andrea make a mistake. That was a nice opening dive from Kaylee Mackay right there. So it is close. Andrea is the class act of the chasers on paper, but we talk about sport, and it is on paper. And yes, the 2 Chinese are overwhelming favourites, but we've seen mistakes happen, and she's not seeing herself as only chasing for gold, for bronze. She's looking for gold.
But that is it. That's an interesting point, that because the 2 Chinese are perceived to be overwhelming favourites and ahead of everybody else, Andrea then becomes sort of the target for everybody else because they're all going for that spot.
Yeah, in some respects, but I feel like she's ready for that. And in the semi-final, we saw that she stepped up her game and was comfortably in 3rd place going into the finals, and still felt that she had more to give.
Well, and that, Jonathan, from everything we've talked about in the first hour, from talking to her dad, from hearing some of her comments, from talking to Scarlett as well, Scarlett Nugent, who was with us before the news, all indicates that Andrea Spendolini-Sirieix is ready for this.
Absolutely ready, and undeniably her best is still ahead of her. She's only 19. It's already her 2nd Olympics, so she brings that experience from Tokyo, where she finished 7th in the individual final at just 16 years of age. Breakthrough year 2 years ago when she won gold at the Commonwealth Games, but absolutely she feels that she can improve upon her semi-final score. In fact, when you look at the breakdown of those dives yesterday in the semi-final, her penultimate dive, the reverse 2.5 somersault dive, she was only 9th. She was way down in 9th. So that tells you if she can just nail that dive today and keep the level on all the others, then she has got that chance of closing the gap to the Chinese.
Yeah, absolutely. And she knows how to dive under pressure. She's won the Commonwealth Games. She's won the World Junior Championship. So when it comes to being the one that is being chased and the one under pressure, she has delivered.
Well, she will be next. We've got the Korean, the dangerous Korean, Kim Mi-rae, coming next from North Korea, I should say, the 23 years of age diver who was very impressive in the semi-finals. The North Koreans winning silver in the synchro 10-metre platform. Britain won bronze in that one. So undoubtedly, this athlete will be one of Andrea Spendlini-Syriax's main rivals, and she, like Andrea, is starting with an arm stand dive. I mean, how brave is this for these divers who choose to start their sequence of dives not on their feet, not on their tiptoes, but on their hands on the edge of the 10-metre board. Extraordinary poise and balance. And Kim, it's a beautiful opening dive. We'll be very much watching her, Karen.
Yeah, that was a lovely opening dive, and the power they use with their arms. That was 80 points for that 8s and 8.5, so a very, very high-scoring dive from the North Korean there. The power they get with their arms pushing off, it's as high as some people could jump with their legs.
Okay, here we go then. First of 5 dives in this Olympic final for the Londoner Andrea Spendlini-Syriax, watched on by her Italian mother, her French father, and representing Great Britain in her second Olympic Games. What an hour it could be for her as she tries to become the first British medalist in this event, the women's 10-metre platform, in over 100 years. She too will start with an arm stand back double somersault dive, including 1.5 twists, 3.2 degree of difficulty, up on the 10-metre platform, 3 stories high. There she is. Good luck, Andrea. There go the somersaults and the twists, and it's a lovely start. It's a composed start to the competition by Britain's medal hope, Andrea Spendlini-Syriax. We wait for the scores to come up on the board. They come up quickly, and it's 8 across the board, apart from a 7.5 that's in there. One 7.5, but also one 8.5, Karen. So on the whole, 8 out of 10. The scoring system is much more complex than that, but generally 8 out of 10. It's a good start.
Yeah, and it was the same score as she got for that dive in the semi-final. So that's a solid start for her. She was really composed on the board, slight over rotation, so she had a bit more of a splash than, for instance, the direct comparison with Kim Mi-rae before her.
Well, the 2 Chinese are next. The first of them is the slightly elder Chen Yuxi, but only 18. Silver medalist from Tokyo, world silver medalist as well, but gold medalist at the World Championships on the 2 years prior to this one. She is exceptional. She will take some beating. And here she comes, skipping to the front of the board for her opening dive. You just get used, Karen, don't you, to seeing perfection from the Chinese, whoever they are, whichever competition they're in.
Yeah, the ability, and they're 9.5 from Chen. The ability to hit the water so vertically, so there's barely a splash made, is what really sets these divers apart.
And the really scary thing is there's someone even better, and she's about to go to complete the opening round. She is the 17-year-old Olympic champion, Kwon Hong-shan.
An only Olympic champion because those Olympics were a year late. She would have been too young to compete had the Olympics been when they were due to be in 2020.
A huge amount of Chinese support in the arena. Red and gold everywhere we look out inside this compact aquatic centre on the northern side of Paris in Saint-Denis, next door to the Stade de France, with its curved ceiling, timber-based ceiling. And here comes the champion with her opening time. It just looks so effortless. She almost hangs in the air when she performs her forward somersaults.
It really is a thing of beauty. And
tens! Oh, it didn't take long.
My goodness, and deserved. That was utter perfection. It was almost not a ripple from 10 metres, hitting the water and so beautifully, vertically, ripping their arms round. They're able to suck the water in after them. beautiful.
So that completes the first round of dives. Mark the standings. Kwon Hongchan of China clear in gold medal position with a perfect first dive. Then it's her compatriot Chen Yusi. Kim from North Korea just slightly scoring above Andrea Spendolini-Siriex. So Britain in fourth position after the first round of dives.
If you apply a sporting cliche to that, that's laying down a marker, isn't it?
Just a little bit. I mean, that's just coming out. No fear. It's just so beautiful. It's hard to, when you watch the greatest athletes do their thing and they make it look so effortless, and yet you know how hard it is for them to make it look like so effortless. And that was just such an example of that. It was so beautiful.
And all of them, and I'm using this really with focus on Andrea, is the first one's out of the way now.
Absolutely settle into the routine and the rhythm of the diving now.
So the second round of dives, Elsie Prasterink from the Netherlands is the first diver leading the way. She finished just ahead of Lois Tolson, didn't she, Karen, in the semi-finals, which was disappointment for the second British diver. Bronze medalist with Andrea in the synchro event. I think Lois really felt she should have probably made the final, but sometimes that's what happens on the day.
It is, and yeah, it was disappointing because definitely the potential to have both ladies in the mix in this final. But and
I think watching the first two dives, and she is in the stand, by the way, Lois Tolson, she'll feel that she could have scored higher than the Dutch
definitely
over the first two rounds, because the Dutch has underperformed and is in 12th position. Melissa Wu from Australia is interesting. In her 5th Olympic Games, 32 years old, from Sydney, 6th in Beijing, 5th in Rio, 4th in London. I mean, it's not a bad collection of results, is it? That's before coming to Tokyo, where she won the bronze. But here did qualify in 11th position. She's going for the arm stand dive as her second dive. All these divers have to perform an arm stand dive in there somewhere. They also have to perform an inward, a forward, a reverse and a back. So you're getting the full array of diving demonstration in this final.
Yes, you can't hide and just do your favourite dives. Melissa Wu, very, very experienced. As she said, their bronze medalist has been on won medals on the world stage many times, but she's had an injury, so she's coming into these Olympic Games having carried an injury, and so she's far more relaxed. It's a very different experience for her.
You could choose, can you, what order you want to put your routines in?
Yes, you choose the order, and sometimes they'll move them around if they find that there's a dive that is particular, causing them a little bit of trouble. They might not want to save it to the end.
And they can do that mid-competition.
You have to submit the dives in your dive order beforehand.
Okay.
Yeah, you have up until an hour before the start to submit your dives, and then you have to stick to it. What's quite interesting about Andrea's choice is that her lowest degree of difficulty dive is the penultimate dive. So in the synchro events, we were very used to seeing the regulation dives, if you like, the 2.0 degree of difficulty dives in the first two rounds. Then it got progressively higher. With Andrea, she's starting with two really difficult dives. Then you've got that slightly lower degree of difficulty dive before she finishes with the big one, the back 2.5 somersaults, 1.5 twists. What does that say to you, Karen, that she kind of wants to get into contention?
Yeah, I think you want to get into it, you want to feel comfortable, the dives that you're most comfortable with, but you also don't want to finish on a dive that has maybe caused you problems recently. And we saw that with the synchro pair. They actually switched the dive that had caused them problems at the World Championships from the last dive to the penultimate, so that it wasn't all resting on one that maybe hadn't been going to plan.
It really is an extraordinary thing, this, Mark, isn't it? How quickly your Olympic dream is over. You know, you're up there on the board, you only have 5 dives, each dive lasting just a second and a half. One slight error and that's it, the dream has gone. We're watching the Mexican Gabriela Agúndez Garcia at the moment. There are 2 Mexicans in the final. In fact, as we walked from the metro station to the venue here, Mexicans absolutely everywhere. I think they had a good morning in the stadium, and a lot of them have come over here as well. She's looking good. We haven't really seen that glaring error yet, Karen, and 8s across the board for the first of the Mexicans.
Yeah, and I've always loved watching the Mexican divers. They were fearless. They would always go for it. They'd throw absolutely everything at it. Sometimes it would pay off, and sometimes it would go really horribly wrong. But I like the fearlessness of the way they attack their competition.
They do have good support in here, as Jonathan said. The Stade de France, the athletics stadium, is across the road, so there will be people who will combine these. There are a few empty seats here. I haven't really seen that many empty seats at any of the venues, but there are a few here at the moment. But there is a big Chinese contingent in here cheering on their divers, Mexican as well, and opposite us, just away to our left on the other side of the aquatic centre, there are plenty of Team GB members who are here for support. I mean, the diving team are out in force, aren't they?
They are. Tom Daly's there. He's knitting away. What he's knitting at the moment are these little pockets, almost like mini purses for the medalists to put their medals in, and it's quite cute with the Union colours. And yeah, he's making another one at the moment. And the thing is, Mark, he's got 4 to make already.
I was going to say, is he doing that? He's doing that just for the divers.
I think
Otherwise,
so.
that's
still a lot
it
of
is,
medals,
isn't it?
actually.
Still a lot. Well, of course, it's 8
already.
yeah, with 4 medals, but both in the synchro event in the first week. But yeah, they're all there. Jack Law, who this morning qualified along with Jordan Holden in the men's individual 3-metre springboard. They were 3rd and 4th respectively, so a really good position for the Brits going into the semi-finals, which will be tomorrow. We've just seen Kaylee Mackay from Canada. We wait to see what her score is. Pretty good. There's an 8 in there and mainly 7.5s, and she's in third position, bronze medal position, with the Mexican and the Italian ahead of her at the moment.
It used to be that the support of the team was really actually quite important, and they used to scream and shout on every dive to try and sway the judges, and it used to be really interesting to see them going absolutely crazy to try and have an impact. They don't tend to sway the judges in the same way anymore.
So they can't be swayed now?
I think there is almost always an element of the judges will have seen divers, they will have seen what they're capable of. There's an aesthetic to it that they'll know, and even if it's subconscious, but not in the same way as I feel like it used to be. Or did I miss something? You know, everyone's going crazy. I must have missed something, and maybe add a point.
One of the things that strikes you when you watch diving, and when you're here as well, how quickly the marks come up, and there's a real contrast across the Olympics in how different sports are judged and marked. Gymnastics, I would say, it's kind of in the middle, really. They maybe come up 30 seconds, 45 seconds. Here, they're up within about 10 seconds. Do the BMX freestyling, and they rewatch the routine to make sure they've got everything that they need to, don't miss anything, and then they put the score out. I'm surprised how quickly they do it in diving, bearing in mind what they have. You know, there's lots of elements that they have to look at.
They don't confer in diving. So in gymnastics now, I think they're looking at the routines. They're checking the difficulty, marking against each move. Whereas in gymnastic, in diving, it's the score that they see. But they have so many judges, they take so many off that they feel like then they get to the right average between them, between all the judges watching from the different sides.
Yeah, the outliers are taken away, aren't they? If you're the guy or the girl who marks it right at the top or right down at the bottom, they go for the median score. Then it's times by the degree of difficulty. So that's where you get to the overall score. So clearly the harder dives are rewarded more. There is so much to
keep this
the sport.
Moving, because the athletes would obviously get cold.
Yes,
so the idea of like taking a long time to look through what they were performing, whether they were doing it, wouldn't be feasible.
Okay, so we've just seen the Mexican flag bearer, Alejandro Oroza Loza, who has not scored particularly highly for her second dive. So she is down the board. It's her compatriot who leads the way at the moment with just 4 divers to come. So we've got the North Korean, Kim Mei-rae, followed by Britain's Andrea Spendolini-Siriex, and then the 2 Chinese. And these 4, I would say, looking at the first round scores, and indeed the second round scores, have the chance to pull clear if they perform well. There's Kim. Again, it's a beautiful dive from the North Korean. That will score highly. Ellie Cole, who went a few minutes ago, the 17-year-old from Australia, I would say was the closest to the board, because it is really dangerous when you're performing the inward dives, Mark. Now, they're the dives where you bounce, you face with your back to the pool, you jump off, but then you rotate in the gap between your body and the board. Scary stuff.
And the judges don't actually like it if you get too close. So there's a fine line between, they don't want to have that jolt of fear, but obviously they don't want the athletes going too far from the board.
And that's exactly what Andrea Spendolini-Syriacs is about to do for Great Britain. She led the way in the semi-final with this dive. She was top of the pile. If she can do it again here, she'll consolidate in medal contention. Standing on tiptoes with her back to the pool. Off she goes, rotating inwards. Lovely dive, not much splash at all. And Andrea Spendolini-Syriacs has started this competition impressively.
Yeah, that was, it was a nice dive. It was the entrance into the pool, a little bit more splashy. It over-rotated a little bit on entry, and you can just see the replay now. You can see that there was much more splash. It wasn't quite vertical. Tried to save it a little bit on the entry.
It was nice, but it was not as good as her performance of that dive in the semi-final. And the judges have scored her down slightly, and it's just evidence of how just a slight miss or error can be so costly. She is in third position as things stand. So from the first round of dives, it is the Mexican Agunda Garcia who has gone ahead of her. So it may well be, with 3 rounds of dives to go, Britain will be in 5th position. That's certainly what we would expect with the 2 favourites for this event, both from China, still to come. Silence around the aquatic centre. Chen Yuxi, first of all, the 18-year-old. Inward dive once more.
Well, it was a great dive, but actually not the best that we've seen her do that one. We're used now to seeing the tiny amount of splash, and it was a little more than normal, but still 8.5 and 8.
Still perfectly fine to go ahead of the North Korean and the Mexican at the top of the leaderboard. And now we look at the defending champion, Kwon Hong-chan, who won gold in Tokyo at just 14. Now at 17, recorded a perfect dive in the first round.
Inward, 3.5 somersaults, mid-top.
Will those 10s be coming out again? Well, the judges don't have Strictly style paddles, but they do have their electronic keypads. 3 of them on the far side of the pool to us, 3 down beneath us on this near side. And the Chinese getting more and more excited about the potential of a 1-2 again here in the diving. It's only the second round, but already it's looking that way. Will Kwon Hong-chan be faultless once more? Another inward dive, back to the pool, arms outstretched. Perfect extension, and barely a splash. I mean, barely a splash, Karen, as she pierces the water.
Extraordinary again. It's the consistency of being able to perform these dives to perfection. And 8.5s and 9s.
Oh, ropey.
Wasn't the 10s, but it's still. No, she might feel disappointed with that.
Still enough to take her to the top. So we've seen all 12 divers for a second time, Mark. It is China, from North Korea, from Mexico, with Andrea Spendolini-Syriacs for Great Britain in 5th, with work to do, with 3 to go.
And how many points is she off bronze then at the moment?
So off bronze, not too bad, only an 8-point gap. And the Mexican very close to the North Korean, actually, so that's definitely retrievable in the next round.
I mean, Chan is miles clear already, isn't she?
Yeah, she's
from I mean, as in the top 3.
Yeah, top 3. Yeah, she's 30 points clear. I mean, she might be putting her feet up for the 5th round.
This is an exhibition in diving right here.
It is. Talking to Scarlett about it, and we've done this before as well. That technique of just hardly any splash, and that's what they're looking for. And how you actually execute that must be well, I would imagine as anybody who dives into a swimming pool, to dive in without splash is very difficult, let alone from 10 metres.
And they're spinning as well, and obviously they have the sprays coming into the water, and that's to help the divers actually spot the water, because if the water was completely still, they wouldn't be able to get that depth perception of where it is. So there's the ripples to help them, but they're spinning, spotting the water, getting themselves into this perfectly vertical position, bracing with their wrists, and they split their arms apart to suck the water back in after them. And if they can do all of that, the splash is minimal, as we've seen.
There is real science to it, as you say. I was actually reading a physics paper that studied the entry of the divers into... I know, desperate stuff.
Was this as part of your research for this, or in your spare time?
It actually was, because as Karen says, they create this sort of cavity, almost air cavity, by pushing their hands to the surface of the water, and then in they go. But then it's almost the second phase, which is as important, because the movement underwater breaks up the air bubbles, and the bigger the air bubbles are, the more likely is of getting that sort of second splash. So ideally you want to get those air bubbles as small as possible to avoid any residual splash. There we go, closed my science book. It's the last time I read that.
Where did you find that paper then, Jonathan? Did you just end up down an internet rabbit hole?
That's most definitely it, yeah.
And all of a sudden you find yourself in the world of academia.
We just call it ripping the entry to keep it simple.
Oh dear.
But it is, it's got so much going for it, this sport, hasn't it? The technicality of it, the high tension that wherever you're listening to this maybe is coming across, because the crowd goes completely silent. We have to pretend like we're around the 18th green at Royal Troon. But then the science to it as well, the science of a body movement, the angular motion and the extension of the athletes' bodies, and then, as I say, the underwater activity as well to minimise the splash. In contrast, we see quite a lot of splash from the Italian, who started the competition well, Sara Giordone Di Maria, and she's been marked down quite severely on her third dive, Karen. So having been, where was she? She was 6th after the second round of dives, just behind Spendolini Siriex. That might push her down a bit.
Yeah, she couldn't save that dive on entry, and was she's spinning, over-rotating, couldn't get her legs up into a upright position, so the splash was huge on that one.
Right, this is crucial in the shakedown, because Gabriela Agundez Garcia from Mexico is the diver just ahead of Spendolini Siriex after the last round. She's performed really well, particularly in that second round of dives, where she was the second best out of the 12. Spendolini Siriex, in contrast, was the 11th best in terms of the judges' scores. So can Mexico deliver again with their younger athlete, 24, Gabriela, top of the board, preparing for another inward dive, really taking her time, focusing on the job in hand, and in she goes with those forward somersaults between her body and the board. Precision work from the Mexican. And where's she going on the standings? She is going top of the standings, but marked 6.5s and 7s, Karen.
Yeah, I've seen her do that dive better as well. It was, again, didn't quite get the entry right. It was not quite out into full position, and she was going over and over rotating, so right at the end, again, just that difference between the best divers. And it's the consistency, because she can do that dive better, but it's the consistency of doing it over and over again for all 5 dives in a major championship and through the rounds.
Yeah. And being in the final.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
The pressure.
It's not been a medal-laden day so far for Britain. No individual medals in the show jumping. So there was nothing there. There is a possibility of a medal in the men's dinghy. That's the men's ILCA, formerly known as the laser. So you may have heard us talk about the laser at previous Olympics. Well, Mickey Beckett goes in that. Currently in 4th, with a possibility of getting a bronze. So we'll keep an eye on that later on in the athletics. 2 big races, really, as far as the Brits are concerned, with Josh Kerr in the men's 1,500 metres. And we'll also be keeping an eye on Dina Asher-Smith and Daryl Neater, who go in the women's 200 metres. Boxing starting to get serious. Lewis Richardson in the men's lightweight semi-final this evening, and in the women's lightweight we're at the final stage. Ireland's Kelly Harrington will be in that, and a little bit later we will go to the velodrome. Alistair Bruce Paul and Victoria Pendleton. We've got the men's team pursuit, team sprint there. The Dutch are favourites for that.
And for those boxing bouts, as Bunksy said the other day, it's off to the fancy tennis place, because today is the first day of boxing at Roland Garros, and can't wait to see what that looks like later on tonight for Lewis Richardson and Kelly Harrington. Right, Ellie Cole next for Australia. She was 6th, so 1 place behind Andrea Spendolini after the second round of dives. She's 17. Australia have a rich history, really, in this event, Karen, but she is the future.
Yeah, absolutely. And with her teammate, Melissa Wu, they make a good partnership. To have that experience of a teammate who's in her 5th Olympic Games coming into a final with you, I think would give her great confidence. And she can. She said that Melissa Wu is an athlete that she's followed and looked up to, and a real childhood hero of her. So special to be competing alongside her in this final.
Arm stand dive for Ellie Cole, and it's just incredible to me, considering how much we talk about pressure in sport. When you see them there on their handstand, there's no part of their body shaking at all. I mean, I know they've trained for this moment, but you know, if pressure in sport is a thing, you would feel like you could see some sign of it in a discipline like this, wouldn't you?
You absolutely can't hide in an arm stand dive, of course, and I think that's part of the reason why they put in an age limit into diving, because previously there wasn't. I remember 12-year-olds diving at the World Championships, and it just felt wrong in some respects. So 14 is still, of course, very young, but it's better than 12.
It's been a disappointing tournament so far, competition so far, for the Mexican team flag bearer Alejandra Orozoloza, and here she goes, down in 10th out of 12 after the second round. If she wants to be in medal contention, she has to deliver here. The inward dive, somersaults, slight shake of the head from Karen Pickering alongside me.
No, not quite going to plan on the dives. They're not bad. They're not going crazy. It's just not quite finishing them off. So 7.5s and 7s for that one. That's been sort of the story of the final so far for her.
So at this stage, 3rd dive out of 5, you want to be getting, to be in medal contention, what do you want to be getting?
Yeah, I mean, they need to be the 8.5.
8.5.
Need to be looking at 8.5. And of course,
9 if possible.
The chances are that someone is going to fail on one dive, and the athletes are waiting to pounce for that to happen. That little group behind the 2 Chinese athletes are ready for that, and Kim Mi-rae, one of them.
Yes, will that moment be now? Kim Mi-rae from North Korea, 3rd in bronze medal position after the first 2 rounds of dives, but her first dive was significantly better than her second. Here comes her 3rd. Spendolini waits patiently on the staircase leading up to this 10-metre platform. It's a back dive. And the North Korean coach is applauding enthusiastically by the side of the pool. 7.5s and 8s though. Again, it's a shake of the head from Karen.
She just didn't quite get out of her dive there. She was still rotating out, didn't get into the upright position. So that's where she lost points on that.
It's enough to take her top as things stand, but this perhaps is the window of opportunity for Andrea Spendolini-Siriex. There is a chance for Andrea to go from 5th to 3rd if she can perform this 3rd dive impressively. It's a forward 3.5 somersault dive with a 3.0 degree of difficulty. And it starts with the run-up, a little skip to the end of the board. And there she goes, 1, 2, 3, 3.5. Oh, and now a nervous wait. There is applause from Alex, her coach, but it's not as enthusiastic as the Koreans' applause. And up it comes, 7.5s. And it's going to leave her in joint 4th. And was that the chance? Was that the opportunity? It's going to come down to the last 2 dives, of course, but the window was ajar, Karen, and you don't
not.
feel like she's quite got through it.
She's just not diving quite as well as she did in the semi-finals, which is so hard because you know she's capable of it and she's proved it. But you know, it all goes back to zero for the final. Everything you've done in the prelims, the semis, it all goes back to zero, and you have to go through the process all again.
But it is tight. Only 6 marks between Spenderlini-Siriax and Ellie Cole, who are in joint 4th position, and the Mexican Agunda Garcia, who is currently in the bronze medal position, the Canadian and the North Korean ahead of her. So we do have the 2 Chinese to come, so we'll need to see their scores before we're able to deliver the scores in full for the end of the 3rd round. The women's 10-metre platform final here inside the Aquatic Centre in Saint-Denis, Paris. Jen Yusi, the 18-year-old, silver medal position, and that's not going to change. She's going to pull clear in 2nd in the competition, and the 2 Chinese, I mean, they could almost get to this position where they take the final round off, because there's 9s from Chen. And imagine being that good and yet having a friend who's even better.
That was a lovely, lovely dive, and we've waited for that. She's been slightly off in the first 2 rounds compared to what we are used to seeing Chen do, but there she is back. She's very, very strapped up at these Olympic Games. Her back, shoulders, almost every part of her body is strapped up. So perhaps holding her back a little bit, but that was the Chen we've seen before.
She's still a full 30 points clear of Kim, the North Korean, who will end this round of dives in the bronze medal position. But the bad news for Spenderlini-Siriax is she's got the Canadian, the Mexican ahead of her, and she's joint on the scoreboard with Ellie Cole of Australia, and they're going to be joint 6th at the end of this round of dives, because unless something extraordinary happens, Kwang Hon Chan, the defending Olympic champion and world champion at this event from Doha earlier in the year, is going to be top of the pile after 3 of the 5 dives. It's an arm stand dive for her now. She looks out, she stretches high, and the twists are there. There's a bit more splash than we're used to seeing, but the judges will still score that highly, I'm sure.
Yep, not quite as good there from Kwan, and 8. She won't have had many of those in her diving career, but it's still enough to keep her ahead.
But it is, Karen, but only by 1.6 points from Chen, her compatriot. So Chen Yusi now has a wonderful opportunity to potentially edge ahead over the last 2 rounds. But they're well clear. North Korea in the bronze medal position, and then the Canadian Kaylee Mackay, who really delivered in that 3rd round. She's in 4th. The Mexican Agunda Garcia in 5th. Cole and Spenderlini-Siriax level in 6th mark.
You would imagine that's going to be quite a difficult back gap to close, given the number of people that are ahead of her. You know, we talk about 1 mistake opening the door, but she's going to need 3 or 4 mistakes, isn't she, from others?
Yes, she is, and the final round can do that. These ladies will all know that now they are diving for that bronze medal, but of course Andrea is going to be the last one of those to go, so almost a bit of pressure, more pressure on her. The 2 Chinese divers, they have flip-flopped all sorts of the last few years of who's winning, and in the World Cups they've been switching golds and silvers, and you can see why.
Yeah, you absolutely can. So we're on to 4th round of 5. Let's go to Conor McNamara watching the skateboarding.
And good news for Sky Brown, who has qualified for the Olympic final once again in the women's park skateboarding. Her opening run scored 84.75. That was good enough to book her place amongst the 8 riders who will compete in that final later on this afternoon. Brown, who is the bronze medal winner in Tokyo. She's clearly nursing an injured shoulder, dislocated just 8 days ago. And on her 3rd and final run of the preliminaries, Sky Brown did land hard on her left side. She was seen nursing that shoulder and her wrist as well as she walked off. We'll wait to see how much that affects her in the final. And sadly, not such good news for Lola Tambling, who is the 16-year-old from Cornwall. She finished 15th best in the preliminaries. That is not good enough to go through to the final.
Conor, thank you very much. We'll bring you the final a little bit later on. Sarah Orchard watching the hockey.
Yeah, all over in the first men's semi-final, and it is the Dutch that have beat the Spanish 4-0, and that means the Netherlands, it'll be their 7th appearance in an Olympic gold medal match. That's their first since 2012, where they'll hope to win their 3rd gold medal. Who they're going to meet, though, will be Germany against India. That comes up at 6 o'clock.
India, of course, who beat Great Britain's men in the quarterfinals on a shootout. So we're into round 4 of 5, and if memory serves me right, Jonathan, this is where you're talking that Andrea Spendolini-Syriax's 4th dive is her easiest when it comes to difficulty rating.
It's the lowest degree of difficulty at 2.8. So what that means is she has to get 9s, let's be honest about it. She's got to really deliver on this next dive to get herself back up from 6th into medal contention. It's not out of the question because things are very tight on the leaderboard from 3rd downwards. But of course, as every round ticks by, those opportunities to close the gap decrease. And at the moment, Kaylee Mackay from Canada is delivering. But Melissa Wu from Australia has just gone, and she is down the pack. She will not be in contention. The Italian has just gone. She started the competition very well, but then had a poor 3rd dive, which pushed her right down. And you see that when you look at the classifications, Mark, for each round. Spendolini-Syriax, for example, was 4th best in the first round, but then 11th best, 11th out of 12 in the second round, 8th best in the 3rd round. Costly. And the resilience required as an athlete to get over that mid-competition disappointment to then perform. She probably needs her best ever dives in the next 2 rounds. If she can do that, what a performance it would be.
And that's the psychology that these athletes have to go through. They have to very quickly park whatever, whether it's been good or bad, they have to park it quickly and get on to the next dive. And that's a skill in itself that different sports people have. Golf, of course, if you have a bad shot, you have to forget it, move on. Tennis, the same. Some sports, swimming, we have a lot longer to dwell on it.
You do, don't you?
It's a very different skill.
Yeah, very, very. And here you're dwelling on it 10 metres up in the air whilst facing backwards.
And rotating at serious speed and hitting that water at about 30?
Yeah.
30 k's an hour. So Gabriela Agundez Garcia is next for Mexico, who was 5th, ahead of Spendolini-Syriax in the last round. Well, that was an arm stand dive with 3 somersaults backwards, and it takes her to the top of the leaderboard, but 6.5s and 7s on the board. So as the degrees of difficulty get higher, you would expect the out of 10 marks to be slightly lower, but then they get multiplied by the degree of difficulty.
The possibility of mistakes grow. There's only 4 divers who are doing the 3.3 degree of difficulty that we saw, and Kaylee Mackay is one of them. So of course you've got the possibility of the multiplication getting the points up, but it also more chances that something could go wrong.
And after this round of dives, Karen, we can start discounting people, really, can't we? I mean, the Dutch athlete is not going to be contending for medals, nor is Melissa Wu. She's 11th out of 12, and the Italian remains in 10th position. So after her decent start, we can pretty much say that she's out of it. The Japanese diver, Matsuri Arai, has just gone. And she was where is she after the last round? She was 9th, and she has scored well on that dive, 8. So that has taken her above some of her rivals, but behind the Mexican.
Yeah, that was again much like Andrea. That was a lower degree of difficulty for that dive that she chose to do on her penultimate.
So here is one of Andrea Spendolini's key rivals, Kaylee Mackay from Canada, born in a city with an Olympic past, Calgary, and bronze at the World Championships last year. Highly talented diver, and she's really performing well in this final. It's a back 3.5 somersault dive, and that looked good. Her impressive sequence continues. She is in with a shout of a medal.
Yeah, that was good. There was a good degree of difficulty, obviously the highest, and she got 7.5s and 8, so that would be good points for her on that one.
And it does take her above Agundez Garcia, the Mexican, top of the leaderboard as things stand. So Ellie Cole from Australia to come, the second Mexican. And then it gets really interesting with the North Korean, the British #1 Spendolini-Syriax, and the two Chinese. Penultimate round of dives in this Olympic women's 10-metre platform final. The medals will be won inside the next 10 minutes or so. Ellie Cole, reverse 2.5 somersault dive. So what do you think, Karen?
She was late coming out of that dive, but got herself into a good position and a nice entry.
Yeah, she pulled it back, didn't she? And 8, she'll be reasonably happy with that, but it's not as good as Kaylee Mackay. And she's also behind Gabriela Agundez Garcia. Oh, it's high tension, isn't it? And almost this idea of the top two, the Chinese, being so clear at the top. I mean, I don't know how it makes you guys feel, but it sort of adds to the tension for me, knowing there's basically only one medal to be won by the rest of the world.
Yeah, absolutely. And these ladies all know that going through their penultimate and into the final round, of course.
And the other thing to remember, of course, is that within this arena, there are a lot of Chinese fans. So the tension will be ratcheted there because they've basically got two athletes within a point of each other who are going for gold and silver. So you've got the tension with the battle for gold and silver within the arena and the Chinese fans, and then you've got the tension with the battle of 3 or 4 of them going for the bronze.
And China so dominant. I think it's 47 Olympic medals since 1984, Olympic gold, since 1984. They have dominated diving in a really extraordinary way, and the conveyor belt of divers that they have coming through and at such a young age.
Right, only 4 to go in this round. Kim of North Korea, Spendelini Siriex of Britain, and then the two Chinese, Chen and Quan. And there is a chance, I would say, if Spendelini Siriex delivers in this dive, that she could move above the Mexican. But Kaylee Mackay is looking dangerous. She has really delivered today. And even were Spendelini Siriex to finish above the North Korean, she is going to have a battle on her hands to finish above Kaylee Mackay today. Here is the North Korean, Kim Mi-rae. Inward, 3.5 somersault dive. So again, diving between her body and the board after takeoff. And that looks good.
Yeah, nice dive from Kim Mi-rae. She's been pretty consistent through this final. 8. And obviously quite a high degree of difficulty there for her, which will bring her points up.
It's enough to take her above Kaylee Mackay. So now Andrea Spendelini Siriex with her reverse 2.5 somersault dive. This needs to be as good as she has ever done it. It's not her final dive, but if she's to have a shout of a medal, has to work her way up the leaderboard with the next few seconds. The Olympic dream right here. There she goes. It's a lovely takeoff, slight over rotation on entry.
Yep. Again, with these dives, there's just no room for error, trying to get as high points as possible. 7, 7.5. And lower again than she scored.
Yep.
In the semi-final.
It's the 7th best so far, so it's going wrong for Andrea Spendelini Siriex. She's won a bronze already at these games in the synchro event on the 10-metre platform with Lois Tolson, but it's hard to see now because she's going to be in 7th position after this round. It's hard to see how she goes from 7th to bronze in the final round. It's possible, of course it is. Anything can happen in diving. But there are so many athletes seemingly on the top of their game today.
Absolutely, and it's not only the Chinese, is it, but a couple of the others, Karen, have come out here and they have delivered.
They have. They came out fighting, and that is diving. It's about the consistency of being able to produce the dives. You know, mistakes happen, of course, but we've seen the divers come out and not make mistakes. They've been diving superb, and where Andrea had a fantastic semi-final, she hasn't replicated that yet.
The roar for the first Chinese, Chen Yuxi, and she gets 9s, and there's a 9.5 in there as well. And we mentioned after the last round how close she was to her teammate in gold and silver positions. So the pressure is on Quan Hongchang now, the defending champion, because a total of 89.1 for that dive from Chen. So this has got to be good. This has got to be as good from the athlete currently on top of the leaderboard, Kwang Hong Chan. Otherwise, we could have something of a surprise and a switching of places from these two Chinese athletes.
Chen has really stepped up in the last two dives. Just putting that extra pressure on now can make a difference.
Kwang Hong Chan taking her time. Very, very calm, very precise with the preparation. It's a back 3.5 somersault dive with a very high degree of difficulty, facing her with her back to the pool and rotating backwards. It's astonishing. I mean, it's hard enough to rotate forwards, but now imagine rotating backwards 3.5 times. And it's a whirlwind as she enters the pool and bows to the crowd. 9s and 9.5s. And Kwang Hong Chan leads the way after the penultimate round of dives. She's in the gold medal position. Chen Yuxi, her teammate, in the silver medal position. Kim of North Korea in the bronze, hotly pursued by Kaylee Mackay from Canada in 4th position. I would say it's those two for bronze. Agundeth Garcia of Mexico in 5th, Cole of Australia in 6th, and Spendelini Syriac in a disappointing by her high standards, 7th place.
That final dive then from Kwang Hong Chan, you sort of give a little laugh and just sort of shook your head in disbelief, really.
Well, it was one of those, her teammate put the pressure on. It could have had an impact. It absolutely didn't. I mean, she just came out and I went, see your pressure. This is what I do with a bit of pressure. I see your dive and I raise it.
I'm trying to work out, because the divers stay at the bottom of the steps until the diver ahead of them is executed. As soon as they do execute, they do walk up the steps. So I'm not sure they've got that much idea, have they, of what has gone immediately before them. They certainly don't see it, and I'm not sure they see the scores, actually.
Some of the divers choose not to look at the scores, and Tom and Noah talked about that. Tom loves doing the maths. He wants to know where he is. He's doing the maths all the way through. He needs to know, whereas Noah, not interested, just concentrates on his dive, doesn't know where he is. So very much a choice for the athlete.
And I think Tom was saying that back in the day, though, when he started, he wouldn't want to look. And it's only recently that he probably does it more and he does all the calculations. But there is a way, isn't there, if you don't want to, such is the way the arena is designed. It is possible, apart from the loudspeaker, it is possible. No, but I don't think you can see those giant scoreboards. I mean, you can look at one, I suppose, but you could avoid it. If
you want to, absolutely you can, because these athletes are able to switch off. They're visualising what they're about to do. They're very focused. You can see it before they go up the steps. They're fully focused in what they're about to do. They're in their own world.
There are only 2 giant scoreboards. It's a bit like whenever you talk to a golfer and go, do you look at the scoreboard? No, I try not to. Don't look. I'm like, there are scoreboards on virtually every hole at the Open, every other hole at the Masters. It must be virtually impossible if you're playing or competing to avoid scoreboards.
Really?
Yeah.
Don't look.
No, well,
you
just spend 5 hours walking with your head down, I suppose, around a golf course. But anyhow, John.
Well, I think they know as well, don't they? They do these dives so many times in training and in competition. They know instinctively how good they are. So even if you weren't looking at the board, Andrea down there will know that it's going to be tough from here.
Yeah, well, it's tiny margins and they're waiting to see, with the difference between a few points. But they'll know roughly whether they've got 7.5s or 9s, 9.5s, of course.
Noah Williams, who you mentioned, will be in action in the men's 10-metre final. That will be on Saturday, qualification permitting, of course. Kyle Kathari is also in that event for Great Britain. Yasmin Harper, who won bronze with Scarlett Mew Jensen, who joined us earlier. She's in the women's 3-metre springboard with Grace Reed and Jack Law and Jordan Holden. We saw them today in the preliminary round of the men's 3-metre springboard, and they qualified for the semi-finals 3rd and 4th, which was impressive, particularly for Holden on his Olympic debut. Law, of course, has seen it all before. So we're up to the Italian now, this final round of dives, 3rd of the 12 athletes, and the Italian started the competition strongly in 5th position, but as the rounds have gone on, her score has, sadly for her, got lower and lower, and that must be so demoralising.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for some it's that can't put to bed one one dive that hasn't gone quite right, can't park it, and then the little niggles start to come in, things start to go wrong. So much of sport is mental strength. Of course, all the skills you practice over and over again, there's very little difference between what the top athletes in many sports can do, but the mental ability and the mental strength and the consistency is what separates.
Just to remind you what happened in the skateboard prelims a little earlier, Conor McNamara was bringing us that. Sky Brown has qualified. She finished fourth. Yeah, she had to finish in the top 8 to qualify, so she finished fourth. She did fall on her last run, though, and did look to be holding her shoulder, which she only dislocated 8 days ago, and will get properly treated once the Olympics are over. Lola Tambling, the 16-year-old from Cornwall, a very creditable 15th this afternoon. But Sky Brown is into the final at the skate park. Boxing finals and semi-finals to come, of course. Lewis Richardson in the men's lightweight, that's a semi-final. Kelly Harrington, Ireland's big hope, goes in the women's lightweight a little bit later on as well.
Mark, that was Gabriela Agundez-Garcia, who's just gone, one of the divers ahead of Spendolini Siriex. So from a British point of view, if we're looking to tick off the rivals, what do you think, Karen? How was the Mexicans' final dive?
That wasn't the best, again, that I've seen her do. And I think on Andrea's best day, she would be looking at that score thinking that was well within her grasp.
7.5s across the board for Agundez-Garcia. So as things stand, she leads the way. But the high-scoring divers, of course, come towards the latter end of this competition. Although Kaylee Mackay from Canada is on the staircase leading to the platform, because she's the diver after next, so that will be absolutely key. All the other divers will be following Kaylee Mackay. Can she keep up her exceptional standard in this competition? Next up, it is Matsuri Arai from Japan, who was 9th after the previous round of dives, so unlikely that she will be getting into contention. Back 2.5 somersault dive with 1.5 twists. A whirl, a frenzy of acrobatic activity, and into the pool she goes, and that completes her final, her second Olympic Games after debut at her home games in Tokyo.
Yeah, not the best final dive for Arai Matsuri, but she's had a solid final.
Kaylee Mackay then, as we wait for the Japanese scores. It's only 5.5s, 6s, so she'll be well down. But now Kaylee Mackay, 6th in the order, so only qualifying for this final as the 7th best. But she has a chance of bronze for Canada. And the maple leaf is flying directly on the other side of the arena. I can see a few, in fact. Excellent support for the 25-year-old from Calgary. It's a back dive with twists. The twists are there. It's a brilliant dive. Kaylee Mackay, we applaud you for your Olympic Games. What a performance in the final. There will be a slight longer wait for the scores in this final round. Mark was saying how quickly they come out. Well, they do drag out the tension in the final round, but that might be good enough for a medal for Canada. The Korean, of course, will have something to say about that, Karen, but how well has she dived today?
She's been superb from the off, and that's the beauty of it not counting in the prelims and the semis. You start from 0, and she's just made that work for her. 8s for her there.
And it puts her, bear in mind we are assuming that the Chinese win gold and silver, so we'll look at the battle for bronze. That puts her over 100 points ahead of Andrea Spindolini Siriex before Andrea's final dance. So final dive.
The medal's gone. No, there's no chance from here, sadly. But congratulations to Kaylee Mackay. She now has a very nervous wait to see how many of the divers following her can overtake her. Ellie Cole, the 17-year-old from Sydney, Australia, next. The back dive with twists, and the rotation is acrobatic, but a fair amount of splash on entry.
Yeah, that wasn't not the best final dive there from Ellie Cole, but just 17 years of age, a great experience for her making this final. But Kaylee McKay, bronze medalist at World Championships previously. I think it must be like golf, where if you got your score and you're in the clubhouse, it's the best place to be.
Absolutely, 100%. I think if you are there as a diver, bear in mind you're not in a clubhouse, you're in a hot tub.
Even better. Maybe they should bring that in golf.
Just a nice little hot tub outside the clubhouse by the putting green, where you could just wait to see everybody else come in.
Yeah.
God, I could have done with a hot tub in Troon on that Saturday afternoon. Anyhow, where are we up to?
And just by comparison, Kaylee McKay's score in the semi-final, her total score was 308.85. Her total score here in the final, 364.5. I mean, that's a huge leap. Next up, it is the Mexican flag bearer from the opening ceremony, Alejandra Arrozo-Loza. 6th in Tokyo. She's 27, brings a lot of experience into this final, but the splash is pretty immense there, and actually the bubbles fly high up to the 5-metre platform. Yeah. And I think she'll be a little disappointed with her performance on the day in this final.
Yeah, that wasn't a great final dive there from Alejandra, and disappointing to finish on a dive like that for her.
So 4 to go. Kim Mi-rae of North Korea. The Mexican, who we've just seen, is well down the field. Her teammate, Agunda Garcia, currently in 2nd place, so obviously still with a chance of a medal, but realistically the two Chinese are going above, and it's Kaylee McKay who now has the nervous weight, because this is the athlete who could go above her. Kim Mi-rae from North Korea, who has been in the bronze medal position throughout the competition. This is not the time for her to slip up and lose that 3rd place. Immense pressure, with Spendalini Syriacs to come next, waiting on the stairs. Kim Mi-rae with her back 2.5 somersault dive with 1.5 twists. The twists come first, then the somersaults. It's an excellent dive, and the North Korean coach is one of the more enthusiastic down there, and she's punching the air. That could be enough to take Kim above McKay of Canada into bronze. We have to wait, Karen.
Yeah, that was a great finish, final dive for her there. And Kaylee McKay, she knows it. She was watching, looking a little subdued. We'll be waiting to see what the points come round, but she knows it will be close.
7.5 and 8. It is enough to take her above Canada. So 3 divers to go. Andrea Spendalini Syriacs needs something extraordinary here. She needs a 100-point dive. Well, she needs a 115-point dive, and that's not going to happen. But good luck, Andrea. 2nd Olympic Games with a bronze medal already won here in Paris this fortnight in the synchro with Lois Tolson. And make no mistake, she will be back in Los Angeles. She will be 23. She will have 2 games behind her. She will be a contender for sure. Back 2.5 somersault dive with 1.5 twists. 3.2 degree of difficulties. It's an excellent dive. It's arguably her best of the competition. It will score highly, but it won't score highly enough to get her into medal contention.
That was a lovely, lovely final dive there, and that was class from Andrea, because it's been a difficult group of dives for her. She wasn't diving as well as she had in the semi-finals. She'll be really upset and disappointed. We can see some tears are coming now. But to step up in the final dive and produce the best one that she has this evening just shows the class of that lady.
Yeah, brilliant dive, 81.6, and I think the tears from Andrea Spendalini Syriacs are a realisation that was the sort of dive she was expecting across the competition. It leaves her with a total of 347 points, which is down on her semi-final performance. She's in 4th position as things stand, with 2 more divers to come, and it is the 2 Chinese, the world champion and the Olympic champion, Kwan Hongchan. But first of all, the former double world champion, Chen Yuxi, who won the silver in Tokyo. Will it be silver once more? She spins, she rotates, The dive is not as good as it had to be to overtake her teammate, and in all probability that will be silver for Chen Yuxi.
Yeah, it wasn't as good as her penultimate dive there, but still it will score pretty high. But she was over-rotating right at the end, so not the beautiful vertical entry we've seen her do on the previous dive.
Well, it's quite a collection of medals and prizes, isn't it? So young into a career. Chen, only 18 years of age. Amazingly, the elder of the two, because here is the 17-year-old reigning Olympic champion, Kwang Hong-chan, who can round off this competition, in her mind, with a perfect dive, with perfect tens. That's what she'll be after, and she prepares for a gold medal dive. Her teammate is, what is she, 76 points ahead of her as things stand, but she can score 90s. She's that good. Only needs to score in the 80s to get the gold medal. It's not going to be a medal for Great Britain for the first time here in the Aquatic Centre at the diving. 4 out of 4 in the synchro events, but not to be for Spendolini Syriacs. What about Kwang Hong-chan? There she goes, cascading into the pool. So little splash. The Chinese flags are flying. It will be a Chinese 1-2 again. And it will be Kwang Hong-chan, almost certainly, who will leave with the gold medal.
Well, yeah, again, not her best dive that she's done in this group of 5 dives, but the athleticism of these athletes, rotating through the air, the power as they jump off the platform and then hit the water. It has been so extraordinary to watch them delivering these dives over and over again.
Chen, her teammate, is applauding. 8.5. She is top of the board. She is the gold medal winner, not by much. It was a close competition, only 5 points in it in the end. But Kwang, the 17-year-old, remarkable, double Olympic champion at 17. Almost unthinkable. And China mop up once more. Gold and silver in Rio, gold and silver in Tokyo. It will be the North Korean Kim Mei-rae with the bronze. Kaylee Mackay edged out after her brilliant performance in 4th. Agundez Garcia for Mexico in 5th. And Andrea Spendolini Syriacs for Great Britain. We applaud you. You've improved on your Tokyo result of 7th. You finished 6th. And in LA, in 4 years' time, go for it. Because with those extra 4 years of experience, we look forward to seeing on the podium then, but not to be today, Mark Chapman.
Although the gold medalist will only be 21 by the time, which is just frightening.
It is frightening. I mean, 2-time Olympic champion at 17 is really extraordinary, and the sport it's a brutal sport. They're hitting the water so hard. You can see how strapped up they are, what it does to their body. So, and at such a young age when their bodies are still growing, it is so tough that she's come back 3 years later and done it again. I have to say that the points-wise, I am relieved that the bronze medal was won in higher points than Andrea Spendolini Syriacs did in the semi-final, because that would have been really, really tough for her. But she will have known that bronze medal, the points there, she was capable of getting.
She has just run down the middle of this aquatic centre. There's a little platform that separates the diving area from the pool where they do the artistic swimming, and they also do water polo. So she's just run down there. I don't know if her dad or some of her family are down in that little section. It's difficult to see from our position. I mean, as far as both Chinese divers are concerned, one, they pushed each other, didn't they, Karen? Because that margin at the end was not that big.
Less than 5 points.
Less than 5 points. And from the gold medalist point of view, from Kwang Hong-chan's point of view, by doing a 90 with her very first dive, gave her the buffer, didn't it?
Yeah, it was
really?
almost the mic drop right there, wasn't it? I mean, to come out and do that in the Olympic final really says something. But Chen clawed her way back. She had a good set of dives. She was clawing her way back to really put her teammate under pressure, and but these ladies, they have one wins the gold, one wins the silver. They swap it around. On any given day, it's one or the other. They're both very, very consistent. When one of them does a dive that's not quite as good, we're talking still better than anyone else in the pool. But Andrea, her final dive, to me, that said so much about her. That was her best dive of her entire competition here in Paris, from prelims through to finals. And to do it at the end, to close out that way, I think was probably really important. She knows she can do it, and frustrating as it is, it's in there.
And we didn't actually give the final score for that final dive, Karen. It was 81.6, the same as the two Chinese, just to illustrate that point. So she was joint first in the final round of dives, but 11th after round 2, 8th after round 3, 9th after round 4.
It was a steady start on the opening one. It was the second that then left her playing catch up, really.
Yeah, and there are divers, like I said, there are so many of them that were capable and waiting to pounce, and you saw how close it was for the bronze medal between Kim Ray and Kaylee McKay. Just 5 points between those two divers as well, right at the end. So there's just no room for error, and with it only being 5 dives as well, there's no time to claw those points back.
She was upset at the end, wasn't she?
She was very upset. After her final dive, which was superb, she ran straight to her coach and was crying. She knew.
He was applauding.
Yeah, I mean, It was a fantastic dive. It was absolutely right to applaud. But she knew she could have done that the whole way through. And that hurts, but that is sport, isn't it? It's delivering it on a certain day at a certain time. Instead of last night, it needed to be this afternoon.
Other medal opportunities to come this evening in the athletics. Men's 1500 metres, Josh Kerr in that. Women's 200 metres, Dina Asher-Smith and Daryl Neater in that. Got the men's team sprint later as well. The Dutch are the overwhelming favourites for that. Britain's men may get a medal in the velodrome. And then in the boxing, Team GB light middleweight boxer Lewis Richardson faces the Mexican Marco Alvarez this evening. That's in the 71 kilo semi-final. He's been chatting to Steve Bunce.
A big part of my sort of mindset over the last year or so is to be enjoying the journey a little bit more. We're in massively high pressure situations in amateur boxing where you've got 3-minute rounds to execute a game plan the best you can when you've got someone trying to knock you out. It really don't get much more difficult than that. So I know that the hard work's been done in regards to back in the gym. I'm one of the hardest working people in the gym. I live the life of an athlete, of a boxer, and I know that everything's put me in a great place to be here. So when I do get in that ring, and I think the whole world, especially Great Britain, have seen that in my performances so far at these games, that I'm out there having fun, I'm enjoying myself, and I just literally feel like I'm living my dream right at this moment. And it's such a special feeling because my aspirations as a kid growing up was not necessarily even to be a boxer in the Olympics, but just the Olympic Games. There's something so special about it. And I walked into that boxing gym when I was 12, 13 years old, and here we are now 12, 13 years later, boxing in the Olympic Games, as you say, in the semi-finals. So yeah, magical moments.
And you're in the semi-finals at Roland Garros. It's Fantasyland, Lewis.
Just keep saying that, just keep repeating it. Listen, I've said it to so many people, like especially my close loved ones, and that is, I just feel like this year in particular is just the gift that keeps on giving, and I think that's testament, on reflection, is testament to the hard work and discipline and everything I've showed over the years to come through the adversity and things like that. But I'm just feel so grateful and so happy, and my heart feels full at the moment. And I'm nervous. I'm excited for tomorrow, but yeah, I've got a real overriding feeling of excitement rather than nerves, because I know what I'm capable of doing, and I certainly believe I'm capable of going all the way. So yeah, it's exciting.
Lewis Richardson talking to Steve Bunce. Steve with us now, as is Lewis's boxing coach Johnny Griffin. Afternoon, Johnny.
Hello, mate. You all right?
Yeah, good, thank you. What have you made of him so far?
Nothing surprised me with him at all. I mean, I'm looking at him winning gold. It doesn't surprise me in the slightest.
It must be a relief to hear him say how much he's enjoying himself.
Yeah, well, it is, because he's always had a lot of pressure on his shoulders. A lot of that is self-induced, I must say, but there's always been a lot of pressure on him, and he hasn't really shown his full potential in his competition, no matter what he's won, because he has, I think, been so nervous. But he seems to be really lapping this up and enjoying it at the moment.
Well, we've talked about it before, Steve, haven't we? You can be nervous as an individual for your own personal aims and goals and what you're wanting to achieve there, but through the nature of what's happened at these Olympics, he's probably slightly nervous because he's got British boxing on his back as well.
You know what, Chappers, when he got in the ring that day after the 5 British boxers had lost, and he was the last of the 6, let's get that absolutely right. He'd only qualified for the Olympics 6 or 7 weeks earlier, and I spoke to him on that day and he was calm, and I spoke to him after that first contest, which was 3-2. He clearly won it, but it was 3-2, so it was a bit jittery because 4 of the team had gone out 3-2. I spoke to him 6-7 minutes later and he was calm, absolutely calm, and I'm intrigued. I have a feeling, and Johnny will tell us if this is true or not, I have a feeling this kid is unshakable, that he's always calm. Don't worry, he understands how big the occasion is, but he's just calm. There's ice in his veins, Chappers.
Johnny?
Yeah, mate, he is the ultimate professional, you know, even from as a kid all the way through. He's always been like that, and yeah, nerves or not, I think he's definitely going to go all the way here. I can see him getting gold without no surprise.
Do you think it helps, Johnny, as well, that he already knows that he has a medal? And that must help. I mean, me and Steve were at the judo together. Doesn't happen that way in the judo. Just because you lose a semi-final doesn't mean you're going to get a bronze. So do you think it helps that he knows he's got a medal?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think, yeah, knowing that you've already on that podium at some point is a major help in relaxing a bit more.
That moment, Chappers, when he stepped into the ring for that first contest against a guy that was meant to be a Serbian, but he was a Russian, and he was an unbeaten professional boxer, one of those kind of murky loopholes that are allowed inside the boxing, and he boxed so calmly, Lewis. He just enjoyed himself. He was so relaxed, and there was so much pressure on him. I mean, I'm talking about vultures were hovering above GB boxing at that point, and that kid went out. He had a cultured Colchester Southpaw, as I dubbed him, and he boxed like an absolute dream. 9 minutes later, he came back, he winked at me, he said, "Job done, let's move on." I like that. I say ice in the veins is the right expression.
We were talking to Jenny Meadows earlier, who coaches Keely Hodgkinson and was in the arena last night as Keely got gold. And she said she felt very calm and very cool watching that. Are you going to be cool watching Lewis, Johnny?
You know what? First round always worries me. There's a little bit of a slow start. That's always worried me. But I can still chill out. Once he's got the first round out of the way, I'm sort of like relaxed then, because I know he can go and do the business.
Johnny, thank you very much for coming on. Johnny Griffin, who coaches Lewis. How confident are you, Steve?
You know what, Chappers? He's fighting a Mexican who's been one of the standout boxers in this tournament. The kid's got promoters, hovering over him. He's got all sorts of agents backstage. But at the end of the day, Lewis can beat him. It's that simple. Lewis has got the pedigree. He may have qualified late. That's because he had 366 days out, Chappers. I think he's going to pull it off. I think he's going to be in the final. I think we're going to have a little Essex party in some bistro somewhere near the Roland Garros tonight. That's my tip. And we're going to have another one on Friday night when the finals take place.
So you've got Lewis Richardson there. You've also got Cindy Ngamba, who's fighting for the refugee team. She has trained in Britain, hasn't got a British passport. Steve has been talking to the performance team leader of GB Boxing, Rob McCracken, about them both.
If you look at the way Lewis and Cindy have boxed, there's no doubt about it. They're in with a chance of winning the semi-finals and moving forward to the finals. Technically, they've got it right. Physically, they've got it right. Change of styles again. Lewis with the Mexican, Cindy with Panama. Very different. Obviously, we're working on it over the days that we've got, and obviously we'll get the briefing spot on the morning and agree it with the boxers. They understand it, they're experienced, but yeah, really, really good times, and looking forward to the semi-finals, and we're certainly in with the shout in both.
And we're in a big venue, a big, fancy, gorgeous, luscious venue, Roland Garros Tennis Stadium. Be massive crowds. I think both of them will rise to that, especially, and I can see him over there. I think Lewis is going to love that. The idea that it's a packed venue. I think he's a big event fighter, Rob. You know what I mean by that? It's almost like a pro thing. I think you can see him breathing it in.
Yeah, no, he's enjoying every second of it. And, you know, with the weight change, he was a 75-kilo boxer. He decided to drop down to 71 not long before Christmas. And, you know, he's done really well at the weight. The transformation's been brilliant. And he's adapted great. But he's just enjoying every second of it. He's looking forward to it. Same as Cindy. Cindy's enjoying it. The occasion, looking forward to it. But the main thing is they've got to concentrate on performing in the opposition. And the opposition is top class. The Mexican and Panama, so very difficult contest, but what ones that they're looking forward to, we're looking forward to, and let's hopefully get them through to the final where they can contest a silver or a gold medal.
Bunty, as you said a few times during the games, Gamba's one of the stories of Paris 24.
She is. I mean, it's this woman, this young girl that ended up in Bolton, Cameroon, when she was just about 11 years of age. She thought she was going to get citizenship, and then her passport and papers went missing, and then she was tricked into going to an office somewhere in Manchester about 3 years ago, and she was arrested and handcuffed. The GB Boxing helped to get her out. We believed that GB, I'm using the royal we believed that she'd be representing us, GB, at these Olympics. She hasn't, but the first thing she says when she speaks to you after the fight, Chappers, and she always puts her hand on your shoulders, and it's a little bit daunting because, you know, she's a proper athlete, and she says, this is for my GB team. They've saved my life. And then the refugee team. She carried the flag on that tiny little pedalo as it went down the river. It's amazing it even did the calls, for God's sake.
Speaking of flag bearers, I'm going to come on to the Cuban next. There's probably 35 Chinese flags being waved at the moment in this arena as they get ready to start the medal ceremony. Gold and silver for China in the 10-metre platform for women. But we're looking at the big Cuban tonight, who is trying to do something that nobody else has done, the 5th consecutive Olympic gold medal in the same category as an individual.
You know something, Chappers? We've seen some giants, you and I, over the years. We saw Big Teddy Riner not long ago, about the same size as this guy, 6'8" and 300 pounds or whatever. But this guy, Median Lopez, okay, he's going for the 5th gold. He's in rare company. Only 4 people have ever won 4 at the same time. Al Oerter, the discus, Michael Phelps, the 200 metres individual medley, Carl Lewis at a long jump, and a guy called Paul Edstrom in the Finn in the sailing. They won 4. What he's trying to do tonight at about 7:30, Median Lopez, is win his 5th consecutive. This is a Cuban. When he used to get off the plane with his gold medals originally, Castro would greet him at the bottom of the stairs. This is not me top spinning it. This is absolutely true. He'd get off the plane. First hug would be from Teofimo Lopez, triple Olympic medalist. Second hug would be from El Presidente Fidel Castro. This is a guy with the Cuban nation at his heart and soul. Right, absolutely at his heart and soul. And he's facing in the final a guy called Yasmari Acosta, who gave up. He'd had enough of it. He defected from Cuba, went to Chile because he couldn't get past the man they called a terrible one. He couldn't get past Lopez in the pecking order. So he went to Chile. He qualified. He's a mere whippersnapper of 36. Median Lopez is 41. They clashed tonight at 7:30. I've got to be at the boxing, but if there were 2 Steve Bunces, I assure you, one of them would be at the Cuban event there, and the other one would be waiting at the boxing. What a night to be a fan of any sport. Well, certainly sports that are close to my heart, chaps.
I mean, the mind does boggle at the thought of 2 Steve Bunces, doesn't it?
I guess it does. I'm sorry.
I mean,
perhaps I should rein that one back in.
Yeah, let's go back a bit on that. But you are right. You are right about. Thank you for that today. You are right about the Castro link, because I saw a picture of Lopez's trophy shrine, basically all the trophies that he's won in this glittering career, which include 4 Olympic golds, of course. But at the heart of that shrine, with all his trophies and his medals, is a big picture of Fidel Castro. So that is in his house, all his trophies, all his medals, but all surrounding a picture of Castro. The gold medal is just to be presented here to Quan Hong Chan of China, who took gold. There was silver as well. Andrea Spendolini Siriex finished in 6th in the final, and we can hear from her now.
Obviously it wasn't a result that I wanted, but I'm not even upset with the competition. I mean, the girls dove amazing. They dove better than me today, and it's because they work really hard. And yeah, as you said, it wasn't meant to be. I'm not even like genuinely, I'm not trying to like be macho or anything. I'm not upset with my performance 3 years ago. I didn't even want to be alive. So today I'm just happy that I'm alive, I'm breathing, and I've got my family to support me.
And we saw just how incredible you are and your talent, particularly with that fifth dive where you scored 82, and that was just brilliant as well. And you mentioned your family. While we were waiting, you ran over to that side, you stood on a chair and went and had a little word with your brother, is that right?
No, my mum.
Your mum?
Yeah.
What did she say?
My mum was like, just keep smiling, we're proud of you, we're here to see you, and you know, at the end of the day, that's all I can ask for. And yeah, I just want to go see them.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll let you go in a moment as well. Andrea, thank you so much. Just want to say it's incredible and what you've done to get here and sixth, and you leave the Olympics with a medal. It's in the synchro. You have got the bronze medal. You said you wanted to complete the set of Italy, of the UK, of course, and now here in Paris, of France as well. So all three of your home nations, you've got a medal. That is something to smile about.
Yeah, definitely. I'm so happy to be here, to be at the Olympic Games. It's been a really long year, and it doesn't take away from my accomplishments this year. And just missing out on one medal doesn't change who I am. So, yeah, I think it was God's way of saying we still got a lot more to do, and yeah, I just give God all the glory. It was, yeah.
We're so proud of you, and go see your family. I know you really want to go see them now. Thank you.
And Andrea's dad, Fred, is back with us. We're giving her a big hug.
Yeah, we're disappointed. She's disappointed. I'm disappointed. But you know, this is sport. Like I said to you before, the competition started. It's brutal. This is what happens. Unfortunately, it wasn't a day. She didn't dive like she can do, like she did yesterday. It was an off day. She was tired from yesterday. No excuses. It's just the way it is, you know. But
it's a long 10 days, isn't it? You know, it's not. There's qualifying and finals, and she's already competed. She's already won. You know, there's a lot that goes on.
Totally. I mean, it is what it is. She's had a super year. She's diving well. I mean, she made a couple of errors and she got overtaken and she couldn't claw back the deficit. But I'm proud of my little girl. You know, she's come here, she's come to Paris in the Olympics. She's got a medal. And you know what I love about my daughter is her positivity. You know, and today she didn't make it to the podium. Tonight she's going to have a quiet night, and tomorrow she's back to being happy, smiley Andrea, you know, just enjoying life and just enjoying Paris and enjoying the moment. So, you know, that's Andrea, you know, and that's beautiful because it's about balance and it's about knowing who you are and making the most of life, and that's what she's doing. So I'm very happy for her.
As a family, you've had a very special 10 days, actually, haven't you? And that really, you know, we all want special family moments.
I mean, I told you before, I think that this is probably the best moment in my life, in my entire life, you know, since I arrived in Paris. You know, Andrea and I, we were on the same train. I managed to book myself on the Team GB train to be with Andrea. We arrived together. I was in the village with her. I went to her room, you know, and I've seen her compete. We've had an amazing time, you know, as we say in French, la vie est belle, and life is going to carry on. And it's been an amazing adventure. Shame we don't have a medal today, but we have lovely memories, and that is the most important.
It's been lovely spending time with you today.
Thank you very much, Mark.
Thank you. You should be very proud. She's done very well.
Indeed, I am.
And la vie est belle.
La vie est belle. Thank you.
That's it from us. Tony and Ellie on the way, and they will be with you after an extended BBC News update here on 5 Live.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Eleanor Oldroyd and Tony Livesey.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Yes, welcome back to day 11 here in Paris, where it wasn't to be for Andrea Spendolini-Sirieix in the diving.
It's an excellent dive. It's arguably her best of the competition. It will score highly, but it won't score highly enough to get her into medal contention.
Andrea finished 6th in the women's 10-metre platform.
Don't worry though, there's another talented teenager who could add today to GB's medal tally.
16-year-old Sky Brown will skate for another Olympic medal in the next hour or so. The bronze medalist from Tokyo is into the women's skateboard park final. However, having taken a fall on her already injured shoulder in the preliminaries, is this going to affect the golden girl of British skateboarding?
Yikes, we'll find out shortly. Sky goes in the final then at 4:30.
Tony was in the velodrome yesterday, and after GB's women triumphed in the team sprint last night, it's the turn of the men this evening. And we'll be building up to the big athletics rivalry of the night, the final of the 1500 metres as Josh Kerr takes on Norway's Jakob Ingebrigtsen.
I know I can handle the pressure. I am the best in the world, and I visualise that 1500 metre final. I know exactly what I'm going to be doing. There's 12 individuals on that Paris start line, and I'm going to do my best to try and beat every single one of them.
We will, of course, bring you every Team GB medal live here on 5 Live. You can also follow events on the BBC Sport website and app, or watch on BBC One and iPlayer.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Eleanor Oldroyd and Tony Livesey.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Oh, good afternoon, bonjour, and bonjour, Ellie. First time I think we've sat together during the whole
very
games.
nice. Yes, in the cafe. So I popped in to make a little guest appearance yesterday afternoon after the gymnastics was finished. But you were having fun down at the velodrome, weren't you? But yeah, we're side by side.
Come out and do Drive with Ellie in Paris, they said. I haven't seen you.
I know.
For what is day 11? Anyway,
well, we kind of had conversations in reception about doing our laundry and going to the supermarket and things like that. But it's nice to be on air together in the same place.
It is. Vibes, as we're reminded of Weekend Breakfast 11 years ago. We've still got it.
Well, and also vibes of Wimbledon more recently than that as well.
We've definitely still got it.
We have. Well, I hope so anyway. We've got something.
What a night last night, by the way.
Amazing.
Keeley, we can talk about Keeley in just a sec, and the Swedish pole vaulter who blew my brains last night. But being in the velodrome, watching the girls win the team sprint gold was just a magical moment. Just to see their faces close up, to see their families in the crowd, young children being hugged, laps of honour, Union flags. For me, it personified everything this Olympics has been about.
You were right in the bear pit as well, weren't you?
Yeah, it's such a privileged position as well, right there in the middle. Watching them warm up, seeing the nerves, and then seeing the elation when they won. It was great. And then we went to the athletics, and hey, look at what Keely Hodgkinson did.
I know. It was absolutely incredible. We are going to talk about that rivalry between Josh Kerr and Jakob Ingebrigtsen as well a bit later on. There's a lot of beef between those two. So
he sounds confident, Josh. That piece of audio there, come on.
Yeah, no, I think he is. I think Jakob is trying to be dismissive. So we should. Well, I was going to say we should still have Bunsey here. We have still got Bunsey here. He's over our shoulder.
He's having a salad.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, sometimes Bunsey sounds like he chews on red meat, but actually was just saying he's had a veggie meal every night for the last few nights. So, we love Bunsey, and we are going to talk about a whole range of things. Take you through the afternoon. We'll be off to the skateboarding very shortly, but we are thinking that there might be medals in the sailing later on. Let's talk to Shojo Saka. Hello, Shojo.
Hello, Ellie. Got some bad news.
Oh no!
Just heard that the dinghy medal races today, the men's and the women's, have both been postponed till tomorrow. It's not really a surprise. There has been sailing going on today in Marseille Marina. We were looking for the women's dinghy medals to be handed out and the men's dinghy, where we do have some British interest. We've got Mickey Beckett from Pembrokeshire going in that medal race. He's got a decent chance of a bronze, a very, very long shot at a silver. Can't win gold because of the way the point system works. Australia's Matt Wern is guaranteed either a gold or a silver in that. But anyway, I won't go through the full machinations of that because that looks like it's postponed till tomorrow. This morning we had the mixed dinghy, where we also have British interest, but the wind was so low. I mean, it was barely a zephyr. They were going at about 3 or 4 knots. You and I was joking with Naga earlier that I think we could have caught them with a pedalo. I mean, the race, the mixed dinghy race, should have taken 13, 14, maybe 15 minutes. It took them 45 minutes. That's how gentle the breeze was. So it's not really a surprise that those dinghy races have been postponed. Do have some good news. In the mixed multi-hull, I don't know if you're up to up to speed with your sailing, but the mixed multi-hull is like a small catamaran. So hull on either side. They're like the new windsurfing boards with hydrofoils underneath, so they float above the water. They're elevated above the water. Look really cool. We've got a British pair in that, John Gimson and Anna Burnett. Now these have taken place today. They have gone through some of their qualifying series, and it looks like they will go into the medal series. Those two in the bronze medal position.
I mean, I kind of feel like this is a fairly constant thing with sailing at the Olympics, is that there is often the wrong sort of wind, as it were. Or there's not enough of it, or there's too much of it. And is that what the issue is? That there just isn't enough of any kind of wind at the moment, I'll say.
They've really struggled with it over the last 10 days or so. So with the windsurfing last week, there was one race that the organisers had decided, let's do a marathon race, and they do change the schedule. They thought they'd do a marathon race partly because it's different, it's a bit of a challenge for the athletes, and also it would look lovely across Marseille Bay, because they would go through a different route and all the scenic places and what have you. But they got 1 hour into it and they had to abandon it because they almost came to a standstill. And that's happened several times with other races, and so the lack of wind has been a real problem at this sailing regatta.
This is the problem, isn't it? With an Olympic Games, you can make all of these plans, you can plan something for years and years and years, and then the elements don't play ball, and like the rain we had at the start of the week. I think there have been problems training in the Seine again. Whether it was the open water swimming has been postponed because of that. But lack of wind. Yeah, everyone's spoken too much of something else.
Everyone's spoken about the water quality of the Seine. We've probably not spoken enough about the wind shadow of Marseille Marina, but we are now.
So what are the prospects of getting it all on again?
Well, at the moment, I mean, they are going through some of those qualifying series. So the men's and women's dinghy have reached the medal series. So because the medals are going to be handed out, I think those two are postponed till tomorrow. But just a few minutes before you guys came on air, they were racing the last of the qualifying series races of the mixed multi-hull. So there is some sailing going on. I think that will probably be it for today, unless they do some mixed dinghy stuff as well. The kite, I don't know if you've seen the kite yet, but the kiteboarding is spectacular. Again, hydrofoils and big parachutes, effectively, like paragliders have, which hurtle the sailors along, the surfers along the sea. I think again they will probably, unless the wind picks up in the next half an hour or so, be postponed till tomorrow.
All right, Shojo, thank you very much indeed. Shojo Sako is keeping a weather eye, literally, on the sailing.
On my Olympic 5 Live bingo card, neither did I have Bunsey eating veggie, nor Shojo channeling John Ketley.
Yes.
Barely a Zephyr. I've Googled it. Zephyr, by the way, is a light wind named after the Greek god Zephyrus, the god of wind.
I thought you would have known that off the top of your head, Tony, because knowing how cultured you are.
The beauty of sitting next to you is while you're doing all the interviewing, I can just look at things. Right, let us move on. Now, I'm heavily invested in this next item, actually, because I'm going there tomorrow. One of Great Britain's stars in Tokyo is back in action in Paris today in the skateboarding. Sky Brown's hoping to better her bronze medal from 3 years ago. She goes in the women's skateboarding park final, which gets underway at 4:30. Watching all the flips and tricks at La Concorde is professional skateboarder Lucy Adams, who also works conveniently for us at Skateboard GB. Hello, Lucy. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Hi, welcome aboard. Conor McNamara's here as well. He'll be watching the final for us. Hello, Conor.
Hello, Tony.
Conor, just before we talk to Lucy a bit more about Sky Brown, just talk about what's going to happen today, this final. What does it involve, just so we get a heads up?
Right, we started out today with 22 skaters. This is the women's park preliminaries. There's also women's street, but this is Sky Brown herself describes it as being like a big empty swimming pool, if you can sort of picture that in your head. Hard concrete surfaces. They try to spin up the sides, get up in the air to get a few tricks. You get 3 runs which take 45 seconds each, and basically just what counts is your best run. So you can fall twice and still produce the goods in a third. From those 22 we started with, 8 have gone through to the final. Unfortunately, Lola Tambling from Cornwall, 16-year-old British champion a couple of years ago, has not finished in that top 8, so she is out. But Sky Brown, carrying a bad shoulder injury, dislocated in the last fortnight, hurt again today. Team GB's youngest ever medal winner is into the final, and we just hope that she's going to be able to patch it up, to strap in that shoulder and get through those 3:45 seconds, which mean everything to her.
I was reading an account you put on the BBC website earlier on, kind of involving popping shoulders in and out. It was like full-rate casualty stuff.
Well, I think, I mean, look, and obviously Lucy will tell us a lot more about this, but, I mean, this is a common injury for skateboarders, so much so that they regularly pop them back in themselves. Yes. But this particular one was a bad one, and she needed assistance, and she's already said, Sky Brown, she's going to get surgery on this as soon as she goes home, but now is not the time to think of surgery, now is the time to think of medals.
Absolutely. Lucy, hello again. How is she? Have you spoke to her today? How's she feeling?
No, I've not been able to speak to her directly. I mean, yeah, we saw it on the third and final run. She just sort of extended her arm as she came off the alley-oop there, and it looked quite painful. Hopefully, though, there was a bit of time between her heat and we're going into the final in a few minutes' time. Hopefully there's enough time for her to just rest it, as he says, strap it up and yeah, get back to it.
Yeah, but and how, you know, for us mere mortals with a dislocated shoulder, we wouldn't be picking up a glass of water. But, you know, she's obviously mentally very strong. Can she presumably put that out of her mind, can she, on the run?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, she's using different hands to grab the board. So, you know, maybe there's a little bit there where she'll let go of a trick or two, possibly replace it, not to use that arm. But she's just wanting to, you know, it's been all about this. So getting here means so much. I think you're just going to see her with adrenaline, doing what she can to be in the mix.
That bronze in Tokyo was Britain's first ever skateboarding medal, which is fantastic. With and without the injury then today, how is she fancied? What should she achieve if everything goes well, do we think?
I mean, we saw her a month ago in Budapest at the last qualifier, and she wasn't at full fitness there. She still had that knee MCL injury. It was before the shoulder injury, but she did come second just by a few points, and that was Sky, you know, not at 100%. So it's showing us still that the amplitude that she has, the tweaks on the airs, the difficulty level is all still there, and if she can just squeeze an extra bit out of it, it's looking good for Sky.
And when we're all, if people either listening on the radio to Connor or watching on the telly, what ought to we be impressed? I mean, I'm impressed she just gets on the thing, Lucy. But what's the move that's going to, you know, her signature move, if you will? What should we all be impressed by?
Yeah, sure. So we didn't see it in the prelims, but I'm fancying that she's got a kickflip indie in there. We saw it in the qualifying, and it was one of those moves that she did in the Tokyo final. But she has learned it now spectacular. There's height on it. The board is going to flip. She's going to catch it out of the air, place it back under her feet, and hopefully ride away. Super, super dope.
Yeah. Well, listen, Connor, have you got that written down in case she does it?
I've got both kick, flick and indie all written down.
And super dope, Connor.
And so, yeah, well, Connor is super
we take
dope,
that for granted. That's already part of my repertoire. Yeah.
Lucy, as we've had great insight on the gymnastics all week. Lewis Smith has been with us talking about people doing tricks that are not tricks, skills that are named after them and that kind of thing.
Wonderful.
As a sport itself, skateboarding, how inventive is it? How often are athletes trying to do new things in training?
Oh, it's hugely progressive. I mean, there are ways, you know, we don't only go the way that we usually favour, so we'll either be left foot forward or right foot forward. We can switch it up so that we're going the opposite way. The board can obviously flip, it can spin, our body can spin. It's almost infinite. There are just possibilities, and I think we're going to see it. We saw it in the men's street final at the weekend. We just saw the level rise, and we have something called MBD, never been done. And we saw two of them go down in that men's street final. So it's always progressing, it's always pushing.
Right. So the arrangements or whatever. What is the collective noun for what we're about to see? The routines, I'll call it that. Okay, let's take a word from gymnastics. The routines we're about to see, they're not what people tout around for 6 months on end. It could be something brand new we're about to see this afternoon or here.
Absolutely, and they will have been trying to perfect these in practice. They'll be out there skateboarding, trying these new moves, but it's that little bit extra of an Olympic competition, of the crowd lifting you, that might just pull something out of the bag here.
Well, look, it all kicks off at 4:30. Connor, is that the time Sky goes, or that time the event starts?
So she finished fourth best score of the preliminary. But what happens is that the same as the BMX study, that people, whoever gets the best score in the preliminary, they get to go last. The advantage being that you see the others, you realise, look, I have to really push it here because someone else has put in a really good run. Sky Brown being fourth best means she goes fourth last. There's 8 of the minutes, so she'll be number 5. Number 5 in, they each get 3 runs in a row.
Right, and are all previous scores wiped out now? It's based all on today?
Based back again. So Kokona Hiraki from Japan, who was the silver medalist when Sky Brown won bronze 3 years ago. She was only 12 years of age back then, Kokona Hiraki. She had the best score, so she'll be going off last. Brice Wittenstein of America had a very good score. The other Japanese skater, Hinano Kusaki. They're the skaters who were better than Sky Brown in the preliminaries. But as we've been saying, Brown did fall on that third run. You know, she might hope that she's got one last great performance in her for this final. But this is what just fascinates me across all the sports at the Olympics. You can do it in training. You can do it in World and European Championships. You can do it in your backyard. Can you do it today, 6th of August? Can Sky Brown do it? She knows she's capable of, because if she does, she could be on the podium for Team GB.
Brilliant. Well, Lucy, lovely to talk to you. I think you're doing the TV, aren't you? So you'll know as soon as she comes out whether she's right with that shoulder, I guess. Here's everything crossed.
Absolutely, yeah. It's all crossed from me. Really looking forward to it.
Brilliant. Cheers, Lucy. Lucy
Cheers.
Adams, skateboard, part of the Team GB setup. And Connor, you'll take us through it. We'll speak to you later.
Looking forward to it. Thanks, Tony.
I tell you what, I'm quite jealous of you going down to Place de la Concorde tomorrow, because it does look like the most fantastic sort of arena with all of these different urban sports that they've placed right in the centre of the Place de la Concorde, with, you know, the great sort of buildings around it as well. I think I might try and have a little wander around there at some point as well. Parc Urban, yes, absolutely. So you were at the Velodrome yesterday.
Yeah.
Hoping to get down there as well myself in a couple of days' time. But let's talk about the cycling, because Great Britain got off to the perfect start on day one yesterday, winning gold in the women's team sprint and setting a world record in the process. Tonight, the men will attempt to replicate that success. So watching at the Saint-Quentin-en-Yvelines Velodrome, have I got that right?
I didn't say that last night.
Alistair Bruce-Ball and two-time Olympic champion Victoria Pendleton. Hello, both.
Hello.
Hi, Ellie. That was perfect.
Oh, well, that's very kind. Thank you.
No, it was.
Years of expensive education have led to me being finally able to pronounce the name of the Velodrome correctly in the Paris Olympics. But, I mean, Victoria, let's talk about last night, first of all. I mean, you were really emotional, weren't you?
Yeah.
After that victory for the women's team sprint.
It was so good to see them absolutely knock it out of the park. I think there's been a lot of doubt around the team, and I've talked about them being the weak link in the cycling squad, but now they have firmly positioned themselves right at the top. So Katie Marchant, Sophie Capewell and Emma Finucane, they are going to be names we're going to remember going forward. And there's going to be lots more events for them this week as well, so we're looking forward to seeing more results from them.
I like the fact that you're naming names, because I think sometimes we can watch the cycling and you see the helmets on the bikes going around really, really quickly, and you almost kind of want to know more about the people underneath those helmets, don't you? So tell us a bit about them, and actually a bit about the men's team as well.
Yeah, I mean, what's so fascinating, Ellie, about the makeup of the three women who won the gold medal last night is as with a lot of Olympic teams, they've all come from very different paths to get there. So Emma Finucane, I think you're going to be hearing a lot more about her in particular during this Olympic Games. 21 years old, a chance of winning 3 gold medals at these games. She's the world champion in the individual sprint, and she has arrived sort of in terms of this team at exactly the right time, where you need a missing link, someone to slot in, and bang, kind of everything works. Katie Marchant's at the other end of the scale, 31 years old, competing in her 3rd Olympics. So exactly what Victoria was talking about. You know, she personally and other riders around her will have taken some stick over the last couple of Olympic cycles, because Great Britain's women haven't even qualified a team for the event. So that was a long time in the coming last night, and there were very emotional scenes here on the back straight as the riders celebrated with their families. Her 2-year-old son Arthur was there, so she was on the bike and she leaned over and gave him a little kiss. And then you've got Sophie Capewell as well, you know, whose father Nigel, sadly no longer with us, represented Great Britain at the Paralympics back in 96 and 2000, and she was very, very emotional after the win, and you could tell she was thinking about her dad. And she said in the post-race interview, I only wish he'd been here to see it. And immediately one of the other girls jumped in, didn't they, Vic, and said, do not worry, he's seen it. He is.
And the thing about Sophie Capewell is she did such a fantastic job. I was checking through the splits before the final against New Zealand. I was seeing what they were doing, each individual, and I thought, you know what, looking at this, we know we're going to be down a little bit on the start, because the New Zealand had a phenomenal first lap. I said, Sophie Capewell, brings it back at least 2/10 in her second lap. She is really powerful in that second lap. And I think when you're in the middle of that ride, sometimes you don't get enough recognition for the work you do. She really did an excellent job of bringing it right back into the GB side.
That's a really good point, actually, Ellie, because the last little bit you do is one ride. So after each rider has done their bit in the team sprint, they're wheel to wheel as a 3 round the first lap. But obviously Emma Finucane has to bring it home on her own, I guess, like the last, runner of a leg in a 4x100 metre relay on the track. But then, Victoria, you're right. The glory almost focuses on the rider that brings it across the line.
Yeah.
But has to be a proper team effort to make that work.
Yeah, it was absolutely timed to perfection. It was textbook. So yeah, wonderful to see, and so happy to see the women on top, setting the bar high for the rest of the week.
As far as the men are concerned, then, guys, obviously we're in a new era, aren't we? So obviously no Kennys. There's the team sprint, the men's team sprint, the thread that goes back to Atlanta.
Yeah.
The kind of Chris Hoy, Jason Kenny golden thread. But of course, neither of them. I mean, Chris, bless him, long retired now, but Jason only just retired. It's an amazing legacy, really, that they've left.
Amazing legacy, Ellie, and Jason Kenny is obviously now a coach on the British team, so that experience, that know-how, is there, and he's standing there on the track, holding the bikes just before they start in the race. There cannot be anything better for these guys who are riding. Jack Carlin is the most experienced in the team. He's here at his second Olympics. Hamish Turnbull and Ed Lowe are the other two who make up the team. The problem Great Britain have got here, Victoria, second fastest in qualifying yesterday. So they'll race in a first round ride today. We'd obviously expect them to beat Germany, probably go quicker again as well, but it's all about trying to set one of the 2 fastest times to get into the gold medal ride. If you get into that gold medal ride, the Netherlands are waiting.
Yeah, we were deciding they are probably the heaviest combined weight of male sprinter. They are 3 very big, very powerful and very successful Dutch riders. So they've definitely got their eye on gold, and their time was phenomenal in qualifying.
Yeah, the Netherlands are the red-hot favourites for the men's team sprint. They're the Olympic champions, the world champions, the European champions. The only thing I'd say there, Ellie, is in the events, the margins are fine. The changeovers have got to be perfect. If something goes wrong, then there's always a chance. It doesn't always go right on the day. But I think if the Netherlands get it right, it's very difficult to see any other team beating them, Victoria.
Yeah, but also in my mind, I'm thinking with the GB team being relatively inexperienced on this level of performance in terms of the Olympic. This is a new experience for 2 of them. This is the first time. I'm thinking to them, they may have had a little bit of, yesterday, a bit of nerves stepping out here. Maybe today they'll be able to deliver a better performance. Whereas I think Netherlands, we saw what they had to offer. They showed their cards yesterday. So I'm still hopeful that they might be able to squeeze a little bit out in the next round. That's what I'm saying anyway. I'm going to put money on it.
Well, I would absolutely back your instinct, Vic. So women's team pursuit qualifying starts. That's first up for you, isn't it, tonight?
Yeah, that's right, Ellie. So this is a really interesting one, I think, because again, this is a team that has been so good in this discipline over so many Olympic cycles, but has been denuded of 2 great talents. So Laura Kenny, who's now retired, not at these games, but so unluckily, Katie Archibald, who is the sort of standout rider in the team, who had a freak accident in her garden, tripped over a step and broke 2 bones in her leg. So they suddenly lost her in this team with a couple of months to go. They are the world champions, Great Britain. They have some very experienced, good riders in there. But that is, that undoubtedly, that's a massive blow, isn't it, Victoria? Because it doesn't give you too much time to settle with the new team and get all the practice in. I mean, in terms of what they're doing today, Ellie, it is just qualifying rides, try and set the fastest time, and that then sets you up for the rest of the competition. So actually, that's going to be a fascinating watch just to see how well they go.
Can I just ask a question on pursuit? Because I was in the middle, guys, last night watching in the men's pursuit qualifier. So Vic, I was dying to ask you this, and we just didn't have time with all the sprint action. But when they were going round the track, I mean, I saw some coaches out there holding iPads with times on and things like that. The British coach practically did the hokey-cokey. So they'd come round one way and he'd stick an arm out. They'd come round the next lap and he'd stick his bum out. Then he'd take 2 steps to one side. What? So there's obviously a secret code. What's going on? What's he saying?
I mean, they'll be conveying the message of how many tenths up or down they are per half lap on their own schedule. So there'll be a schedule that they have decided to ride in order to achieve a certain time, and he will be giving them instruction to say whether they are on or off their target and maybe by how many tenths. So those manoeuvres might be signalling a tenth of a second up, a tenth of a second down, you know.
It struck me that the iPad was a more convenient method, though. Why have they devised like a strictly chart?
Oh, I don't know.
All right.
I don't know. I would question that, to be honest. The iPad does seem pretty straightforward.
Yeah. So, watch it on the telephone.
Unless it runs out of battery, and then it's obviously a disaster. Yeah. At least your legs and arms hopefully won't run out of battery.
Solved it.
The first thing you picked up on, Tony, when you were in the velodrome yesterday, was the lady dressed as Mary Poppins, and we weren't entirely sure what she was doing in the middle of track centre. Well, she's been replaced today by a sort of Charlie Chaplin lookalike. He must be absolutely boiling. He's got like a heavy wool jacket on, a waistcoat, a shirt, a tie, a big old black trilby or fedora. I'm not entirely sure what type of hat that is. Shoes and spats and everything. I mean, honestly, given the temperatures in here, that is not a job I'd want to do. The last thing I must just flag up very quickly, and I think the biggest race of this session actually, around about 6:35 UK time, is the men's team pursuiters going in the first round. So they qualified yesterday. They qualified to take on Denmark in the first round. They were half a second quicker than Denmark in qualifying. If they can win that, so that's both teams on the track at the same time, 16 laps, 4 riders in a row, they'll eventually go down to 3. Whichever team wins that goes through to the Olympic final, to the gold medal ride. So that is a big one just after 6:30 tonight.
Lovely, thank you very much. Actually, I wanted to get some tips from maybe you guys as well as Tony on what to wear when I come down.
What should you go dressed
day after tomorrow
on Thursday?
Well, I think possibly fancy. Did you see that Sonia sent out a picture from Versailles, because Sonia's done with the equestrian events, so we'll miss her. So she did a brilliant job. But there were some people dressed up as kind of like Marie Antoinette and Louis XIV, and people on stilts as well. Which, as you say, on a day like the kind of weather we've been having in Paris, but it's a bit like that in the velodrome, is it?
The velodrome
really
is
hot?
Roasting. That's all I'll say. I mean, it's thrilling, but roasting.
Okay, well, I have my little handheld fan.
That'll do it.
Will that cut the job?
That'll do it.
All right. Thank you very much indeed. We'll be back with Vic and with ABB in the next 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, I kind of feel, I was saying to you before we came on air early today, for me anyway, because last night was thrilling and exciting, and today feels like a bit of a deep breath moment. So I thought I'd stroll to the cafe, and I was coming to see you. And I got to the Place de Trocadero. Is that all right?
That'll do.
And then there was suddenly a bit of a kerfuffle going on, and I heard American voices, I saw VIP vans, and I thought, because I'm the only 5 Live presenter now who's not been in the company of Snoop Dogg. So I thought, here he is. I'm going to see the man himself.
Yeah, we've all been hanging out with him. Everyone else has been hanging out with him on a nightly basis.
Well, he's been at
I'm just
every
not
event.
inviting you.
Exactly. So I've been snubbed by Snoop. But so I was looking at the wrong height. So I was looking at 6 foot odd Snoop height when someone came past me at a lower height. And it was someone, have a listen to this, someone even more famous. I don't know if you can hear that hubbub in the background, but I always say on Drive, you never know who's listening. Here, you never know who you're going to see. Simone Biles has just walked by. Well, who'd have thought it? Simone Biles has just walked by in front of us, and you caught a bird's eye view. How does that feel?
It feels great. She looked happy, healthy. That's the best thing that we could ask for. Great medals. She did phenomenal.
Yeah, she's represented your nation very well. I'm being really rude. What's your name? Where are you from?
I'm Katie. I'm from the USA, from Michigan. I'm here for Taekwondo, actually.
Oh, okay. Bro, so were you just here by accident as she wandered by?
Yeah, I actually was here for NBC for the earlier with all the Olympians, and I was walking out to leave, and she came through.
Lovely. You haven't seen Snoop Dogg, have you? I'm trying to find him.
No, but we're hoping he's going to be at the Grand Palais for Taekwondo.
Hello, ladies. My name's Tony. Who do we have here?
Hi, this is Vanessa from the US. Hi, Felicia from New York. I'm Monica from Pittsburgh.
Okay, welcome to the BBC.
Yay.
And I know it's a thrill to meet me, but Simone Biles is... well, okay, well, maybe not so much. Simone Biles has just walked by. How was that?
It was amazing. Oh my God, I got a video of her. I was like, we love you, Simone. Like, it was amazing.
Yeah, it's for us, it means a lot to see her in real life. You know, we tried to get her tickets and it was so difficult, but she's amazing. She's an awesome person.
Yeah. She's just a super inspirational woman, and it's an honor to see her and have her represent our country.
Did you guys know she was going to be here?
Not really.
I had
We were
a feeling.
hoping.
I had a feeling because I knew yesterday was the last day for last competition. So I figured she will be here today.
The only disappointment I have is she didn't backflip down the steps and somersault into the car. What's going on?
That would have been awesome. That would have been amazing.
I think she's slipping.
No. She's still the best. She's the greatest.
She can take a day off.
No, we at the BBC never take a day off. Well, what are the odds? It's the Olympics. It's day 11. I've lost count, but I found my second listener. Katrina, hello.
It's me.
Thank you very much for listening, by the way.
No problem. Anytime.
Have you just seen Simone Biles?
Just seen her walk past. Just came for a wander around here. Been at the athletics this morning and last night. So
Super impressed.
very impressed. Paris have done it well.
Yeah. What's been your highlight so far? Maybe as far as the Brits are concerned.
Well, I think it's Keely last night winning the gold after Tokyo, getting the silver, and being in the stadium last night was just electric. It was brilliant.
You were there.
I was there. I can say I was there for that and the world record for the Swede.
Isn't he nuts? The pole vaulter.
Honestly, loads of people had left before that, and I was like, "Where are you going?" So no, good to stick around. Good to see Keely. It was a brilliant night in the stadium.
Great, Katrina. Lovely to meet you. Thanks for listening.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want a selfie now? I just said that for the record because Katrina wants a selfie. Hang on, here we go. Are you ready, Smile?
Thanks
Brilliant.
so much.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thanks so much.
Right, we're in the queue for something. I'm so excited. There's dancing, but I don't know what we're in the queue for. What are we in the queue for?
Champions Park. So this is where all the medalists come after they've won, and there's lots of dancing and
Partying on stage, but that's
Right.
what we're hoping for.
Well,
anyway.
I've just round the corner. Simone Biles has just left. I don't know if that's bad news, but someone else might be coming. Who have we got here anyway?
Mike and Sharon from Bourne End.
Great. How long are you going to queue up for here? Is this one of the highlights for you?
It's our last highlight, so we've got another 40 minutes before we get let in, so we'll be here for the evening, I guess.
Other highlights this Olympics for you?
Okay, we were at the athletics this morning, which was fabulous. The atmosphere everywhere is fantastic. In the cafes, there's TV screens on. There's people from all different nationalities.
Yeah.
It's absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, beach volleyball on Sunday night, which was fantastic, with the Eiffel Tower in the background. It was amazing. Yeah.
Right, well, you've got 40 minutes to go. You've got Michael Jackson part way around. Are you ready for a bit of group aerobics?
I don't think so.
No, that's exactly my thoughts. There we go. That's what I call a five-star kerfuffle around Simone. I'm sorry they left the selfie moment in. I mean, modesty would normally have...
I was going to say, you found at least a group of people in Paris who, A, want a selfie with you, and B, laugh at your jokes.
Yeah, I know. What are the
Americans
chances
thought
of
you were
that?
hilarious.
Well, I think I could go down well on New York Public Radio, don't you?
You probably could. Well, bearing in mind the boss has just left.
I know.
You can say that now.
Yeah, I can say that. She literally just left. So, look, I'd recognise Simone Biles by the back of her head anyway, since she was ushered into that cab. You've seen her in action this week. They were thrilled to see her. I mean, that is a genuine superstar to turn up in your midst, isn't it?
Well, I mean, that's the extraordinary thing that I have to kind of think that I did spend every day of the last 10 days. Well, not every day, because she wasn't competing every day, but pretty much every day. Seeing one of the greats of the sport, but actually, as those fans were saying, she is a human being. You know, she's got issues in her life. She's got she's a normal person, and actually the fact that she showed yesterday that she was human and that she could mess up a couple of times, which she did on beam and then on the floor, and ended up with nothing from the beam and silver medal from the floor. It's still extraordinary. I mean, she's still an extraordinary person, but she hasn't got that absolute, complete and utter knocking everyone else out of the way thing about her. But she is tiny, you're right though. 4'8" apparently. So there aren't very many people that I tower over, but I probably would.
She had a booster seat in the van, you know. So I walk past that queue every day, the Trocadero, and I thought, what are they queuing up for? The view's great, but so the presumably medalists turn up quite regularly there at Medal Park.
I haven't been there.
No, that must
well,
be
as I say,
thing.
I've been on the metro backwards and forwards from Bercy Arena, but it's a great. I mean, it is another example of actually Paris, creating an Olympics around what they already have. So great open spaces and brilliant venues already, and which will all be gradually taken down and returned back to normal use after the games, but they're loving it at the moment.
I think it's going really well. I mean, there's time for this discussion right at the end. I'm just on the telly. I've just caught sight there. Someone just has a fag and blows it right in our faces. But that's cafe lifestyle. It's beautiful. I'll never play the organ again. Anyway, the skateboarding's begun. Sky Brown's going fairly shortly, actually, 6 or 7 minutes away. But they're underway, and it's kind of a deep crater, like Connor said, an upturned bathtub. But it looks like a moon crater. There are lumps and ramps in the middle of it. It was quite exciting. So we're looking forward to that, aren't we, Ellie? Sky Brown going shortly.
And with the Olympic rings in the middle of it as well.
Yeah.
So, a moon crater with the Olympic rings. So we'll talk a bit more about that. We are also going to talk football now, because it's the women's semi-finals today here in Paris. I was going to say in Paris, but I'm not actually sure where these games are taking place. It is, though, Emma Hayes' USA side taking on Germany at 5 o'clock. And then later it's Brazil against world champions Spain at 8. And Maz Faruqi is going to be watching both games. So Maz, first question, where are they happening?
Well, Lyon's the destination or the location for the first semi-final. I think it's Marseille, the second one, Ellie. I'll double-check that for you in a moment. But the USA against Germany is the one I think that really catches the eye.
Of course, because of the Emma Hayes connection, partly from all of us back at home. So how has she begun life as the boss of Team USA?
I think the last match was the key one, wasn't it, really? Her first real challenge, if you like, her first knockout match in charge as the new USA women's national team coach. I don't think it was one that really answered a lot of questions, certainly from the American press. I think there were a lot more questions than answers. And also what she said after the match, she reminded that was a narrow 1-0 win over Japan, but they needed extra time to beat the Japanese. And the tactics of the Japan side were brilliant. I think they got them spot on. They made it very congested, made it very, very organised in their shape off the ball against the USA. And the USA, for long periods of that match, didn't have an answer. Well, the momentum was against them. And a reminder, it needed a really important and brilliant bit of individual skill from Trinity Rodman to get the goal for the win for the USA in extra time. But Germany, without some really important players for this semi-final tonight, Alexandra Popp pulling up injured. You'll remember in the Euros final against England at Wembley 2 years ago, and she is unavailable tonight, as is Leah Schuller. Alexandra Popp, though, so important with her leadership, with her goals, with her physicality. And I think the fact that Germany will not have her for this semi-final in Lyon, it is going to be a big issue for them. It was a big issue for them in the Euros final 2 years ago, and I think USA probably will just think that will give them the slight edge in this semi-final, but I think it could be quite close.
We were just talking about Simone Biles just now, Maz, and I think in a way, actually, this women's football team have a similar kind of passion behind them. The fans expect so much from them, don't they? So that's, that is a big thing for Emma Hayes to try and deliver on so soon in her time as coach there.
Indeed, that's the thing. She only took over, didn't she, at the end of the WSL season? So a month or so she's been with these players. And the big headlines were about her roster. We have to call it a roster, don't we? And she was joking about that as well in the build-up. It's not a squad she selects. She reveals her roster. And she didn't pick Alex Morgan for this Olympic squad, who's obviously so experienced, has been such a key part of this USA team going forward over the last few World Cup cycles. So already in that way, in a respect, she's put a bit of pressure on herself and for this team to perform, because she's gone with youth rather than experience. Her captain is Livesey. The camera's just trained on her at the moment, just warming up on the pitch at Lyon. She's obviously plays her club football in France, Livesey. Very, very experienced, but again, she's faced quite a lot of criticism from some of the USA fans. So yes, this is a USA side who obviously have gone on this run to the last four, a lot better than what they managed to achieve at the World Cup last year. But as you say, Ellie, definitely the pressure is on. People always expect them to be in the mix for the gold medal. So this is a match they really need to win, I think.
Have we seen the last of the great Marta in a Brazil shirt?
Well, she obviously is unavailable for that second quarter semi-final, and it is indeed in Marseille. Just double check that for you, Ellie. Mm-hmm. She is unavailable because she actually picked up a red card for a really poor challenge on one of the Spain players in their final group match, Brazil. So she is unavailable for the quarter-final win against France. She's unavailable for this match against Spain. She is such an important player for this Brazil side, but 38 years now, this her coming towards the end of her international career. She said this will be her last major tournament in the colours of Brazil, 38 years old now. And I think given the talent and the names that the Spanish side have as the world champions, you just expect perhaps that Spain will have too much for it, and we perhaps will have seen the last of one of the greatest players of her generation. I mean, she has been such an inspiration around the globe, Marta. But yes, she will not be available to play in the colours of Brazil tonight.
And one of the big stories at the start of the week, at the start of last week actually, because we're halfway through week 2. The drone spying scandal involving Canada. Has the tournament moved on from that?
I'm not sure if it has, to be honest, Ellie, because it really was such a big shock when it was revealed, really, what had been going on behind the scenes with this Canada team, who, of course, were gold medalists in Tokyo 3 years ago under their English coach, Bev Priestman. And the players, since everything sort of came out into the open, were very keen to sort of say, listen, we didn't really know what was going on behind the scenes. Christine Sinclair, who's obviously one of their greatest players of all time, very vocal about the disappointment that she felt with the coaching staff, the fact that they'd really let their players down. The fact that they aren't into the last 4 and they got beaten at the quarter-final stage maybe has perhaps helped in some way us focus on what's happening on the pitch. But as we await to see really what else is going to happen behind the scenes and how this goes forward in terms of how Canadian soccer tries to recover, I think there's certainly a lot more of this story to run.
Lovely, thanks a lot, Maz. Maz is going to be keeping us up to date with USA-Germany, first of all kicking off at 7 o'clock in Lyon.
Yeah, Izmir, are we in a medal drought at the moment, GB? I don't think we've won anything all day.
I don't think we have.
I'm not panicking, though, because the cycling, we could win tonight. We could win a medal, certainly. Skateboarding up soon, we could do as well, and the boxing. And athletics as well. It's going to be a really thrilling evening in the Athletics Stadium, the Stade de France. We can look ahead to that now. It's headlined by the epic showdown. You're hoping to go to this, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
Between
if I can get there.
Yeah, Team GB's Josh Kerr and Norway's Jakob Ingebrigtsen. In the men's 1500 metres, Ellie assures me there's proper beef here. Ali Kirbishley and Catherine Merry will be watching tonight. Here they are with a full rundown then of what's to come tonight at the Stade de France.
Another big night ahead, Alison, at the Stade de France, the men's 1500 metres final. Is it the most anticipated final at these Olympics?
I think it probably is. It's very much billed as the Clash of the Titans, and the two main protagonists have built it up for us, and they are ready to deliver, I'm sure, on the highest stage. You've got the Olympic champion in Jakob Ingebrigtsen from Norway versus the world champion, Great Britain's Josh Kerr, and they are both talking a great game. It's going to be absolutely mouth-watering.
Josh Kerr, the reigning world champion, beat Jakob Ingebrigtsen. Jakob Ingebrigtsen on paper is nearly 3 seconds quicker, and they don't really like each other, so there's spice as well in this one.
Yeah, there's definitely spice. I think they respect each other because I think the fact that they both exist is bringing out the best in each of them. So, yeah, there's definitely respect in terms of their quality of athletics prowess, but yes, you're right, they don't like each other, and they're loving throwing away the lines and just giving a little nudge to the other. And the media, it's playing out exactly as we want. It really is blowing it back to 1980s, whether you were in Ko's camp or Ovette's camp. Right now, it's whether you're in the Ingebrigtsen camp or the Kerr camp. And look, without a doubt, we are going to see one of the quickest Olympic finals. I think it has to be, and Jakob Ingebrigtsen knows that. It's just going to be so exciting. But don't forget, there's a lot of other guys in that field. There's another 10 guys that can be there to snatch it, including our own Neil Gourley from Great Britain, the American record holder in Yared Naguse, Cole Hocker, the other American, 3 Americans. I mean, it really is just exactly what you want from an Olympic final.
Looking forward to that one at 10 to 8 UK time. But let's drop down. It's the women's 200 metre final tonight. We've had lots of dropouts in terms of big names, but Dina Asher-Smith and Daryl need to go next to each other in lane 4 and 5.
Yeah, and the last time that we saw more than 2 women in a final was way back in 1980. And I think both women are thinking of a potential medal here. And I think quite rightly, Dina's coming into it after the disappointment of not making the 100 final. Daryl, on the other hand, is coming into it after not making the podium, finishing 4th in that 100 final. Julianne Alfred going for a sprint double, as Elaine Thompson-Herah did from Jamaica 3 years ago in Tokyo. So I think all eyes on Gabby Thomas, world number 1. She's looking good, but there's a real opportunity. Lane 4 for Dina Asher-Smith, lane 5 for Daryl. Will either of them get onto the podium?
Also tonight in a final from a British point of view, Jacob Fincham-Dukes goes in the men's long jump final and Lizzie Bird in the 3,000 metre steeplechase. And we also have the semi-finals of the men's 400 metres. Charlie Dobson, the world leader Matt Hudson-Smith going as well.
And didn't they both look good in their first round? It really... Again, this is building, Matt Hudson-Smith 3 weeks ago in London, absolutely smashing his own European record. I think that could go again. Charlie Dobson, a real opportunity of having two men in the final, as we did way back in 1996 with Roger Black getting silver on that occasion and Ewan Thomas finishing fifth. There is some real quality in there, and the likes of Mike Norman running 44 seconds. I think what you're going to see is three very quick semi-finals, all possibly under 44 seconds, which is just madness.
And again, from a British point of view, the semi-finals of the women's 400 metre hurdles. Obviously, the battle between Sydney McLaughlin-Levrone and Femke Bol. We're looking forward to that one. But Lena Nielsen and Jessie Knight line up. Jessie Knight getting through the repechage for the semis.
Yeah, and showing that the repechage can work, so she has got an extra run in her legs. But, it's a semi-final at an Olympic Games. Anything can happen. First two with two fastest losers going through. We talked about Jakob Ingebrigtsen and Josh Kirby in the clash of the Titans in the 1500. Well, we've got it again in the 400 hurdles. Sydney McLaughlin-Levrone, that's warming up to see Femke Bol in the final. They've both got to get there, though, first. It really is just delivering on the highest level.
Another brilliant night ahead then in the Stade de France, and Keely Hodgkinson will be picking up her Olympic gold medal. So much more to come.
It's going to be brilliant. Ali and Kath will guide you through that. Anyway, 10-8 if you want to make a note when Josh Kerr's running. That's going to be immense.
Skateboarding is underway in the Place de la Concorde, and we're going to be keeping a very close eye on how Sky Brown's dislocated shoulder looks. Conor McNamara is there for us.
Yes, Sky Brown, virtually a household name, isn't she? Winner of the Young Spotty Personality of the Year in the aftermath of getting bronze as a 13-year-old in Japan. She's only 16 now, but she feels she's a better skater and she wants to see if she can get on the podium again. Into the last eight, the final of the women's park preliminaries. There are two skateboarding categories. There is street and there is park. This is the park. It's the big, she describes it as being a big empty swimming pool. That's the sort of size it is, a big enormous one. And they've got these box jumps in the middle where they try and go over them. There's rails to try and drag the wood of the board along. We're on to our third skater already of this final, having seen Dora Verea of Brazil score 85.06 on her very first run. Now that is better than Sky Brown managed in the preliminaries, just to put it in context. Second up for Spain, Naya Lasso, 59.85, because she had a wipeout, fell to the ground, trying to manoeuvre a 360, she fell, and we just see Arisa True of Australia also falling onto the concrete. Once you fall, it's out, your run is over, but you do get 3 runs, and it's your best score that counts towards the final. So at the moment, that opening run of Dora Verea of Brazil, 85.06, that's the target that Sky Brown has to beat, but that score might be even higher by the time she's up. Next, we've got a Finnish skater, Haili Sirvio, and after that, it's going to be Sky Brown.
So how long are the routines supposed to be, or is there a time limit on them?
Yeah, so it's 45 seconds. They get a sort of sound of a hammer when there is a hammer banging when there's 10 seconds to go. They try to get as many tricks into the routine as they can. There isn't a particular repertoire you've got to follow. What the judges do want to see is they want to see the skaters use all parts of the course. So maybe there's one particular, maybe you like a vert wall extension and you're brilliant at that, but you can't just do that 10 times in the 45 seconds. They want to see you use all parts of the course, get height, speed, and you can tell some of them are being a little bit, particularly in the preliminaries, not quite as elite skaters. Some of those being a little bit more cautious. They don't get the speed, they don't quite get the height, so they're still doing originality, they're still executing moves, but not with that extra bit of danger level in there. But now that we're in the final, we're seeing skaters pushing it now as the Finnish skater pulls off an enormous, that was one of those kick flips where they take both feet off the board, grab it and come back down underneath while the board itself has spun around in the air. It really is dramatic to see, particularly when you get the slow motion replays later on. But yeah, 45 second runs, you get 3 of them, so they'll all do 45 seconds, comes back around, they all do their second, comes back around, they'll all do their third. So you've got a quite big possibility here where Sky Brown could put in a very good showing, but not know until the full field is completed where she's going to end up in the final standings.
She's up next, I think, and I know we're here for the sport, Connor, but there was a lovely moment when the athletes were introduced, and I don't know the average age, I know Sky's 16, but one of them blew bubbles at the camera. That was a great moment.
It's fantastic. I mean, the American Bryce Wettenstein, she loves her guitar. She's brought this little ukulele with her, and she plays with that when they're introduced. Look, it is a young person's sport. Kokoro Hiraki, who the best scorer in the preliminary, she got silver last time. She was only 12 back then. But that said, you know, there are competitors there in their 50s, Tony, who we will see tomorrow. So, you know, it's as much as it's a young person's sport, it's because it's a young sport. You know, this didn't exist as an Olympic sport. I mean, decades ago, people didn't have skateboarding in the Olympics to aspire to. This younger generation do, as Arisa True of Australia gets her score 35.53 because of the fall in that. Basically, if you fall, your score is going to be down below 60, and that's not going to be good enough to get in the medals. But here's the moment for Sky Brown, 16 years of age, born in Japan. Her parents, British and Japanese. Her first preschool she went to had a skate park. That's where the love of it came. She's got that beaming winning smile of hers. When we've been concerned because we knew 8-9 days ago she suffered a dislocated shoulder. In her third run in the preliminary, she fell on that shoulder. It splayed out in front of her, but she's strapped it up and she's underway into these 45 seconds. Sky Brown going for a medal for Team GB in the blazing sunshine of Place de la Concorde, and she goes up a vertical wall extension and bring ooze from the crowd as she lands cleanly again. Back she goes across a jump box and a jump box rail, trying to get the height that will impress the judges here, and the speed as well. But of course she doesn't want to risk too much in this first run, because if she falls, that would bring trouble. Slight little wobble there as she comes down, but this in the main has been neat and tidy from Sky Brown, who's got that long blonde hair flowing from underneath her, black helmet, predominantly navy with a little bit of red Team GB uniform, and there is her kickflip Indy. That brings the big cheer from the crowd. That's her signature move. She didn't use it in the preliminaries, and down she goes in the aftermath. She came over the jump box rail. That was going so well for Sky Brown. She was pushing it, really going to impress the judges, and having pulled off the most difficult move, she falls the next time. Now, I didn't see exactly how she fell. Will that have affected the shoulder? She's back up. No, she's fine, because she's lifted that left arm to adjust her helmet, and she wouldn't have done that if it was the left arm that was hurt. But having gone for it, really, you know, the high amounts of technique and difficulty, getting great airtime, hanging suspended in the air. But this is the best of the best. This is the Olympic final, and that fall is going to hurt Sky Brown in the judges' scorecards. We'll find out in just a second quite how much that is. They don't give us the scores immediately because the judges look back over the replays, and particularly the slow motion replays, to see what score they're going to give. It was a wonderful sight when she attacked what they call the fun jump box, and she came over that with a flick kick Indy. So there is a rail which people often sort of slide across, but she went right over that. Such was the height. And I think with the celebrations of the crowd and how happy she was about that, it was then a more simple jump in the aftermath that she tumbled on. And yet, this is how good she was, 80.87. Now, at the moment, it's not up there with Dora Varela and her first run, but considering she fell, to get 80.57 is a remarkable score for Sky Brown, and she still has 2 runs to go.
Is this all about the risk-reward thing that we talk about a lot? We've talked a lot about in gymnastics, that if you can do your most difficult routine, if you make your difficulty score way out ahead of anyone else, it doesn't matter actually if you lose a few marks from falling.
Or in a way, Ellie, you sort of put it the other way. We had the 11-year-old Zheng Hao earlier on today, who was the youngest athlete competing at these Olympics, just 11 years of age. If you want to feel really old, she was born on the penultimate day of London 2012. She turns 12 next week. She's still 11 now. But she came out, and you see this young 11-year-old child at the Olympics in Paris, and she went through a routine and she didn't fall. And you say, well done you. Now, she clearly didn't take enormous risks. She went for a safe round. And look, that can be smart too. When Sky Brown won bronze in Tokyo 3 years ago, her score was only 55 odd. So because, if there's only 8 in the final, if all of them fall and fall regularly, a clean, safe round could be enough to get you on the podium. But then you see Dora Varela come out and get 85 already. So that changes the whole complex. And Sky Brown, there's no let's just take an easy route here. She's got to push it if she's going to get on the podium.
I think the Japanese rider fell after about 10 seconds there. Then I had to watch her scrabble out. It's like I don't think I get out of that. If I fell over in that,
there's a lot of slopes you've got to climb up to get out of there.
How would you get out?
Yeah.
Right. Cheers, Connor. When do we know when Sky's back in action then?
Yeah, so they'll all go round again. So it's 45 seconds each, but as we just saw with the Japanese, it could be 2 or 3 seconds. As soon as someone's round is over, they go on again. So there's 8 of them, so a maximum of 7 or 8 minutes before she's on again, but it could be even quicker than that.
Back to you as soon as she's in vision, then. Thanks, Connor. Let's head to the velodrome. We've got cycling action tonight. First of all, the women's team pursuit qualifying, watched by Victoria Pendleton and Alistair Bruce Ball.
You've joined us at a really good time, Tony. The Irish team have just completed their run in the women's team pursuit qualifying. 10 teams involved. The Great Britain team will be the 9th on track. That's going to be in about an hour's time. That'll be Eleanor Barker, Josie Knight, Anna Morris and Jessica Roberts. It is all about, over the 16 laps, working as a team. It's a beautifully aesthetically pleasing event to watch as the riders ride wheel to wheel, perfectly in line, speeding around the track, desperately trying to keep those distances between the wheels, just so to get the very fastest times. And what they're trying to do is record one of the 4 fastest times in qualifying. That's what Great Britain will be looking at, because that will get you into a chance of a medal ride. In terms of the Irish team that have just been round Victoria, I think this is quite interesting. So there is no velodrome in Ireland, so the Irish team train in Mallorca. This is the first time they've qualified a team for the women's team pursuit. That is fantastic, world-class, world-level experience for the team, whatever happens to them in this game, isn't it?
It is, actually, and they actually did a really, really solid team pursuit there. So they finished in a 4:12, 4:47, which isn't bad. Currently they're at the top of the leaderboard. A lot of fast teams to come, but yeah, it was a really tidy performance. They had to rope in the help of a Belgian support staff to hold the riders up, because they clearly don't have a big enough team to hold 2 extra riders at the start line. So nice to see some community spirit down there in the track centre, with Belgian lending a hand.
Yeah, the Belgians helping out the Irish. So it's going to be the last 5 teams I think we're really interested in. It's almost seeded. So as each team comes onto the track, we're expecting quicker times. Italy, New Zealand, USA, GB and Germany. And as I say, Great Britain want to be in one of those top 4 teams. And of course, this year going without Laura Kenny or Katie Archibald, who've been a massive part of recent Great Britain teams in the women's team pursuit. Tony Elliott, I also want to nail my colours to the mast here, because you will have been to loads of different Olympic venues. I want Victoria's opinion on this as well. Each of them does a sort of light show 15 minutes before the action starts. So the lights go out in the arena, and at the swimming pool there were some lovely images sort of generated on the surface of the pool, and it looked like a sort of Claude Monet painting of water polo players, whatever. I think, Victoria, I think the velodrome takes it for me. Honestly, it is stunning in here. So the lights go down, you get twinkly lights all around, and then the images of the cyclists building up speed, these huge sort of computer generated cyclists flying around the border. It looks amazing, doesn't it?
It does look amazing. Also, can I add, there is a ginormous disco ball that will appear later on in the evening, which is quite something, isn't it?
Yeah,
turns into a party.
Yeah, there's a glitter. Did you see that yesterday, Tony? There's a glitter
I did,
ball.
I saw that. Yeah, that came down in between events when they were doing karaoke and everything. Yeah, I didn't mention the Cat's Whiskers Burnley. That's what it took me back to. I think it deserves another mention.
Yeah, we had a glitter ball in the gymnastics as well. We also had ballet dancers as well. We had ballerinas that kind of started off doing a little bit of kind of traditional Nutcracker Suite type stuff, and then going into kind of heavy rock. So they just changed. It was very interesting and fun, actually. So a bit of traditional and then a bit of street dance as well.
I know it's cheating, but surely I've not been there yet. The beach volleyball, when the Eiffel Tower starts twinkling in the background, surely that is the ultimate light show, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty special, isn't it?
We've not put a glitter ball up there, though. That's the problem.
It'd be blinding if they did, wouldn't
it? Imagine. That'd be fantastic.
Celine Dion under a glitter ball on the Eiffel Tower.
Yes.
Where have we seen that before?
In your dreams, probably.
Was there? I mean,
no.
I've got very, very hazy memories of the opening ceremony.
She was on the tower, Celine Dion.
I know.
But there wasn't a glitter ball, was there, really?
We had 4 hours of listening to Ali talking about Minions and me trying to describe the bloke who was Bacchus in blue body paint and not much else. So I think I've kind of marked it down as a trauma that I'm not going to revisit.
And that's Ali's career you're discussing there,
Absolutely right, Tony.
There he is.
No, it was a lot of fun. It was an awful awful lot of fun, actually, that opening ceremony. Feels like several years ago now. Where are we up to now?
Yeah, so as I say, Great Britain will be on track, we think, in just under an hour's time. So on track at the moment are the French team. So obviously, fans in here, I can see the tricolours waving about. They are under halfway through their pursuit so far, and they are quicker than Ireland and Japan at the moment, Victoria.
Yeah, getting on to almost 2 seconds quicker, actually just over 2 seconds now at that final split. So they are they're definitely being carried by the cheering crowd. It always helps, but also it's going to get hotter in here. As the time goes on, temperature is going to build, which is going to make the times a little bit faster as well. So we expect to see that the times get quicker and quicker as we reach the end of this heat.
Yeah, and Great Britain on track, we think, in just under an hour.
Lovely stuff. Thank you, Ali and Vic in the velodrome.
Right, well, let's whip back to the skateboarding, shall we? Some of these falls, Connor, by the way, because we've got it on the TV screens here, they're falling from a great height onto their knees and just getting up and walking away nonchalant.
Yeah, if you can imagine, 9 feet or so in the air, falling down onto concrete. Now, obviously, they've got pads on their knees, but still, can you imagine the damage that's got in there on the hips and the wear and tear? But that's what these girls do. They're very much used to it. Have to update you, Tony. We mentioned that Sky Brown fell. She fell right on the buzzer at the end of her routine, as we just see the Spaniard, Nea Lasso, get a wipeout there. It's not counted for the judges. They say that the time had just elapsed as she fell. So that's why her score of 80.57 was so impressive. It has been, so far, the fourth best score that we've seen, with the Japanese Kokoro Hiraki, who was the silver medalist last time, who was the best of the preliminaries. She is leading the way, 91.98. Now, that's a high target to aim for. Sky Brown with 2 further runs to go. Risa True is up next. She had a wipeout midway through her first attempt here in this women's park skateboarding final in Place de la Concorde, right in the heart of Paris. They have brought these urban street sports into the middle of the city, and with a bright, luminous pink helmet and matching pink knee pads, she's pulling out a succession of tricks, and I hope you can hear the oohs and the ahs of the crowd behind me in the background. Arisa True, who's got a push for it now, slides along a rail. That's a nice bit of technique as she then turns around to go from facing to her right over right shoulder to then over her left. It looks like a almost Michael Jackson moonwalk sort of technique when it's executed well. This is much better this time around for Arisa True, and I guess for these athletes, realising it's the Olympic final, you've got to pull out such a brilliant performance to win, and she's got a huge smile on her face as she comes safely through 45 seconds, and we'll see in a moment what the judges are going to make of that. Arisa True of Australia, so she is third in the order. Sky Brown is fifth. That means we've one more skater to go before Sky Brown gets her second attempt here at the skate park.
I think I went early with the term medal drought earlier on, but I don't think we've not had a medal today. Andrea Spendolini Sirex in the diving came 6th. Ben Mayer and Scott Brash in the show jumping didn't medal. So Sky could be our first medalist of the day. At least we're hoping for something in the cycling. We've got the boxing later on as well, and the athletics. But
yes.
So we're pinning a lot of hopes on.
Are you feeling hopeful, Connor? I suppose it just depends, doesn't it? Because this is such a high risk sport and such a high jeopardy sport.
Look, you've got to feel confident. Sky Brown is a big name in this sport, and yet the talent of those, and we mentioned there's 22 in the preliminaries. I was always told there's 4 or 5 who realistically can go and win gold. Sky Brown is one of those, but Kokoro Hiraki's been fantastic, 91.98. And remember, she's got 2 more runs that she can really push it now, the Japanese girl, because having posted that excellent score, even if she wipes out on the other 2, that could be good enough already to get her on the podium or better. So, we've, as much as we talk about tactics here, I think this very quickly becomes a shootout situation where it's just go big or go home. And Sky Brown, who will be up next after this Finnish skater, Haile Sirvio, who's going through her routine wearing the blue and white of her country. She's got a long blonde ponytail stretching down the back of her black helmet. Oh, she fell sideways off one of the rails there. I mean, mind you, maybe that was intentional. I'm not quite sure, but he brought a few oohs and ahs from the crowd as she did so. This is a good round. Bit of confidence here as well. There must be such nerves into the final 10 seconds for Haile Sirvio in the Olympic final. She knows she's got all these techniques. She knows she's got the moves, but then she stumbles with 2 seconds to go. How unfortunate for Haile Sirvio, who was 2 seconds away from hearing the buzzer go, and she winces as she feels the impact of that fall. But next up, it's Team GB's Sky Brown.
Wow, and it looks absolutely beautiful there, doesn't it?
Brutal, though,
Actually,
isn't it?
yeah, it is.
2
It is
seconds.
really brutal, and it's kind of almost. I mentioned the word bear pit in relation to the velodrome and the centre of the velodrome where you were. What's it actually? Is it called Parc Fermé? They call it in the middle of the velodrome, I think.
I don't know.
You don't.
It's the middle
I
bit.
thought you were a cycling expert, having been there once.
I was too busy trying to tell my family I'm in the middle bit. If I'd have said part for where they might have seen me. They didn't see me on the telly.
But yeah, it's kind of almost like a bear pit atmosphere there, isn't it, Connor? Because everyone is looking down into this sunken, empty swimming pool with ramps and domes and hills in it.
You know, regardless of the fact there's a global audience of hundreds of millions watching all of this, I mean, just inside the skate park, thousands of people looking on, and of course skateboarding is a growing sport and they're getting more and more coverage. However, these skaters are not used to this kind of crowd. As Sky Brown takes the cheer of the crowd, she's up for her second run. Dislocated shoulder 8 days ago, down from the drop-in, looking to get the speed and the elevation, and she pointedly they're using her right arm to hang on to the rim to stretch her body upwards. She's not using the left because of that dislocated left shoulder, but here she is, clean, slick, full of energy so far as she goes up the vertical extension, and the golden girl of British skateboarding is looking to put in a big performance here on her second last run. She's got a high target already to beat. To get into bronze, minimum required now is 88.13. And just to put that all in context, her first run was 80.57. So big improvement needed. Up over the rail, landing just a little heavy from the kick flick, bringing big cheers from the crowd though. And Sky Brown accelerates up another rail, spins around 180 degrees and finishes. And she brings her head to her helmet. And I can't see the expression on her face, but the Team G crowd is celebrating as she gets a hug from her American opponent, Brees Wittenstein. Is it enough for Sky Brown? She sort of winces there. It's a kind of a muted smile. It's not huge celebrations as we await the judges' scorecard.
Yeah, give me a hug, but not too much of a hug, I think was maybe the message.
Yes, but hug me on the other side. Yeah.
Does she change her routine up every time? Is that the idea, or are you going different routines each time?
Well, you will have the basic moves that you want to do. The order that you decide to do them is your own business. I mean, as I mentioned earlier on, points are given for using all parts of the course. You've got to get around and be involved, not just in your favourite sections. And sometimes they do go over just a little hump. There's one where they call the waterfall, and it looks like frankly, you or I, Ellie, could go over the waterfall. It's just a little hump, and you go, well, what's that all about? But they have to be seen to have done each of them, and part of it is just to give a little breath before they go for a more difficult manoeuvre. Sky Brown has been just handed an ice bottle of water, and she immediately holds it up to her cheek on what is a hot day in Paris as she awaits to hear the scoring for the judges, and the smile is on her face because it's 91.60. Sky Brown immediately rockets up to the silver medal position. Remember, she still has another run to go. The muted celebrations suggested that's not the best she can do, and yet it's good enough for silver and maybe better. Big moment for Team GB at the skateboarding. Sky Brown, 91.60. That's the second best score we've seen today.
Amazing, absolutely fantastic, and staying on to the very end as well. Really dramatic stuff. So just to confirm, I'm just looking at the leaderboard now. So we've got Hiraki Kokono of Japan is in the lead at the moment, isn't she?
Yeah. So she got 91.98 in her first run, and she has just been out there on her second run, which has just come to an end. So we will find out what her second score is going to be in just a moment, and it means that all of the skaters
I think she fell.
my eyes had just looked away because it's not a sort of an obvious finish line that they go over. I was wondering whether she'd done the first 45 seconds there. We're just getting to see some slow motion replays of what she's completed. But Sky Brown, regardless anyway, I mean, even though she has fallen, to confirm that, Tony, you're right, towards the end of her routine. So presumably she won't get as high as the first scoring, but her first score is all that matters. Second run here, 17.86, and there is a silver medal at the moment for Sky Brown, but of course they will all go again, so any of them could get a better run than her.
I'm going to add this to the list of sports that I can't bear to listen to. No offence, Connor. I just find it so
It's stressful, isn't it?
It's like watching ice dancing. Just one slip, one fall,
you're
and
seconds
it's all
from
over.
catastrophe at any moment.
It's exhausting.
Lovely. Connor, thank you very much indeed.
Back
to you in the next, for the next run, the second run of a third run for Sky Brown. But yeah, she's in a silver medal position at the moment.
The drought is over. I'm calling it. Shall we talk golf now? The women's golf gets underway tomorrow at Le Golf National with Charlie Hull and Georgia Hall representing Team GB, and the pair caught up with Ian Carter before teeing off tomorrow.
Yeah, it's great fun, obviously, to be spending the week with your best friend. And we can't really get sick of each other either, so we live 3 minutes apart. But it's good just to chill at night and watch movies. To be fair, we was both tired last night and didn't see each other, did we? But yeah, it's just going to probably be nice just to chill and relax and stuff, and just feels like normal, if you know what I mean.
Well, I'll come back to you in a second, Charlie, but if we can just put that question to Georgia as well, just how important, as Charlie was saying there, your best mates. So how much is that going to help you with this Olympic experience this time round, Georgia?
Yeah, I think, obviously it's so good that we get to have more memories together, and we've been in kind of every team together for the past 10 years, whether it be amateur or professional. And it's, when you spend a week when it's just two people in a team, I think it's really important to get on with the other player, and you can't really have anyone closer than Charlie. So, again, we're just going to have a really enjoyable week regardless.
Charlie, just one other thought that was raised with me, and I know that your caddy Adam Woodward has been really important to you down the years. Do you think that the caddies should get a medal as well? If you were to get a medal here, do you think Adam would deserve one as well?
100%. 100%. I've got such a good relationship with my caddy, and if it wasn't for him out there, honestly, I don't know what I'd do myself. I would refuse to get on the podium without him.
Oh, that's great loyalty, isn't it, Ian? Just listening to the two of them there, that this is actually a fact. They couldn't do it without the caddies.
No, absolutely. We had a big debate, Andrew Cotter and I, about this, because he was making the point that the cox in the rowing gets a medal, and Andrew's contention was that all he does is just shout a bit, and that a caddy does an awful lot more. I suppose it gets very complicated if you have a caddy of a different nationality to you, if they were to get a medal. So it's an awkward one. But as it stands, the caddies go unrewarded. It's all about the players. But that would be very interesting to see if Charlie gets a medal. She tries to usher her caddy Adam Woodward up onto the pedestal as well, onto the podium.
It was such an epic finish to the men's golf, wasn't it, at Le Golf National, with Tommy Fleetwood getting that brilliant silver medal. Are you excited all over again to go through it over the next 4 days?
Yes, I am, because again, the atmosphere at the golf has been absolutely fantastic. They're actually going to use the men's tee for the women's competition as well, because of the amphitheatre that is around it. And you had spontaneous renditions of the French national anthem when French players arrived on there. But it was just a brilliant cosmopolitan pan-sport kind of atmosphere that really set it up beautifully. And then you had one of the great days of golf anywhere on Sunday when Scotty Scheffler came through to win, to just pip Tommy Fleetwood, John Rahm capitulating, all sorts of stuff going off there. And I've every confidence that something similar will happen in the women's competition. Nelly Korda is the headline act. She's the defending champion. She's the number one in the world. She was brilliant in the early part of this year, been struggling of lately, and a bit like Tommy Fleetwood, I think Charlie Hull and Georgia Hall, they're of a similar ilk in the women's standings, so I think they've got a really good chance of challenging for a medal.
Really looking forward to it, Ian. Thank you very much indeed. Our golf correspondent, Ian Carter.
We're coming to the crunch in the skateboarding, I think. Let's go back to Conor McNamara. Have we just seen a decent run, Conor?
Yeah, look, Rog, Dora Varela has just done her third run. Now, her best score up until now is 85.06. That's good enough for fifth place. That'll be out of the medals. Big Brazilian following in the crowded Place de la Concorde, cheering her on. She looked delighted with the performance. Clean completion of the 45 seconds without any falls. And now that agonizing wait for the score, it's 89.14. So it is her best run of today. It's an improvement of the two, but it's not better than Sky Brown. Dora Varela would move from fifth place up to fourth, but out of the medal positions, with most of the skaters still having their third run to go. We turn our attention to Spain. Naya Lasso. This is the Women's Park final at Paris 2024. The Spaniard who fell on her second run right at the very start of it, only got 7 out of 100, of a score. Here she goes into her 45 seconds wearing the white t-shirt with the small Spanish flag imprinted on it. Many of the outfits here quite of the casual nature which you would expect of skateboarding. Some have got open shirts, some have got very baggy outfits on indeed, but that is what skateboarding is, different sorts of trainers and Converses, and this is a good run from the Spaniard who's trying to put a little bit of pace in as she still has 20 seconds to go in her third and final run here. We've got Sky Brown of Team GB coming up in 3 runs time. That could be in about 3 minutes time, maybe even less. That's a lovely 360 spin in the air from Naya Lasso. This is a much more composed performance from her as she tries to impress the judges as the buzzer goes, and that is much better from her. 59.85 in her first run, 7.66 in her second. You can be sure that will be a higher score from Naya Lasso on her third run as we edge ever closer to the run for a potential medal for Sky Brown, Team GB's youngest ever medal winner in Tokyo 3 years ago, and hoping to be on the podium once again here in Paris.
Well, I mean, the tension builds obviously as you go through this, doesn't it? And the thing is that, you know, Sky Brown has laid down such a good second run already. You know, people can fall off, things can go wrong. We watch it when we watch the Olympic snowboarding as well, and then the Winter Olympics. And actually, I suppose, you never want to cheer for your opponent going wrong. But on the other hand, we're allowed to cheer if somebody goes wrong, Connor.
They seem, Ellie, to be really good friends. And you can imagine these elite skaters, they go around the world together, they have training camps together, they compete at events, and there does genuinely seem to be a lot of empathy, celebration for each other, even when they do their sort of shaping in front of the camera at the start. That often there's little routines where they'll dance in tandem with each other, stuff like that. So it has been great to see. As next up, Arisa True. Now this is the third skater in the final. Remember, they all get 3 runs, 45 seconds each. They want to impress the judges with tricks. To do a trick, you've got to get airborne. To get airborne, you've got to get fast up a ramp. That's a brave start. And I think we've mentioned this a few times now. Olympic final, third run, you don't spare the horses. You give it everything, knowing, of course, that there's the danger, the risk-reward element of a stumble and a fall, which could cause problems. That's a very nice kick flick from the Australian True. Bright pink fluorescent helmet, matching her knee pads as she slides along a rail, gets some height up one of those extended ramps on the far side. Now tries to almost crouch down on her knees in the air there as she spun, landing back on the 4 wheels of the skateboard again, hoping this is enough to impress the judges with seconds remaining. That brings the woos from the crowd and the big celebration for the Australian as the buzzer goes, and for coming up in 2 skaters' time will be Sky Brown for Team GB, but the crowd liked that. Arisa True, who got a 90.11 in her second run and is hoping that she's done even better there. She's only fractionally behind Sky Brown. Sky Brown at the moment in the silver medal position, 91.6. Arisa True, who was only marginally behind her, 90.11. And might Sky Brown be pushed out of the silver medal position ahead of her third run? We'll find out once the judges have watched the slow motion replays here.
Yeah, to my eye, and I'm going there tomorrow, Connor, so I now consider myself a bit of an expert. I think she might push ahead of Sky Brown with that run.
Yes, it'll be interesting to see. I'm not going to preempt the judges, Tony. They will look at it.
Well,
but it was very clean, wasn't it? I mean, it didn't look like there was a moment there where she was doing something she hadn't planned on doing. It didn't look, oh, it's brilliant. I'll tell you what, Tony, you know your skateboarding. 93.18. Arisa True, having impressed Tony Livesey, has gone to the top of the leaderboard in the women's park preliminaries. There's the reaction. We saw it on the computer before she did. She's into the gold medal position. Kokoko Haraki of Japan in the silver medal position. That was the medal she won 3 years ago. And Sky Brown, as it stands with 1 run to go, is in the bronze medal location. But she's got a chance to improve on that. But I'll tell you, it's going to have to be special from Sky Brown.
So just to see where we are. So Hiraki Kokona goes last, doesn't she? So she will be the last to go because of the start order.
Yeah, because she had the best score in qualifying. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And then we've got the finisher athlete who's about to go, and then it'll be Sky after that.
Correct. So we've got Heli Silvio of Finland wearing the blue. with the white socks pulled up all the way to her knee pads and trying to impress the judges here. And we are rapidly progressing through this women's park final. They get 45 seconds each, but if a skater doesn't use the full 45 seconds, they don't wait around. They immediately move on to the next skater. And Sky Brown, who's been nursing that dislocated shoulder, I don't think we could talk about this enough. She had a bad knee injury in April, but the very day before she was supposed to travel out here to Paris in training, she dislocated her shoulder, had difficulty popping it back in again. She was inspected by the Team GB doctor. And I guess like anything, you know, on a normal meet, a normal competition, you'd give it a miss, but this isn't normal. This is the Olympic Games, and Sky Brown, even with one arm dangling off, is going to try and compete as Heli Servio enjoys the celebrations and the rapture of the crowd for that run for her. She's very pleased. It was 71.40, 71.56 on her first two runs. Servio feeling she's done better here on her third and final run at the women's skateboarding at Place de la Concorde.
Sorry, Connor, just a thought ahead of Sky Brown going now. Well, I'm just wondering, because the other girl got 93, does Sky think I've got to up my routine and change it on the hoof? I mean, we won't know the answer to that. It's just out there as a thought. But
I think it has to be there.
You know.
What I think is interesting, Tony, is in Tokyo 3 years ago, and I watched it back this morning, Sky Brown actually fell on her first two runs, and then she completed it, but nothing crazy spectacular. It wasn't a huge score. However, it was a day when the other riders, you know, all struggled and fell, and the scoring in the main was difficult. You know, this was back in COVID times. It was tricky with training and whatnot. This is a different scenario here. She's performed with a 91.60, which is an excellent score. She's got two ahead of her. The Japanese girl who's just marginally ahead on 91.98, and the Australian who has put in a brilliant score of 93.18. So whatever trick Sky Brown has got up her sleeve, you can't hold it in reserve here. You know, had it been a case that there was low scores on the board, then just safe passage, just come home alive would be enough. But that's not the scenario here. She's got to impress the judges. She's got to push it and force it. And as we know, doesn't matter what sport it is, when you're forcing things, that increases the chance of an error. Here she goes for Team GB. Sky Brown, 16 years of age, wearing the Team GB uniform, the navy and the red, gets screams from the crowd as she executes her first trick. Now building up some speed to try and get some air, grabbing onto the skateboard with her left hand. That's significant because that's her injured hand, but she's obviously willing on this final run to pick up further injury there, because this is it. It's all or nothing now for Sky Brown, and she's already midway through her routine. It looks flawless so far. Her blonde hair drifting along in the breeze behind her, up over the rail, brief stop at the top of it. That was intentional. Down again as she looks for speed, up the vertical wall, over the waterfall, then does the little kick flick over the rail. That's the signature move. Now remember, she fell after doing that in her first round. This time more comfortable. Another 360 to finish, and she loves it. She's exhausted. Sky Brown has given it everything, but she bangs her palm onto the roof of the box in celebration. Is it going to be enough? There is no doubt. Sky Brown leaves nothing out there at Place de la Concorde. Tears in her eyes, but a smile on her face. Is it going to be enough? The agonizing wait for the judges' scorecard now.
That was full send, I think the expression is, Connor, wasn't it? She absolutely went for it from start to finish.
The height she gets, Ellie, you know, the speed, and we see the other skaters, and it's graceful and it's powerful. But when she rises in the air, and she's spoken about this, she was 13. She was a little slip of a thing in Tokyo. She's a bit bigger, bit taller now. That gives her more momentum on the board. It allows her to get up higher once she gets the spring. And you can see immediately the hands went up to her head. She looked so delighted, and it was almost like she tried to let out a yelp, but was exhausted. There was no oxygen left in the lungs to do it. Smile on the face of Sky Brown, and it's 92.31. Sky Brown improves on her previous. She's back up in the silver, but it's not going to be good enough for gold. She's not caught the Australian Aricia True. Aricia True 38.18. Sky Brown 92.31. An excellent score, and there still are two skaters, and remember, these are two of the best to go. Can they topple Sky Brown from a silver medal perch? Kokoro Hiraki, whose best score today has been 91.98. Not as good as Sky Brown. Also,
Wow.
Breeze Wettenstein to go, 88.12. This won't take long, but Sky Brown has this wait now to see if she can improve on her bronze from 3 years ago, and can she bring home silver for Team GB in the skateboarding.
It's incredible to watch, Tony. Are you inspired to?
Yeah, I
think you're
called
going to
it.
be doing this?
I didn't get time to say it, but I thought she'd get silver with that run. Yeah, but the stress now. I'd be interested to see what Sky Brown's doing right now. Whether she's watching this or just got her head in her hands and waiting to see. Because so far, I've not seen enough to go to gold.
So a crash out for Hinano Kusaki. No, she's not in contention. There are 2 Japanese in the final. Hinano Kusaki was trying to pull every lever because she was the girl that I think you saw it earlier on, Tony, who crashed right at the very beginning. About a second into her, she only got 2 out of 100 for her first attempt. That's why she was taking all the risks there. But now we will have the American Breeze Wettenstein, who is a songwriter, plays guitar, plays ukulele. That's a big part of her life. 88.12 on her first run, crashed in the second and got just 9.66, but a very talented skater, and she will get a chance to go here for the United States of America. Team GB hopes tomorrow will be on the 51-year-old Andy MacDonald, one of the oldest competitors of this Olympics. He will be up and running in the men's competition of this tomorrow at Place de la Concorde, with Sky Brown currently in silver medal position, and we're seeing on our screens great smiles from the Australian Arissa True, who, remember, and it just shows it's all about one good run. Arissa True only got 35.53 on her opening attempt here, but on her third attempt she put in 93.18, and no one's been able to keep up with that. Right, this is a threat to Sky Brown's medal position. She could still be forced off the podium. 2 skaters to go. If Wettenstein and Hiraki are better than Brown, she won't get a medal. And the American who's underway, teal blue cap and up and running, Tony.
Yeah, I was just going to say, if she fails to beat Sky Brown, this one now, the American, we've got a medal.
Correct.
That's the way I read it.
Correct. That is the way. That podium ain't big enough for them all, but Sky Brown at the moment, she knows she won't be getting gold, but to improve, just 13 years of age to win a bronze medal, to then come back 3 years later and turn it into silver. I mean, what a career that would be, and it would only see her popularity and fame, I'm sure, grow from strength to strength. Sky Brown, who's been involved in television adverts with Serena Williams and Simone Biles. I mean, this is the company she keeps. This is the rarefied air, and this is a big moment as Breeze Wettenstein, right at the very end of her routine, hits the deck and goes down. So certainly celebrating that is Arissa True, because she was worried if someone puts in a great performance, she could be knocked out of gold. Is this going to be good news for Sky Brown in her bid to get silver? Celebration from the American anyway, on a big day in Paris. But she failed to finish her routine and presumably will suffer for that on the judges' scoreboards. We wait for the scores to come in, and yes, it's not going to threaten. It's 73.26 for Breeze Wettenstein. It's a medal for Sky Brown. It's at least bronze as we wait for Kokoto Hiraki, and if Hiraki cannot get 92.31 or better, then it'll be silver for Team GB Sky Brown.
We've got a medal finally, Tony, today.
Sky Brown, yeah. Fantastic. So,
yeah, you think the day 11 medal drought is over.
Yeah.
But we don't know what colour it's going to be until we see this final run, do we, from Hiraki Kokona of Japan, who she set the early pace, didn't she? That's the problem when you're watching and everyone is catching up with you and seeing you've got to sit there and wait. But the spirit between them is amazing, Connor, from everything you see, and you do see it in these urban sports.
And she's underway here, Kokoto Hiraki, and as well as that, Ellie, I would add that the crowd get behind everyone. We the French competitor in the preliminaries, and obviously they went nuts for her. But there's no booing anyone. There's no being disappointed. Everything is oozing positivity, as you would wish for Kokoto Hiraki, who's got this big white sort of bellowing shirt in which I think she's only got one button tied on it, so the shirt is flowing and bellowing in the breeze like a sail as she sets off, trying trying to impress the judges here. Remember, she was the best scorer in the preliminaries. She's a very talented skater as she works her way through the course using the different elements. Great height there. Oh, she was suspended in midair, having come up over one of the box jumps and seemed to almost, time stood still for her. She celebrates with both arms in the air. She's got safely through the 45 seconds. So it all comes down to this. If her score is above 92.31, she will move above Sky Brown. But if it isn't, Sky Brown will get silver, and we will find out in just a few seconds' time. Kekona Hiraki with the black cargo pads and able to spin in the air, to slide around the very rim of this emptied swimming pool bowl that they use in the skateboard. She got around all parts of the track. They're looking at the slow motion replays. Was there any little wobble anywhere? Was there a time when only half the board came down where all of it should have been? I mean, it's great execution, you have to say, from the Japanese as we peruse the slow motion replays. She got real pace. She got real height. There's a lovely image here where Hiraki and Sky Brown are dancing together. Brown came over to congratulate her. They held each other's arms. They shook their hands. And here it comes, 92.63 for the Japanese. Will push her so fractionally ahead of Sky Brown. It's going to be silver Japan, but it's going to be bronze for Team GB Sky Brown. 2 Olympics in a row. She's on the podium. It's another Olympic medal for the 16-year-old. No Team GB competitor has ever been younger winning medals, and now Sky Brown has 2. It's confirmed from Place de la Concorde. 3rd place for Sky Brown, but she was beaten by 0.3 of a point, and that's out of 100. That's how narrow it was. Wow.
Goodness me, well, we say this all the time, don't we? Such narrow margins, such small margins. But to do all of that, Connor, with a dislocated shoulder, it's absolutely mind-boggling. As Tony said, you can't even raise your water glass if you're a normal human being if you've dislocated your shoulder. But she's done all of that, and she'll have surgery, but I mean, well done to her. But, I mean, let's not forget as well that she wanted to do the surfing, didn't she? She had the injury problems. She didn't qualify for the surfing, but she's got a medal again.
Yes, I mean, look, I think if any of us with a dislocated shoulder, we'd have struggled sleeping at night, we'd have struggled, doing the very basics. She'll have taken, all the sprays, all the strapping, trying to hold it in place. But even things like her practice routines in recent days, she must have been worried about aggravating that injury further. So to come here in these circumstances, just for listeners who haven't been with us over the last half an hour or so, the day, just over a week ago, before she came out here to Paris to compete at the Olympics, in training, she fell and dislocated her shoulder. It was touch and go whether she could compete at all. She has shown up, and with a score of 92.31, has been a fraction outside of a silver medal. It is back-to-back bronze for Sky Brown, who is the golden girl of British skateboarding.
Brilliant stuff, Connor. Really chuff her, and she was jumping around at the end with that bronze, so it's a happy bronze. We've seen various moods from athletes during this Olympics where they're unhappy getting various colours of medals, but she seems happy with that bronze. Well, I'll join you tomorrow, Connor.
Looking forward to it, Tony. Bring your
board.
Mean that?
Yeah, well, I've patented my whoopometer. So actually, I thought the Japanese girl hadn't done as well there because I was judging it on the whoops of the crowd. Maybe it's flawed.
No,
so I'll work on it overnight.
Ability to, by the way, I know men from Burnley never leave the house without an umbrella anyway, but bring your brolly to shade yourself from the sun because it is absolutely scorching and there's no shade. I
shall bring my collapsible Panama. I'm a bit more cosmopolitan than you.
Excuse me.
Do you wear that around the streets of Burnley?
No. Doesn't come out in Burnley. Can you imagine? Who's that over there? So I'll see you tomorrow, Connor.
Adamant.
Cheers, Connor.
Good. There he goes. That was brilliant.
It was
First
really good.
medal of the
First
day.
medal of the day. Yes, Sky Brown. It has. But we've been greedy, haven't we? Because it's been such an incredible games for Team GB so far. And another one on the table. Where are we up to now? Medal table. Let's see. Yeah, we're 5th.
Yeah.
Still in 5th? But that's good. That is very good. And that extra bronze will take our medal tally to 43, I reckon.
Yeah, and we've got hopes in cycling today. We've got hopes in boxing today. Bunsey will be all over that. And we've got hope in the athletics stadium as well, which is going to be really exciting tonight with Josh Kerr.
Absolutely, yeah. Josh Kerr against Jakob Ingebrigtsen.
And they don't like each other, do they?
It's a little bit like boxing trash talk.
Yeah, great. Well, we'll probably get into that before we go tonight. Right, we are going to go now to the news on 5 Live. Here's Nick Hatfield.
The voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thank you, Tony. Good afternoon. The top prosecutor in England and Wales says he's willing to consider terrorism charges for people involved in the riots. Hundreds have been arrested in connection with the unrest. The Director of Public Prosecutions, Stephen Parkinson, says those involved will face the most severe criminal charges. And he told the BBC he was aware of at least one case where prosecutors are looking at charging people under terrorism laws.
It's not going to be the vast range of criminality that we have seen, but where you have organised groups planning activity for the purposes of advancing their ideology, meeting a political objective, and then planning really, really serious disruption, then yes, we will consider terrorism offences. And those, of course, involve enhanced penalties.
Well, a man in his 50s is in a serious condition in hospital in what police are calling a racially motivated hate crime during unrest in Belfast. Witnesses reported seeing people stamping on the man's head last night. This woman, who wants to remain anonymous, owns a restaurant which was attacked while staff were inside.
Most of my staff Muslim, I am Muslim. But this is not reason to attack people because their religion or their background. I am 11 years here, my kids from here.
There was further unrest in other parts of England last night. Police came under attack in Darlington and Plymouth. Several vehicles and a pub were damaged in Birmingham. In Leeds, a man became the first person to face prosecution for posting allegedly criminal messages linked to the violence. And 2 people have also been arrested in Chester, accused of using Snapchat to encourage people to attend a protest at a hotel. All of the children injured during the knife attack in Southport last week have now been discharged from hospital. 3 young girls were killed. Kamala Harris has chosen the governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, as her running mate for the presidential election. It means he will become vice president if she wins. Our North America correspondent is Nomia Iqbal.
He's 60 years of age. He is a military veteran. He's a teacher. He's a former high school coach. He brings this balance to the ticket. He is someone who knows how to connect with rural voters, working class voters, those voters who might not be able to connect with Kamala Harris. The other thing also is that he is a gun owner.
Pupils in Scotland have received exam results for nationals, hires and advanced hires. The exam body says their results were solid despite fewer students getting top marks than last year. But thousands of pupils receiving their results by email were sent a blank message. The Scottish Qualification Authority says the issue has now been fixed. And 3 water companies are facing fines totalling £168 million for sewage leaks. The penalties have been proposed by the regulator Ofwat and will now go to public consultation. Sewage spills in England's rivers and seas more than doubled last year. Let's get the travel news now. Here's Orna Merchant.
Thanks, Nick. So the M6 in Lancashire, all traffic at a stand now, joining the M61 at junction 30, heading north. It's because of an accident. The M61 queues are over an hour, heading up towards junction 30 of the M6. Stop-start traffic. The M62 West Yorkshire queues at 25 Brickhouse, a breakdown in one lane. M4 queues in Bristol, eastbound from the M5, heading to the M32, 20 to 19. Heavy traffic there, one lane closed. And severe delays on the M1 in Bedfordshire. 3 lorries collided in an accident at Bedford at junction 13. 2 lanes are closed. The queues have been stretching back way past junction 13. M25 clockwise, all traffic at a stand. 25 at Enfield. Queues to 23 at South Mims near the A1M. 2 lanes are closed and it's for road surface repairs. And the M25 anti-clockwise at junction 12 near the M3. All traffic at a stand there as well because of another accident. Warner Merchant, 5 Live Travel.
On BBC iPlayer.
I'm Paddy the Baddy Pimley.
I'm Meatball Molly McCann.
We're 2 mates from Liverpool, currently fighting in the UFC.
Real fighters.
You don't really get a much more brutal sport than MMA.
And their real lives.
My life's not all about just training and fighting. I think I'm an entrepreneur. How'd you say that?
Paddy and Molly show no mercy.
The next 6 months are going to be the biggest fights of our lives, and that's a fact.
Watch on BBC iPlayer.
The Olympics.
Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Eleanor, Oldroyd and Tony Livesey.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to Paris, where Team GB have palms sweatingly just got their first medal of the day.
It's going to be bronze for Team GB Sky Brown. 2 Olympics in a row. She's on the podium. It's another Olympic medal for the 16-year-old.
Yeah, it was a fantastic moment,
wasn't it?
Yeah,
Oh.
but it wasn't to be for Andrea Spendolini-Siriex in the diving.
It's an excellent dive. It's arguably her best of the competition. It will score highly, but it won't score highly enough to get her into medal contention.
Yeah, Overs called that correctly. She finished 6th in the women's 10-metre platform.
After GB's women triumphed in the team sprint last night, it's the turn of the men in the cycling this evening.
Yes, they take on Germany in their knockout race just after 6 o'clock. Not only do they need to win it, but also set one of the 2 fastest times across the 4 races to get into the Olympic final.
And we'll be building up to the big athletics battle of the night, the final of the 1500 metres, as Josh Kerr takes on Norway's Jakob Ingebrigtsen.
We are, of course, bringing you every Team GB medal live here on 5 Live. You just had proof of that a few moments ago. You can also follow events on the BBC Sport website and app, or watch on the BBC One and iPlayer.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Eleanor, Oldroyd and Tony Livesey.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
A women's football semi-finals this evening, USA against Germany, and Maz Faruqi is watching.
Still 0-0, Ellie. Bright start for the USA to this first women's semi-final. Rose Lavelle testing the Germany keeper, the former Chelsea number 1, and Katrine Berger. But Germany coming much more into it into the last few minutes or so. A scary moment from a corner from the left of Germany for the US defence to try to deal with. A good chance as well for Eula Brand. A reminder, Germany are without both Leah Schuller and their captain and their talisman going forward, Alexandra Popp, for this match. But they're playing pretty well at the moment. 28 minutes gone in Lyon. USA 0, Germany 0.
Cheers, Maz. Thank you very much indeed. Straight back to the velodrome. Vic Pendleton and ABB watching the GB in the women's team pursuit qualifier.
Tony, they're just about to take to the track. We're at the business end of this now. 10 teams competing in the qualification round, and Great Britain are 9th to go. Eleanor Barker, Josie Knight, Anna Morris and Jessica Roberts. 16 laps of the track adds up to 4 kilometres. Victoria, the fastest time we've got so far has come from New Zealand. Their riders have impressed. They were the silver medalists in the women's team sprint last night. 4 minutes 4.679. The key here for Great Britain by the end of it, and we've still got the Germans to go, is to be in the 4 fastest times, because then you get yourself into a first round race. If you win it, you get into the Olympic final.
Yeah, but not only that, it looks like they're going to have to break a world record to do so. It's, if we look at the world record is 4:04.242 from Germany, and we have got 4:04.679 as the fastest time on the board right now. So we are looking for a team to challenge the world record, shall we say.
Does it? I mean, we saw Great Britain's women's team sprinters break the world record 3 times, break their own world record, then it was taken off them, then they broke it again in the final. Is that partly to do with Victoria, a peak of performance at an Olympic Games, riders in new equipment, that sort of thing? Do you think we're going to see a lot of world records, I guess, at these games is what I'm getting to?
I think that we will, because teams generally hold their equipment for the Olympic Games. They reveal it just before, and they spend a lot of time and effort trying to refine what they have within the legislations, which are very, very tight. I mean, you see the guy weighing the bike every single time to make sure that it is on gram perfect to get on the track. But the Olympic Games make such a difference to the sport, to the funding and all these elements, that you really have to focus these efforts every 4 years. So I do think that you are likely to see world records break at the Olympic Games in general.
Which makes it hugely exciting. And Great Britain's 4 riders are about to step onto the track. 3 of them from Wales. Eleanor Barker, the most experienced of the quartet, gold medalist in the team pursuit in Rio, 29 years old, competing in her 3rd Olympics. Also from Wales, Anna Morris, 29-year-old, competing in her 1st Olympics, as is the 25-year-old Jess Roberts, also from Wales. And Josie Knight, who I'm led to believe is going to take on a lot of the front running here for Great Britain over the 16 laps. So that previously would have been Katie Archibald. Katie Archibald unfortunately had that freak accident in her garden in June, and so there's quite a lot of responsibility actually on Josie Knight in this team performance.
There is. I mean, Katie Archibald always used to be able to put in a lot more work. Like, she had the capacity to really pick up half laps here and there if the pace was dropping. Like, she would be the one who would crank the speed up. So without that person in the team, there definitely are some big shoes to fill.
Voices drop to a whisper. The 4 British riders stand.
False
and that's
start.
going to be a false start. So actually, Victoria, I don't mind that, because I want to ask you a couple of questions about the sort of technicalities of this event. 4 riders, they start shoulder to shoulder, but very quickly they fall into that slipstream of 4 in a line. And what we're talking about there, what Katie Archibald does for the team, is take the lead at the front of the 4, and some riders will do that more than others, and there you really are working the hardest, aren't you?
Yeah, to explode out the gate, you really need to get the team up to speed, really push forward. And I don't actually think, looking at the slow-mo, it was barely a false start.
Right.
Like, it wasn't really visible to the eye, really, but yeah, they're having a restart. Hopefully that will not hold them up too much.
Yeah.
Get the first gate out of the way. Gate practice, it's all
Yeah.
good. We're going to get back into it.
We should also tell our listeners, as we did yesterday, Victoria, but people will be joining us all the time, false start in the velodrome does not mean immediate disqualification.
No, they get a second chance to give it a go. Nerves, obviously nervous, legs, and these guys that are being held on the track, they could just move forward. They're only being held very lightly, usually by underneath the saddle, to keep them upright. They're not really being it's more of a balance at the start with the handheld starters.
Just getting reset on the start line here, right down beneath our commentary position. The Great Britain team in the dark blue outfits splashed with red, white aerodynamic helmets, and these blocked out wheels on the bike, which looks spectacular with sort of flashes of the Union flag, the red, white and blue. Stiflingly hot again inside the velodrome, as it always is. Plenty of Union flags around the arena, and this giant 4-sided screen above track centre, which is a real benefit to every spectator in here, so they can watch the action live on the track, but also follow all the splits and timing on the screen above them. Tony, before we get started, I believe you have a question.
Well, no, all it was we saw this happen last night while I was there. It was a Chinese team, and they, I think nerves did play a part, because they performed badly as a result of this. They were kind of over tense, I think. We talked about it, Victoria, didn't we?
Yeah, I mean, it does go very quiet. No, 16 seconds to go, it's okay. But you really want that start to be like instantaneous power and explosion out of the gate, to put down as much force, because every millisecond counts right now. So it has to be perfect.
Which it
and
was.
They're away.
For the women's team sprint last night, which is why they took home the gold medal. So Great Britain away at the second time of asking, and very quickly into their rhythm. The 4 riders wheel to wheel on the back straight, bent over the handlebars, and as they come round, there's an official here with a red board which has a digital number on it, which gives them, I mean, they will well know how many laps they've got to go. It's more for the spectators inside the arena. Tells them 15 laps to go, and will count down as they continue to go round. And the coach, very important as well, Victoria, on the side of the track that Tony had spotted yesterday with the iPad in his hand.
He's using an iPad, you'll be pleased to know, Tony. He's gone for that more reliable method rather than the dancing or whatever it was. What was it?
It was the hokey cokey, wasn't it? That
yeah.
Tony was talking about.
He's going down to getting low, so they don't have to lift their heads, so they can see the iPad right on the bottom of the track where they're aiming for.
Right, 3 laps in so far, and Great Britain are just half a second outside the quickest time set by New Zealand so far. Germany are first to go, and where Great Britain need to be by the end of this qualification run is inside the top 4, preferably inside the top 3, so that they can't get bumped out if they were in 4th place. What are you making of the ride so far, Victoria? Just half a second outside New Zealand at the moment.
I always think that they ride such enormous gears these days. It takes them a few laps to really get to optimum pace. So I do think we shouldn't be too alarmed at the first couple of laps and what those times look like.
Jess Roberts is out in front as they come rumbling past us in the home straight. They are in the sprinters lane. There's a little black line painted right on the inside of the boards here inside the velodrome, and then a red line a few feet to the right hand side of that, and that's where they want to be. It's a beautiful event to watch, Victoria, when it's done brilliantly, isn't it?
And it's like maybe 4-6 inches between the bikes, so it's almost like they become one machine, which I think looks quite spectacular.
Exactly, almost look like they're joined by a string, and there's a telepathic understanding between the riders. Anna Morris is just leading them at the moment, and she will continue to lead them into the back straight. Over halfway into this race, latest split has them 1.3 seconds outside the New Zealand team, so they're actually falling back a bit here, Victoria.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see what's on that iPad, but I can't see how far up or down they are from their own schedule, because they will be riding to their own schedule and how they want to ride it, whether they want to ride conservatively, going to get the words out and build up, or whether they go out hard and die off.
Right, Anna Morris has done a long turn, few laps there at the front, and she now drifts away high up the banking, and she is out of it for the rest of this race. So it's down to 3 riders, and that's how the team pursuit works. You have to have 3 riders crossing the line at the end. When the last rider comes over the line, that is the time you take. But I'm afraid to say at the moment, Great Britain 1.7 plus seconds outside the New Zealanders' time, but there is still time to turn it around. What have we got? We've got 4 laps remaining from now. And they go out again, Victoria.
Oh, no.
Couple of seconds beyond New Zealand.
Girls.
Right, Victoria's given them a shout.
Oh my goodness, I want to get up there and give them a good shout.
Yeah, mustn't forget this is a team without Laura Kenny and Katie Archibald, silver medalist Great Britain at the last Olympics in Tokyo, world champions last year, but Katie Archibald in both of those teams in the latter stages of this race, and they're actually slowing here, Great Britain. The 3 riders wheel to wheel in the home straight have 2 laps to go, and at the latest split they're almost 2 seconds behind New Zealand, so we're going to have to see where this puts them in the eventual table at the end.
Yeah, it's not looking like they're going to be able to pull that back in this short time remaining. This is the bell, so they're into the final lap.
Yeah, there goes the bell. So Eleanor Barker, Josie Knight and Jess Roberts giving it everything now, thundering down the back straight. Those Union flags are still waving. The last split we get there, over 2 seconds outside the New Zealanders' time. Where is it going to place them overall? The 3 riders move shoulder to shoulder and cross the finish line, and Great Britain pop up as the 3rd fastest qualifiers. So that actually is good news, because there is still only Germany to go. Great Britain will be in the top 4. It means they will get a race. Their next race, if they win it, they get into the final, the Olympic final, and will ride for the gold medal. They've probably got a bit more to give there, do you think, Victoria?
I think they've got a bit. They're definitely going to go back and have a look at that ride and see what they can do differently. And it is the first time that, this team has worked together, so they're probably still learning a lot about each other and how to ride this race and different race strategies. So
that's the news from the qualifying in the women's team pursuit. Great Britain 3rd fastest, Germany still to go. They were just over 2 seconds outside New Zealand, who've set by far the best time today, half a second slower than the USA, and Italy currently in 4th spot, which is a danger spot, because if Germany get into that top 4, Italy get bumped out, and then they can't ride to try and get into the Olympic final.
Hang on.
Thank you very much indeed.
Sorry.
Thank you very much. He was looking at his BBC. Actually, you're very on brand.
I am.
Your BBC app, your BBC Sport app.
I had a microphone on.
Check your schedule.
Microphone on top of head moment. Then.
Yeah.
Sorry about
that.
Oh dear. So Vic, I'm just unprofessional. I think that's what it
unlike me. When I said "oh dear," I was thinking of myself the other day during the road race. I had the headset on backwards at one point, upside down. I was all over the place.
Well, I can top all of those. Commentating at the Open Championship Golf one year, I had an ice cream, a 99 flake in one hand and a microphone in the other. I went to speak into the ice cream.
So good.
Oh, brilliant.
Excellent.
Cheers. Well, look, we're back with you later, guys.
Yep.
Absolutely, yes. Men's team sprint.
So just remind us what we've got coming up.
Yeah, men's team sprint. Where's my sheet of what's going on this evening? That's the key one, Ellie. So men's team sprint, that will come up. Where are we? Not too far away.
He's talking
probably
into his ice cream again now.
About 25 minutes, about half an hour away, I think, from Great Britain against Germany in a first round heat. Great Britain will win it, I'm pretty sure of that, but they need to be one of the fastest 2 winning teams across the 4 races. If they do that, they get into the final. So that is a big race.
Perfect. Look forward to that.
Yeah, back with you for that. So there's loads going on, more cycling to come. We also have adventure at the athletics tonight. That's going to be fantastic. And there's boxing on the way. In fact, the last Olympic action of the day will be at Roland Garros. But it won't be tennis, it is boxing, because it's moved to Court Philippe Chatrier, much to Buncey's delight. He's got away from that IKEA where he's been eating every night. In our last ever international fight, Ireland's Kelly Harrington will look to defend her Tokyo title in the women's 60 kg gold medal fight. She's up against China's Wenyu Yang, who's the top seed. The fight starts precisely 6 minutes past 10. Set your watches. Boxing correspondent for the Irish News, Neil Loughlin, will be at Roland Garros tonight and joins me now. Neil, hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good, yeah. I guess you're looking forward to this. Before we talk about her chances, can we talk about Kelly herself? An absolute hero in Ireland. Talk to me about how popular she is and why.
Yeah, well, the Tokyo gold medal 3 years ago really cemented that, I suppose. But Kelly's been a bit of a late burner, I suppose, in an Irish context, because it's sometimes forgotten outside of Ireland that she was really in Katie Taylor's slipstream for the guts of a decade. You know, Kelly would have had to box up at a higher weight, 64 kg, because Katie had 60 nailed down. Best female fighter we've ever seen. So, Kelly was 30 by the time she went to Tokyo and won gold. She's 34 now. It actually does make you wonder what she might have achieved had that roadblock not been there in the first place. But in terms of how she's viewed in Ireland, particularly in Dublin and particularly in her own community in Portland Row in the north inner city of Dublin, she's an absolute hero. If you speak to anybody from around that area, Kelly is idolised, and you only had to look at the footage, I think, whenever she came back from Tokyo 3 years ago, on a double-decker bus going through Portland Row. Her mum and dad, just everybody, the streets were lined for her coming back. And it's funny, she actually has already said, regardless of what colour medal she brings home from Paris, she won't be going through Portland Row on a bus this time. She wants to walk through it. She wasn't madly comfortable with being elevated above the people from the community from which she comes. So she wants to, because this is she wants to be able to have an opportunity to say thank you to everybody for their support, and a lot of them are here.
Yeah, no, I've seen loads of Irish fight fans knocking around. And I guess from what you're saying, Neil, it cements what I've read about her, that she's grounded in that local working class community and very modest and, as you've said, almost doesn't want to stand out.
That's exactly it. She's not really keen on media stuff. She tends to keep quite a low profile. And she was almost slightly mortified coming back from Tokyo at the notion that people might think that she suddenly had tickets on herself, that kind of thing. It's just so at odds with the personality that she is, and it's why she's obviously constantly been asked about whether she would like to turn professional and all this kind of stuff, but it's never something that has been on Kelly Harrington's agenda, because it just doesn't suit who she is. She's the whole theme of this week, funnily enough, or the whole games, has been that she is taking down the.
Oh, I think we've lost Neil there. But unless he's pausing for thought, there's something profound on the way in the next 5 seconds. But it doesn't sound like that.
No.
Well, look, that fight, I was going to ask what chance she has really against Wenyu Yang. We mentioned that she's the top seed. You can listen to that fight. Buncey is looking forward to that 6 minutes past 10. The fact that Buncey, I said to Buncey, give me one fact about Kelly Harrington when I was speaking to him earlier here in the Paris Cafe. And he said, and he's mentioned this on air before, but he kind of puts into context everything Neil was saying there about Kelly Harrington's background, that Roddy Doyle asked her if he could write her autobiography.
Yeah.
I think
she's a proper star.
That speaks volumes, doesn't it? But this is her last international fight as well, so she's going to fight domestically, whatever the result, when she gets back. And luckily, Neil rejoins us now. Hello, Neil. Oh, he's gone again. Right, there we go. He's in, he's out. We're all doing the okie-kokie now. Never mind the train on track cycling. Right, well, look, that will be across that fight for you tonight.
We will be. What time is it tonight?
6 minutes past 10.
6 minutes past 10, right.
Shall we do a bit of swimming?
Let's do a bit of swimming.
Okay. Well, it's been great in the pool. The swimming's all over now. It's been a brilliant 9 days in the pool. Team GB came away with 5 medals in total. One of those was gold in the 4x200 metres freestyle. And we haven't had time to play this till now, but yesterday I managed to catch up with 2 of those gold medalists, Tom Dean and James Guy.
obviously winning that gold again with the other three lads, and obviously Jack and Kieran in the heats was very, very special. We've created history by doing that, the same quartet to repeat and win the same gold medal in the Olympic Games. It's never been done before in athletics or swimming. So to be part of that and create history is very cool. To get, and obviously a personal best time off the lead out leg as well. So, for me it was a perfect race. I couldn't have done anything more. I gave these guys a bit of a lead, and they all brought it home to kind of get the job done, really.
Yeah, I mean, Tom, no offence, James has just read out all my script. You're the first team to Oldroyd. So how was that even on the agenda when you were practicing for the Olympics? Did that occur to you that you could make history in this way?
Yeah, no, Jim's pretty well media trained. No, yeah. It's never really been on our mind. I don't think, as a sport and as a governing body, they always focus a lot on process. We always get told process, forget about the outcome, because you can get too caught up in outcome. It's quite easy to think, if we do this, then we'll defend our Olympic title or we'll, win Olympic gold or whatever. You've got to really focus on executing the right race. And they always say, focus on the process and the results will inevitably come. And that's exactly what happened. For everyone who watched our relay, we all swam really, mature, well-executed races, and history came to us and the medals inevitably came to us. So even though it was, in the slight back of my mind, a defence of an Olympic title and how special that would be, I never let it kind of become too big in my mind or kind of overtake what we're all doing in the pool as we've kind of trained and prepped, and even when we executed the race. So process, that's what we're all about.
Neither of you are strangers to medals. Talk to me about level of buzz this time around. Does it inevitably drop a notch, or does it go up a notch, the fact there's another one on the trunk sort of thing?
I feel as if, this time I was obviously so excited to win it. Obviously, winning the Olympic gold, we kind of felt tasted what it felt like back in Tokyo. And to do it with your mates as well is very, very cool. I've always kind of found that being on the podium with your mates and being crowned Olympic gold medalist you can't really get much better than that. But I feel like, we knew that we could win it, and then to go and actually do it under the pressure of, being the ones being hunted, because we knew it was our title to defend. We knew that people were going to try and come for us. So it was our race to lose, really. We knew we had the best 4 guys in the world, stacked in the world rankings. So it's basically us to mess up and people to try and overtake us. But so it was always kind of the sweet ride of, when the gold finally came, we saw the official result and it actually came through. It was like, well, job's done there. So yeah, nice time to celebrate and see our family and friends in the crowd was even better.
Yeah, and what about next time? I mean, is that just looking too far ahead? Are you all up for that for LA? I mean, could you retain it again? What's the prospect?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at where we are and we're. There's a reason why it's never been done before that the same quartet have defended a relay Olympic title like that, because it is so tough and there are so many variables. You roll the dice for another 3 or 4 years to the next Olympic Games, and there's 4 people that need to all be on top form. And the fact that we all showed up, we all had a fantastic year of training this year. We all put together a good 3 years, and we came to Paris and got the job done is a testament to our home training program. So look, I can't sit here and say for certain that we'll all be in LA. And I heard Duncan speak earlier and say, look, we need to just take this moment in, and I think he's completely correct. We really need to savour this success we've just had. But look, I'm game to go again. I can't wait. I think racing out in LA would be incredible. And if these other 3 lads are out there, I mean, how special would that be?
And to beat the Yanks at their home pool as well, mate. That's what it's about.
Soil, it would make it even sweeter. So look, I can't speak for the other 3 guys, but as soon as I came to the village here in Paris and got, had the Olympic rings on my chest and walked out of Team GB, I was like, yeah, this is cool. I want to do this again.
The swimmers are at it now, trash talking, Ellie. It's great. Because I'm a news hound, and the news hound I am, I did push Tom on the rumours that he was going into Strictly. He went very corporate and said no answer.
Yes.
But I said to James, look, come on, can he dance? And he said no, but he'll be good at the 2-step. So he is going in, but he's kind of gone.
Yeah, there was a little bit of controversy, wasn't there? Because
yes.
it was kind of not announced.
He went early.
He went too soon.
False start.
Yep. Always bad. But yes, one what is it? One shot and you're out. Anyway, let's go back to the cycling, because that's all wrapped up now in the women's team pursuit. Ali Bibi, well, how's it looking?
Yes, well, Germany were the last team to go and actually ended up as the 5th fastest qualifiers. Great Britain have finished as the 3rd fastest qualifiers. They will take on the USA tomorrow in a first round race. USA were just over half a second quicker than them in that qualification run. But if Great Britain can beat the USA tomorrow in the first round race, they will be into the gold medal ride, either against New Zealand or Italy. So I think the British riders will take encouragement from that. I think they will feel deep down that they can improve and can beat the USA. So very much in with a shot of getting into the Olympic final.
Cheers, Ali, for now. We're going to talk athletics in a moment. Looking forward to that. Before that, though, it's semi-final time in the women's football. The USA are playing Germany, and Maz Farouk is watching. It's half-time, Maz.
It is, Tony, and no goals yet at the home of Olympique Lyonnais, French football's most successful women's side, one of European football's most successful sides, where this first semi-final in the women's football competition between two heavyweights in the sport, Emma Hayes' USA team and Germany are playing. It is 0-0 at half-time, USA starting really positively, but Germany have looked much better as we approached half-time. Neither side yet, though, with that quality pass or that quality moment in the box yet, so it is very, very tight, this one, and we thought it might be between two such experienced sides. Half-time in Lyon, it is USA 0, Germany 0.
Thank you, Maz. Well, we'll keep up to date with that and the score in the second semi-final as well between Brazil and Spain as we go through the evening here on 5 Live. And we've been talking about the fact that it's a huge night in the Stade de France tonight. There's boxing later on. But I think that the contest between Josh Kerr and Jakob Ingebrigtsen in the men's 1500 metres final has got as much spice in it as some of the biggest boxing fights. Kath Mary, Ali Kervishley are our team in the Stade de France already. Would I be right in saying that, guys?
Oh, spice. What do you reckon, Al? A lot of spice. Absolutely. You've already pinched my line, because that's exactly what I've got written down here. Honestly, they're like two heavyweight boxers. And the one thing that we're missing is the weigh-in and the pre-fight press conference. We haven't had the pleasure of that. But yeah, I've come in, we've wandered into the stadium. There are so many Norwegian fans, but also so many Union flags all around this stadium, and it really does feel like you're in one camp or the other tonight.
So how do you characterise that rivalry between the two of them for people who haven't really been following it, blow by blow, as it were?
It's pretty simple to sum up, really. Jakob Ingebrigtsen is the fourth fastest man of all time and is the defending Olympic 1500 metre champion. Josh Kerr is the world champion and was the second British athlete in a row to beat Jakob Ingebrigtsen to the world 1500 metre title. They are the two big heavyweights of this men's 1500 metre race. One of them is either going to win the Olympic gold for the first time in Josh Kerr, an upgrade from bronze that he got in Tokyo 3 years ago behind Jakob Ingebrigtsen, or Jakob is going to come one of very few people, Ellie, that have done back-to-back 1500 metre titles. They're respectful of each other as athletes, but they don't get on, and they're always having a little snipe at each other. I think Jakob was asked, because they ran in the semi-finals, didn't they, Alison, to qualify for this final together, Ellie, and it was like Jakob was asked, how do you feel about how Josh was racing in that semi-final? He's like, he was in it, was he? There's a lot of shade between these two guys, but the difference is Jakob Ingebrigtsen is 3 seconds faster than Josh Kerr on paper, but this is championship running. There's no pacemakers, no wave lights, and that's normally when the Brits get the better of the Norwegian.
Yeah, and he puts his game face on, doesn't he, Josh Kerr? In a very literal sense, Ali. He puts his shades on in the call room.
Yeah,
even in the evening, he's wearing his shades.
He started wearing these shades a couple of years ago now. It was actually after Tokyo. He wore them, and I think all of a sudden he just thought that could be my thing. And then he's used this analogy that he was sitting in a call room and he was enjoying just looking at the other athletes and almost winding them up. The line he uses is, they were asking me, was I looking at them? And I went to them, well, I might be. And I think, he plays the game really, really well. And I know our television colleagues have been playing a very, very spiky kind of preview where, I don't know, because sometimes, I know a lot of people that don't know Josh and they've gone, I'm not sure I like him. And I really do like him. I think he's such a lovely guy. And I do worry that sometimes those little previews do put the wrong kind of spin on the type of
guy he is, not just the type of athlete he is.
And a quick story, Ellie, on the sunglasses that Alison's just wonderfully described there. He ran the British Championships in Manchester a few weeks ago, where he dropped down to the 800 metres because he's already qualified for this event here in Paris. He unfortunately fell in the final there, but he came out to qualify, Ellie, without his glasses on. It was like, oh my God, Josh Kerr, we can see your eyes. And basically the official had made him come out on the track, and they didn't give him time to go back and get them, and he didn't like not wearing them.
Yeah, once you get into your routines and your little things, athletes don't like those changes, do they? So who's going to be the favourite? Well, so Ingrid Britson was quickest in qualifying.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, once you get into the middle and long distances, the qualifying rounds and times kind of go out the window. It's the way that people run. I guess I was surprised that Jakob Ingebrigtsen ran as quick as he did and wanted to win. I've been looking back through all of the previous championships, global championships, that the two of them have run against each other. And quite surprisingly, they've actually met in all of the semi-finals. And in each of those, Josh has always won. This time round, I don't know whether he was playing mind games, Jakob, and I also don't know whether he's thinking, do you know what, I'm going to take a little bit of the sting out of Josh's legs and make this semi-final hard, because Josh raced him all the way to the line. But when we go in tonight, it's a very different setup. Everyone knows what Jakob has got to do. He's got to make it quick. Now, will he make it quick from the gun? I don't know. We're so used to seeing him for the first 300 metres or so at the back of the field. If he does that and then winds it up, he may think he can take the sting out of Josh Kerr. Josh Kerr knows that he needs to be on Jakob's shoulder with at least 200 metres to go, ready to sweep by him, which is the way that he did it in the World Championships, which is the way that Jake Whiteman did it in the World Championships to win. Last time round it was Timothy. I was just going to say, last time round at Tokyo, the reason that it's the Olympic record, the reason it was quick, 3 minutes 28, Timothy Cheruiyot of Kenya took it out as if he was a pacemaker. I don't think he'll do that tonight. I think everyone will be going, do you know what, Jakob, if you want to make it quick, go and do the hard work yourself. I think this is the thing. None of us know, and we're all really, really excited to know what race strategy is in Jakob's head.
Yeah, we'll talk about the women's 200 metres final in a second. But what about Laura Muir in the women's 1500? I mean, she's one of these athletes that there was so much focus on a couple of years ago. But do you think she can make another final and get through and try and add to her, to her already impressive career?
Yeah, I know. I 100% think she can make another final. Unfortunately for Laura, she's just come around at an era of 1500 metre running which is just unprecedented. The times we're seeing, the quality of the athletes is just phenomenal. But there's lots of athletes in there that she's so used to racing. And yet again, she was in another world record 4 or 5 weeks ago here in Paris, when Faith Kipyegon brought down the world record, and Laura Muir ran a phenomenal 3:55 that night. She looked great. She was behind Sagai in the first heat, 3:58 to qualify. Honestly, world class in a first round. I'm not sure whether it is the quickest first round we've ever seen in the Olympics, but it sure was very impressive. And then Georgia Bell qualified, a training partner of Keely Hodgkinson, and admitted in her interview afterwards she really struggled to sleep last night, not just because it was the eve of her first Olympic experience, but her training partner had just become an Olympic champion. So I think Reve Walcott-Nolan was our third Brit. She's got to go through the repechage, but Laura Muir certainly will be looking to the semi-final, coast through that, and then a chance of possibly getting to another Olympic podium, which she did last time around in Tokyo.
It's not been the best of times for British sprinters so far at these games. I mean, I know it's early days, but tonight in the 200 metres final, we've got Dina Asher-Smith and Daryl Neita both racing for GB, Kath. So do you have hopes for both of them?
There's a medal up for grabs in this event, Ellie. It could be a kind of one race but split into two, if that makes sense. The world leader, Gabby Thomas, the American, looked very, very good in qualifying, and she's in one of the outside lanes. And then Julian Alfred of St Lucia is back. The 100-metre champion goes in lane number 8. And as you mentioned, 2 British women are in this final. And the last time we had as many as 2 British women in an Olympic final in this event was back in 1980 with the likes of Cathy Smallwood. There's a potential bronze medal up for grabs. Daryl Neiter is outside Dina Asher-Smith, and Daryl Neiter and Dina Asher-Smith could grab a bronze in this race, but Favour Ofili, the Nigerian on the outside, could upset the party there in terms of the British point of view. But yeah, Dina's still angry and upset that she didn't make the 100-metre final, Ellie, so she's got fire in her belly. And Daryl Neiter, as we know, finished a brilliant 4th, but 1 place off the podium in the 100 metres.
And a couple of other things just to quickly have a word about. Long jump final and women's 3,000 metres steeplechase final with GB's Lizzie Bird.
Yeah, some good interest there, isn't there, Al? Lizzie Bird goes in the women's 3K steeple, as you say, and Jacob Fincham Dukes. We have a British representative in a field event, and we haven't got many field eventers here, Ellie. So it's great that we've got Jacob in that men's long jump final. And that women's 3,000 metre steeplechase, I think, could be, Alice, a one for the ages, couldn't it? And Lizzie Bird, could she be in the mix?
I think Lizzie will be looking top 6 if she can finish. You know, better than she did certainly last time round when she was 9th. You know, it's her second Olympic final. She is a Commonwealth medalist up against the Kenyans, but the African charge is just so good with Beatrice Chepkoech, the world record holder. The good thing there, though, we haven't had a lot of French excitement here in terms of their medal chances. But Fino has a real opportunity of getting onto the podium. So this 80,000 stadium will just erupt if they get a medal, because we haven't seen it yet. And that would really set the place alight this evening.
And Ali, remind me of the metro line to get up there?
It depends which stadium you're going to come from, or the cafe, but you need to get the RER B. I think it's the B line. Oh, D line. My producer's going D. RERD.
Okay.
Yeah,
right.
Get yourself here now, because there's an awful lot of crowds already absolutely streaming into this place.
As soon as I can abandon Tony, I'll be up there with you guys.
Nice.
Thanks, Ali, and thanks, Kath, as well. So, yeah, that's our commentary team for the athletics a bit later on. Yeah, it's such a lovely evening, actually. It's blue sky. It's just that point, you know, I've been umming and ahhing about this, and in the end, if you can get to the athletics at an Olympic Games, you had a morning up there, didn't you? And you loved it. But
I figure it this way, Ali, if you're going to sit somewhere sweating, you might as well do it at the athletics and not here in the cafe with me.
Absolutely.
Right, let's get to the 5 Live News. Back shortly is Nick Hatfield.
The voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thank you, Tony. Good evening. Sir Keir Starmer is due to chair another emergency COBRA meeting tonight on the unrest in parts of England and Northern Ireland. Meanwhile, the top prosecutor for England and Wales says he's willing to consider charging some of those involved in the disorder with terrorism offences. Stephen Parkinson told the BBC he's aware of at least one instance where that is happening. There was further trouble last night in Plymouth, Darlington and Birmingham. In Belfast, a man in his 50s is in a serious condition in hospital after what police are treating as a racially motivated hate attack. All the children who were injured in the knife attack in Southport and treated at Alderhay Hospital in Liverpool have now been discharged. 3 girls were killed at a dance class. And Kamala Harris has picked Tim Walz as her running mate for the presidential election. The Minnesota governor and former high school teacher would become vice president if she beats Donald Trump in November. Here's Orna with the travel.
Thanks, Nick. So the M1 northbound, 2 lanes are closed. Vehicles caught fire at 27 for Hucknall, so queuing traffic there. M62 in West Yorkshire looking slow westbound at 25 at Brickhouse. It's a breakdown which is in one of the lanes, so looking heavy. And the M62 westbound at 26 Chain Bar, queuing back to Gildersham at 27. 2 lanes are closed at 26 for an accident. The M6 queue still there in Lancashire. Heading north, it's heading up towards Preston and junction 31 at Sumsbury. That's the scene of the accident. All off the road now, but the queue's about to 28, and that's at Leyland. M1 queues northbound at 11A at Dunstable, a breakdown, and then southbound queues at 13 Bedford. That was where the 3 lorries collided. 2 lanes are still closed, and that's after an accident. Then you've got the queues on the M25, 2 lanes closed at Enfield at 25, queues back to 23 at South Mims. Warner Merchant, 5 Live Travel.
If you're looking for laughs,
lash.
BBC iPlayer's got you covered.
I was security. Oh, this is where the magic happens.
With over 3,000 episodes of comedy favourites.
They make for great entertainers.
Including The Office, Gavin and Stacey, Two Doors Down, and many more.
Oh, what is that? Whoa. Put my stapler inside a jelly again.
Bring on the laughs.
What are you laughing at?
Watch on BBC iPlayer.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Eleanor, Oldroyd and Tony Livesey.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Yeah, thank you very much for listening. Welcome back to our Parisian cafe. The sun is setting down the avenue to whatever it's called over there. And myself and Ellie luxuriate. We've had quite a peaceful day today, Ellie. Actually,
it's been quite calm. You were getting worried because there hadn't been any medals on day 11 so far for Team GB, but
yeah, it's been great this afternoon. Actually, the stress levels, doesn't matter what event it is, the stress levels can be high. Sky Brown has made it back-to-back Olympic bronze medals in the skateboarding. It's a remarkable achievement. You have to remember, she's 16 the day before she was due to come out here to Paris. She fell in training and dislocated her shoulder. So it was touch and go all along, whether she would compete, whether she could do some of the stunts that she's famous for. I'm pleased to say we can hear from her now.
Sky, you must be so stoked. Another Olympics, another medal. Talk us through it.
I'm very stoked. You know, this journey has been crazy. Lots of downs, but also lots of ups. I mean, since Tokyo, learned a lot. Won every event since then until the last. It's just been a lot of downs too, knee injury, a lot of injuries. Was one spot away for qualifying for the surf. A little bit of down, but honestly, overall, it's made me stronger, and super stoked to get in here. You know, I wasn't even sure I was gonna make it here, so just stoked to be back on the podium with these amazing girls.
Proper stoked. Talk us through the level of skating in that final, because all the ladies really stepped up, didn't they?
They stepped up. I mean, the level for girls skating is crazy, and it's just growing every day. And since Tokyo, the level has changed crazily, and so stoked I get to be a part of this amazing group of girls.
Yeah, it's real good camaraderie seeing you all out there, seeing you push it. You're sharing the podium with your friends, aren't you?
Yes, I mean, me and Coconut, she got 2 silver medals now, I got 2 bronze. It's really cool to share that experience again. And Arissa, she's so talented. I mean, I'm so glad I get to share a podium with her. She's a beast, so yeah.
Well, I think you've probably deserved a bit of time off, rest the shoulder, and we'll see you back soon, no doubt.
Yeah, for sure, thank you.
Huge congrats.
Brilliant. Tim Allwood speaking to Sky Brown. They're very, very excited, wasn't she? That was fantastic. I get the impression they're stoked, Ellie. Do you?
Yeah, I think definitely stoked is the word of the day.
I'm just writing that down for tomorrow. I'm there tomorrow.
Yeah,
Stoked.
make sure you've got your
brilliant. It was great to watch.
Your skateboarding dictionary with you.
Yeah, I can pull on the knowledge I've got from watching her today, because she just went for it. It was fantastic to see.
Real contrast, though, in emotions between Sky Brown and Andrea Spendolini-Sirieix, because she couldn't add to the medal that she won in the synchro earlier in the week. She missed out on the medal in the 10 metres platform final. The gold went to China.
Back 2.5 somersault dive with 1.5 twists, 3.2 degree of difficulties. It's an excellent dive. It's arguably her best of the competition. It will score highly, but it won't score highly enough to get her into medal contention.
Obviously, it wasn't a result that I wanted, but I'm not even upset with the competition. I mean, the girls dove amazing. They dove better than me today, and it's because they work really hard. And yeah, as you said, it wasn't meant to be. I'm not even like genuinely, I'm not trying to be macho or anything. I'm not upset with my performance 3 years ago. I didn't even want to be alive. So today I'm just happy that I'm alive, I'm breathing, and I've got my family to support me.
And we saw just how incredible you are and your talent, particularly with that 5th dive where you scored 82, and that was just brilliant as well. And you mentioned your family. While we were waiting, you ran over to that side, you stood on a chair and went and had a little word with your brother, is that right?
No, my mum.
Your mum?
Yeah.
What did she say?
My mum was like, just keep smiling, we're proud of you, we're here to see you, and at the end of the day, that's all I can ask for.
I'm proud of my little girl. You know, she's come here, she's come to Paris in the Olympics, she's got a medal, and you know what I love about my daughter is her positivity. You know, and today she didn't make it to the podium. Tonight she's gonna have a quiet night, and tomorrow she's back to being happy, smiley Andrea, you know, just enjoying life and just enjoying Paris and enjoying the moment. So, you know, that's Andrea, you know, and that's beautiful because it's about balance and it's about knowing who you are and making the most of life, and that's what she's doing. So I'm very happy for her.
Well, that was Fred Sirieix, of course, who was the dad of Andrea Spendolini Sirieix, and he joined Chappers at the aquatic centre, and it was disappointing, but yeah, good to know that, you know, she's got a family there. And she will bounce back, undoubtedly.
She will be back, absolutely. Right, let's head to the cycling now. There was gold for women's GB's women in the team sprint last night. The men are up tonight. I'm going to let Victoria Pendleton and Alistair Bruce Ball set it out as to where we are now, so we get all the drama, Ali.
Okay, Tony, you've come at an inopportune moment again, right at the start of a race. So I can talk. They're underway here. This is the race before Great Britain against Germany. So this is the second of 4 first-round races. This is Australia against China. We'll watch that go on in front of us, and I think we'll just remind the listeners, Victoria, what is coming up here. So Great Britain, the 3-man team of Ed Lowe, Hamish Turnbull, and Jack Carlin will race against Germany around 3 laps. One rider at the front on each turn until eventually one rider is left right at the end. They've got to win the heat first and foremost, but time is also really important if they want to get into the gold medal ride.
Yeah, they have to post one of the top 2 fastest times, so it's important for them to really go for a time. You have to win the heat. Hopefully they'll win the heat. We're quite positive about that, but they could really do with upping their performance from the first heat we saw. We really want to see them race this one out.
Yes, right, so the 2 winners of the heat so far, Australia have just beaten China in a time of 42.336, and France slightly slower than that, 42.376. So those times become important, because if Great Britain beat Germany and beat both of those 2 times, then they will definitely be racing for the gold medal. Against the Netherlands, we presume. The Netherlands will go in race 4. They're the Olympic champions, the world champions, the European champions. They've won 5 of the last 6 world championships, and Harry Livreason, who rides in their team, has won the last 5 individual sprint world titles. I mean, they are top dogs and then some, aren't they?
They are, and we were also talking about they're probably the heaviest team in total. I was gonna check out their stats, but they are very experienced. They're a powerful team. They've worked together for a long time, and you can see the experience when they deliver a performance.
Right, now this will take a minute or so to set up, but Great Britain are getting set up, and they will start on the home straight in front of us. So Ed Lowe's bike is in that red metal start gate. Victoria, I've been describing a lot over the last couple of days the start of these races and how much effort goes into getting these bikes up to speed quickly. What can you describe what that is like, trying to get them going?
Well, quite frankly, Ali, if you got on that bike on that start gate right now, it would release you and you may just topple over to one side because the gear is so enormous. It's like a dinner plate. Their chainring is seriously, it's like a dinner plate on the side, which means it's going to be very hard to push. It's going to be like the effort that you put into, say, doing a deadlift or a weightlifting move or something like that.
Okay.
They grip onto the bars with all their strength, and it's like forcing the first few revolutions to really pump that up to speed. It's a very powerful, explosive, perfectly timed effort.
Would it be like sort of cycling through quicksand or wet cement to begin with?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, that sort of drag on the bike. Right.
At an angle as well, remember, because we are on a velodrome, so just to make it a little bit more tricky.
Yeah, steeply banked at either end. Drama begins again. Great Britain against Germany. They need to win the race. They want to set one of the 2 fastest times. Across the 4 races, they are underway. Look at the power from Ed Lowe as he takes Great Britain away round the first bend into the back straight. Hamish Turnbull and Jack Carlin have got to get onto his back wheel, not let him get too far away. Coming into the second bend now, and at that point, Victoria, Ed Lowe drifts away. Hamish Turnbull takes it on. Yep,
and Hamish Turnbull is tucked really low in his handlebars and getting as aerodynamic as possible, and Jack Carlin is close on his back wheel.
Okay, latest split. Great Britain are just ahead, but by less than 0.1 of a second. Last split last last lap. Great Britain still just ahead of Germany. Jack Carlin racing down the back straight, thundering into the final bend. Here he comes towards us in the home straight. Great Britain looking to win the race. Let's see the time. Oh, good time. 41.819. That will definitely take them through to the Olympic final, where at the moment they would be racing Australia, but we actually expect it to be the Netherlands. 41.819, Victoria.
That's a brilliant time. I mean, that is a huge improvement and far above all of the teams that have gone so far. So great to see them improve from the first ride. Yeah, and looking strong for the final.
Yeah, Tony, do you want to have a look at the Netherlands, the potential competition in the final? You got time for that or not?
That was going to be my question. Yeah, we're going to go to the athletics shortly for Keely Hodgkinson's gold medal ceremony.
Okay.
But we're the warm-up act, so keep going.
Okay.
The Netherlands, what does that time compare to what they could possibly?
I'll tell you what we should try and find out is what they did yesterday, and we'll look that up. And while Victoria goes searching for that, you two have been talking about Olympic rivalries, and Kerr Ingebrigtsen tonight, talking about some of the great Olympic rivalries. We had a lovely moment here about an hour or so ago when Anna Mears, the Australian, who is now the chef de mission for the Australian team here, came to seek Victoria out. She knew Victoria was here working with us, and those two had some proper ding-dongs in World Championships and Olympic Games. And you think of all the great rivalries down the years, like, Cohen Yvette and Borg and McEnroe. In terms of women's sprint cycling, Pendleton Mears was the big one, Victoria.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of rivalry spoken about in the press, but to be honest, we rarely had a chance to get to know each other. Now, I actually ask Anna to send me pictures of her daughter Evie on a pony, because she's a total horse fanatic, and I can't get enough pony spam, to be honest. I love it, absolutely love it. And we experience the same life, so we've got so much in common. We get on really well, so it's great to see her, and especially in such an awesome role like chef de mission. That's important.
Right, perfect timing, Victoria. Netherlands against Canada in the last of the 4 first-round races, and Netherlands yesterday 41.279, Britain today 41.819, so the Netherlands quicker, Victoria. This one's just underway.
Yeah, they definitely look absolutely explosive in their first half lap.
That is ludicrous power and speed from Roy van den Berg, who comes ripping into the home straight here. He'll then drift off. Changeover all important. Livreason takes over.
Livreason, very, very powerful, incredibly low position for such big guys. They've got quite a lot of upper body strength, really aerodynamic.
They are absolutely flying around, responding to the Great Britain ride. Jeffrey Hoogland is the last to go. Flash of orange burning down the back straight in the velodrome here. Well ahead of Canada, 2 seconds ahead of Canada in a 3-lap race. They crossed the line. It's a new world record, 41.191. So that is the Netherlands showing Great Britain what they can do ahead of the Olympic final tomorrow. That is devastating speed. That is sensational sprinting, Victoria.
That is. I mean, you're looking at 0.6 of a second, the difference. So, trying to make up that time, it could, it would take the Netherlands to probably have a little bit of a mistake in their formation, kind of a bad start, but they're so experienced. We can't be expecting this from a team like Netherlands. But I think Great Britain and Netherlands, it'll be a fantastic final.
Fantastic final. So Great Britain guaranteed at least a silver medal, and that race 7:10 UK time tonight. So that is in just under an hour's time. But I tell you what, if Great Britain beat the Netherlands in that final, that will be one of the biggest upsets.
It will be,
wouldn't it? That would be. I mean, that was.
Stranger things have happened at the Olympics. Yeah. So fingers crossed, everybody.
Well, Victoria, very quickly, I know we've got the Hodgkinson medal ceremony to come, so we mustn't take too long here, but changeovers, all important. If you get those wrong, you can get disqualified. You've got to be careful. That's happening at very high speed, isn't it?
It is. It's a blink of an eye. It's less than a blink of an eye.
And what are the rules on it?
So if the ride doesn't complete a full lap before the rider behind is seen to be on the bottom of the track, so if someone swings up too early or too late, swings up too late, that's a problem.
Yeah. Okay. So you never know. Great Britain against the Netherlands.
Just so I get this right, we're hoping for a disqualification, are we?
No, we're not.
No, we would never do that. We would never do that. We are very sportsmanly.
Yeah. But Tony, I mean,
hoping they fall off.
We've seen it at all these amazing venues across these games. When you witness sporting excellence like that was a different level from the Netherlands. In a race like that, to be over 2 seconds quicker than your opponents and get it bang on, like Great Britain did last night, that is a real thrill to watch. That really is.
Absolutely. And just on that, again, we're just hanging around before the medal ceremony. On that, Vic, coming out here, would they have been happy with silver if they are to get silver?
Yes. I honestly think that if they'd been told they were going to get a silver medal, they would have been delighted. Now, it's never going to stop them striving, and they're, to be honest, a relatively new team put together. They haven't got the experience. There is potential in the future for them to get faster, but right now, right here on the world scene, I think they would have been very happy with silver.
Not a bad start for Team GB in the track, is it?
Brilliant
really?
start.
The first 2 medals up, and we've got a gold and a potential silver.
Yeah, and the women's team pursuiters, Tony, third fastest today, race the USA tomorrow, win that, and they'll be into a gold medal ride.
No wonder there were so many Brits. When I was leaving last night, well, I mentioned it was like last night at the proms inside, going away, so many people had Union flags around their necks. I guess it's a popular ticket.
It is.
Well,
I mean, who wouldn't want to?
Also, Tony, if you go back and listen to our coverage of London 2012, I don't think I've ever heard an atmosphere like that. I mean, you rode in that atmosphere, Victoria. That was ludicrously loud, wasn't it?
It was.
But not like now, because they're just about to start a race. Yeah, sorry, Tony, we can't talk at the moment.
I'm embracing the silence for a moment, actually.
I wonder why there were 2 false starts earlier. Now we know. you two gabbing on.
No. We've been very polite, haven't we?
We've been respectful.
Yeah, very respectful.
But actually, you're right. When you, because I remember going to the velodrome in 2012 and in 2016 as well, for an incredible run of success in Rio. But it is just that contrast between utter silence and then an explosion of noise.
Yeah.
It's just so intense to be there watching. I mean, to compete in it, Vic, I can't even imagine what it's like.
I mean, you can genuinely feel it vibrating sometimes in here. Like, you feel the boards vibrating when people cheer, and then you could hear a pin drop. And you're very aware of your breathing and the sound of the tyres. It's a roller coaster in here of noise and emotion.
We were talking.
Are you aware of? Sorry, I was going to say, are you aware of the commentators? Vic?
Sometimes,
yeah.
Sometimes, yeah.
Who's that fella talking into a 99? She thought.
Yeah.
Who's that fella?
Yeah.
Well,
what's he doing?
I don't know if we still got time for this, Teddy. But we were in the car on the way to the venue today, and Victoria went to the final of the show jumping this morning.
Yeah.
And again, we were talking about 15,000 in there, but like you can hear a pin drop, when the rider's in and they're doing the round. And we were just saying, obviously on the radio you need the commentary to describe to you what is going on, and Sonny McLaughlin has been absolutely brilliant there for us at this Olympic Games. But if you turned it all down and just listened to the noises of the event,
shall I do an example?
Please do.
It's like
But
of the horse breathing like that. That's all you hear, and then you hear it like take off, and then a thud as it lands, and then you can just hear it breathing.
But you'd be able to tell
who was the guy who knocked the wall down yesterday? Because that was an unbelievable clatter.
Well, today we saw someone go headfirst into a flower arrangement, so that it's thrilling down there. Everyone kind of just goes.
But what I mean is, you'd know exactly what was going on, because you get the gasp as they go up and over and clear it. You get the ooh if they knock one down, and you hear the pole go down, and then you get the massive round of applause when they come through the finish.
Brilliant.
Can we do Victoria Pendleton's Sounds of the Olympics at some point?
I mean, I'd give it a go. I would give it a go. But I love the sound of the horses when you can hear them like breathing and their hooves. It's beautiful and almost like relaxing.
Lovely stuff. I'm really looking forward to being down there in a couple of days' time and seeing you both there as well. Let's get an update from the football, shall we? Women's semi-finals. USA, led by Emma Hayes, against Germany in Lyon. Maz Farouqi's watching.
Still nothing to separate two of the most successful nations in women's football, Ellie. What a chance, though, for Mallory Swanson for the USA in the last few minutes. She went past a couple of Germany defenders, bursting into the area, did all the hard work, but then could only fire the wrong side of the right post. But Germany have had good chances as well. Julia Gwynn flashing wide of the left post as well. We've played, now 68 minutes of this first women's football semi-final. It is still USA 0, Germany 0, and this does have the feel, perhaps at the moment, of a match that might be going all the way through extra time and then into the nervy penalty shootout we will see.
Thank you, Maz. Let's go straight to the Stade de France. Catherine Mary and Alison Kirbishley.
Keely Hodgkinson is walking out to nearly 80,000 people to pick up her Olympic women's 800 metres gold medal. Her hair is down. She is standing patiently behind the top spot. A gold medal that's only ever been won by 2 British women previously, Anne Packer back in Tokyo in 1964 and Kelly Holmes in Athens 2004. She ran a brilliant race, Alison, 1:56.72 for the gold medal. And those presenting the medals include, of course, World Athletics President Lord Sebastian Coe, a former Olympic champion himself. Keely is still smiling, and quite rightly so.
I think we all are. I certainly woke up this morning and double-checked my notes just to make sure she absolutely did win. And, you know, all the interviews that I've seen her give today, I think she said once she has the medal round her neck, it really will truly feel like she's not living in a dream, and everything that she promised us she would do when she took the silver medal in Tokyo, upgrading, as she called it, to the gold. Well, you know, she's done it. And you called her the silver lady, now takes gold. And after the silver streak of the last 3 years, this is going to mean something to her.
Mary Mora, the Kenyan, 1:57.42, receiving her bronze medal. Ivo Feriani, the president of the International Bobsled and Skeleton Federation, is doing the medal part, and Sebastian Coe handing over the gift. Silver medal, well, that went to Soshige Daguma in a personal best time of 1:57.15. The Ethiopian stepping up with a broad smile on her face, Alison. We questioned how anybody was going to beat Keely Hodgkinson. They couldn't do it, but quite rightly herself and Mary Mora absolutely delighted.
And Daguma's adding a silver medal to her world indoor title. She disappointed Gemariki in front of the home fans in Glasgow earlier this year, but it wasn't to be for her on this occasion because the Brit got the better of her.
Seb Coe walks back into place just to the right of the podium, and now the best moment of Keely Hodgkinson's life. A roar from the crowd, the red, white and blue flags from thousands of British supporters are waved above their head. Keely Hodgkinson steps up, does a double hand wave and leans forward to collect the Olympic women's 800-metre gold medal. Silver has turned to gold. She's giving herself a clap, and so she should.
The Wigan lasted good, didn't she, Kath? 20 years ago, I remember standing in the Olympic Stadium in Athens watching Dame Kelly Holmes, take hers. Well, now it's your time, Keely Hodgkinson. Enjoy it.
She stands there, she's looking at the ground, she's taking everything in. You can see her flapping her eyelids like a camera to take every single moment in. She turns to her right for the national anthem. Save the King was put around the Stade de France, and the thousands of British fans sung along word for word. Absolutely outstanding. All 3 medalists will now pose for the photograph that will probably go up in every room of Keely Hodgkinson's house when she gets home. And I heard Ellie asking Victoria whether she was aware of the commentators when she was cycling at a home Olympics. Keely Hodgkinson said today, "I've never normally heard a crowd roar when I've raced, but on the home straight here in Paris, it was like a home Olympics. They brought me home."
And that's exactly what I was going to say then. I took my headphones off, and to hear her serenaded by the crowd, that was something special. It was almost like it was London 2012. Well, I do hope that anthem and that serenading has just filtered over to the warm-up track, because there will be a certain Josh Kerr who will have arrived And that is all the absolute power that he needs. That is exactly what he needs to turbo boost him into the final this evening.
A special moment, guys. Got Josh Kerr, of course, to come later, but the first gold medal at the track and field for Team GB, the Golden Girl, Keely Hodgkinson.
And I love listening to you guys talking earlier on, and Keely, somebody said to her, what's next? What are you going to do? You're Olympic champion. And she said straight away, world record.
Yeah, absolutely. She's
got it in her sights.
She has, and I think I said it to you last night, Ellie. That Trevor Painter said to me that morning after London Diamond League, she's already started looking at 153. And even he's had to sort of scratch his head and gone, okay, that's a challenge, right, okay, so we know what we've got to do. And I don't even think it's this winter. I bet you now, she's still got Diamond Leagues left on the circuit. There's 3 of them left. We will see her go and do a couple of mad quick times, and before her holiday, which I think she mentioned she's off to Marbs. She's off to Marbs with the family. But she's an absolute animal when it comes to racing. She loves racing, Ellie, and she wants to make a mark in this event, and that's not just about winning a gold medal at the Olympic Games. It's about doing it again and doing quick times.
And just a reminder, Ellie, Keely Hodgkinson's best 1:54.61, the 6th fastest time ever that she raced in London this year, and the world record is 1:53.28 from Jarmila Kratochvilova back in 1983. It might seem like a big gap, but Keely Hodgkinson, she can do it.
Lovely stuff. Thank you very much indeed. Let's nip back to the velodrome and Ali and Vic.
Well, we are 40 minutes or so away from Great Britain's men's team sprinters riding against the Netherlands for a gold medal, but very shortly on the track we will see the men's team pursuiters going up against Denmark in a first round race, and if they win that race they also will get themselves into an Olympic final, into a gold medal ride against either Italy or Australia. Victoria, it's a tough one. Denmark, silver medalists in Tokyo, world champions last year. Great Britain beat them at the European Championships in January in Appledorn and set a new British record in doing so. And there was about half a second between them in qualifying yesterday. So it's
It's going to be really tight.
Yeah.
I can't call that.
Okay.
I mean, obviously you know who my favourite is, but and it's not Denmark.
No.
So yeah, it will be tight, but they will have a schedule. They'll know what they're riding to. We'll hopefully be able to see the coach walking up or down.
Yeah, does that schedule change at all in the last few laps of a race, if given the match situation, because they're both on the track at the same time and you are racing?
Yeah, there'll definitely be a plan B, so there'll be like a time that they've decided that they're going to try and go for, based on the qualifying and what they need to do in order to win. But if anything drastic changes or the opposite team goes up and you can see they need to make an adjustment, there will be a plan B that will kick in.
And how aware are you as a rider of the other team and what they're doing on the other side of the track?
Like you might catch something in your... Well, if you're starting to chase someone down, you might catch them in your peripheral vision, but they're trying to stay so aero. They really rely on the coach to give them as much information that's kind of positions himself right in front of them as they come past their pursuit line in the middle of the straight. They kind of look down and see what he's saying because they want to stay tight and still for aerodynamics.
And I presume as well, Victoria, because we have seen crashes in this, if you get this wrong by a margin of millimetres and clip the back wheel of one of your teammates, you're gone.
Yeah, I mean, they try and ride as close as possible. Sometimes you see only like a 2-inch gap between the riders and their wheels. You catch it wrong, then you could be like a domino effect.
Right, so Great Britain need to beat Denmark in this race over 4 kilometres, 16 laps. It's about to get underway. Your Great Britain team as follows: Ethan Hayter, Ollie Wood, Daniel Bigham and Ethan Vernon. On the far side of the track to us, in the red and black and white of Denmark, Tobias Hansen, Niklas Larsen, Carl Fredrik Bevort and Rasmus Lund Pedersen. Denmark, the world champions. Great Britain beat them in the European Championship final back in January. Riders getting ready to start. The music was a little bit late to dip. If Great Britain don't win this race, they need to be one of the 2 fastest losers to get themselves into the bronze medal ride. They are not thinking about that, I can assure you. 4 riders lean back for Great Britain in the dark blue suits. Move as one. We have got a false start, so everyone can relax for a couple of minutes or so. And both sets of riders will just rumble around the inside of the track. and we will get ready to go again. We've seen a few of those so far today, and if you're not ready for the bang of the gun, it can give you a little bit of a shock. So again, possibly nerves ahead of a very tight race there, Victoria, do you think?
Yeah, probably a little bit nervous. Let's have a look. I think it might have been Denmark that caused the false start. So it definitely was a few nervous legs trying to get off too quick.
Yeah, and when the margins are so tight, half a second between them in qualifying, every tenth of a second counts. So
and you just want to get the race underway as well, don't you? All the nerves disappear as soon as the race starts because you're concentrating on what you're doing, but up to that moment you're just trying to settle yourself.
And that is what we are going to do while Britain's riders come back round the track and head towards the start gate. Dan Bigham, really interesting character, Victoria, in this team. 32 years old, first Olympics. He only joined the track team a couple of years ago. He is, and the sport I liken it to, because I work in it quite a bit, is golf. There's a guy called Bryson DeChambeau, an American golfer, who looks at the physics and the engineering and the maths and the stats and the numbers and goes into minute detail in all of that. That's what Dan Bigham is all about. He's a fascinating character.
So originally I think he came into people's sort of awareness based on his development of aerodynamics and speed and stuff like that, and then with that he kind of started applying it to himself, became going for records and time records in the velodrome, and then now he's in the team. He came from a very unusual route into the GB team here at the Olympics.
Set the hour record, which has since been broken, and that is basically how far can you ride in an hour, using all that sort of engineering. Used to work in Formula One as well, and what is absolutely fascinating, considering Great Britain are racing against Denmark in this race, is he was an advisor to the Danish team at the last Olympics, and now he's racing against them to try and get into an Olympic final.
It's crazy. It's really unusual. It just goes to show that you don't have to necessarily get into the sport through the talent spotting ID routes as a youngster. There are other ways in, and I think it's great to see him sort of delivering a physical, personal performance in an event and a sport that he's so passionate in developing and improving.
Yeah, and he says physiologically, I am not the best rider out there by no means, but the sort of the engineering, the science and the physics and the rest of it sort of gives him the edge. Interesting to watch the British team here, Victoria, down on the home straight in front of us. I mean, one of the riders there, and I can't see his number, is actually sitting down and relaxing and resting because he knows this race isn't going to get going anytime soon, and really sort of looking to switch off rather than remain sort of hyped up and tensed up.
And balanced on that bike, balanced nervously on the bike. You have to I think one of the big things about track cycling, we talked about this, there's the noise explodes, it goes from silence to, it's a roller coaster of noise and emotion. I'm going to stick with that you need to conserve energy at every single moment you have. They're going to have to go on and ride another race after this, whether it's today, tomorrow, so you just want to conserve energy.
Right,
8 seconds to go.
Yeah, back to the velodrome whisper. Start of a race here. We're so close to these riders on the start line. Can we get underway this time? Great Britain against Denmark is off and running. Half a second between them in qualification. Denmark was slightly quicker. Great Britain beat Denmark in the European Championship final back in January. Both teams very smoothly into the rhythm. So as we look at the velodrome right now, they complete the first lap. One team all in dark blue, 4 riders wheel to wheel, and one team over on the other side all in bright red, wheel to wheel, chasing each other around this track. Early splits. Who's ahead? Great Britain are ahead, Victoria.
Yes, they are. Straight by the first lap, they were already ahead. They are now 0.785 seconds ahead of Denmark.
Next time they come round, there'll be 13 laps to go. Looks very smooth from Great Britain. The rider in front, away to our left, just swings high up the steep banking, drops down in behind the other 3, and the rhythm continues. And it's hypnotic, actually, to watch the two teams chasing each other around the track. And Great Britain are building an early lead here, 0.7 of a second already ahead of Denmark at the quarter-way stage of the race.
It's interesting because some teams build up into their race, other teams head out fast and try and almost put pressure on their opposing team to make them ride outside their own schedule. So it'd be interesting to know what the tactics were today, but GB have definitely gone out fast.
So Denmark have cut it now over the last lap, 11 laps to go, and GB's lead only 0.3 seconds, and now it's down to 0.1 seconds. It's fascinating the way it toos and fro's, and it's quite difficult to spot that with the naked eye, actually.
It is. Ideally, you want to stand right on the pursuiter's line, which is the line in the middle of the straight, and use your eye to see who crosses first.
Great Britain now behind Denmark. So Denmark have really picked it up over the last couple of laps or so. We're not quite at the halfway stage of this race. Let's remind you as well, the winner of this one goes into the gold medal ride where they'll take on either Australia or Italy. Great Britain all in dark blue, down into the home straight at the halfway stage. They're now almost 0.7 behind. They were 0.7 ahead, and in about 1,000 metres, 4 laps, that's completely flipped on its head.
It has completely. I'm just trying to watch the Danish coach. He is saying that they are up on their schedule.
Right.
He is stepping away from their starting position, which suggests that Denmark are riding above what they intended to do, which may mean they could shed a rider, and they just have.
Right, Great Britain have shed a rider, and we've still got 6 laps to go in this race. Is that early, Victoria?
Maybe a little bit early. Nothing to worry about.
Let's see. So Great Britain down to 3. You need 3 riders to complete the race. The problem now is if Great Britain, one of them clips each other and goes down, they cannot complete the race. They are a second behind Denmark at the moment. Last 5 laps, they've got a heck of a lot of work to do, but it could all be part of the plan.
It could be. Let's have a look. I mean, Denmark are ahead of their schedule. They're riding faster than they intended to ride.
Oh, Great Britain bringing it back. Here we go, everyone. 4 laps to go. 0.6 between the 2 teams, and the 3 Great Britain riders look totally in sync here, wheel to wheel, coming into the home straight. And here we go with 3 laps to go. What's the gap between them? No, they're 0.6 behind.
Yeah, no, you can see that Denmark are slightly ahead still as they're crossing that line.
So Great Britain into the home straight, trying to get themselves into the Olympic final. Couple of laps to go. 0.3. Great Britain have dragged it back again. What can they produce over the last couple of laps? Next split, it's down to 0.1. Victoria, is this going to be tight?
Sprint finish is going to be really tight. Come on, DG.
Here we go. Bell goes. Denmark. No, Great Britain in front. Going into the last lap, they might have timed it perfectly. They are heading down the home straight. Just over 100 metres to go. And Great Britain are going to do this. What a race. Roared on by the coach across the line. They found something there in the last 2 laps of the race. It's taken a lot out of them, but look at the victory celebrations on the back straight, punching the air in delight, and in the end they beat Denmark by over half a second. That toed and froed and toed and froed. Great Britain went down to 3 riders with 6 laps to go, all part of the plan, and absolutely brought it home in the last couple of laps of the race. That was an absolute thriller.
Well, I wonder whether they went out fast on purpose in order to give us like a false sense of security and make Denmark run outside of their schedule, and then knowing that they had a really strong last 4 laps. I mean, it seems crazy, but that's exactly how the race played out.
High-speed mind games in the velodrome. What a week. I mean, we're only on the 2nd day of action here in the velodrome, and Great Britain have got themselves into another final, so we're probably half an hour or so away from the men's team sprinters going for gold against the Netherlands. That is a real outside shot, but the team pursuiters, the men, are into the gold medal ride, and they will race either Italy or Australia, who will go head-to-head in the next heat.
Superbly exciting to listen to that, guys. Great job. The hokey cokey man was out again. I hope you noticed him. Look at him now. He's just on the telly now, sticking his bum at him as he goes back. It's a bizarre. Anyway, I don't care. Whatever tactics they've got, it's absolutely working. Hey, Team GB in the track. Fantastic.
Brilliant.
Vic, Ali, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Lots more thrilling cycling to come from the velodrome over the next few days here on 5 Live at the Olympic Games in Paris. The sun just starting to cast long shadows now, and Tony's been great fun this afternoon.
Yeah, lovely, Ellie. And they've
really
split us up again tomorrow. I'm off to the skateboarding.
Oh, well, that's all right. We'll miss you.
You'll sound a bit more disappointed than that.
Yeah, I'm gutted. I am gutted. Of course I am. Anyway, Kelly Cates is up in the Stade de France for us this evening for what should be another momentous evening for British middle distance running. Kelly, I hope so anyway.
Well, it started strongly. Do both of you know what I mean by the tiny car at the Stade de France?
Is that the one that goes out for the discus? That's the only tiny car I've seen.
Or the javelin, is it?
Yeah. Correct. That is the tiny car. But very excitingly this evening, we've got underway with Tiny Frige, the Olympic mascot, inside a tiny car, racing down the home straight here at the Stade de France. I have to say, the empty car that wasn't carrying Frige, that represented the international side of things, is the one that won it. And I can tell you, it's only going to get even better here this evening at the Stade de France. It is a jam-packed evening of athletics to bring you here on 5 Live Olympics. The main event tonight sees Josh Kerr and Jakob Ingebrigtsen go head-to-head in the 1,500 metres. 2 men without a filter, but with a burning desire to prove they are the best in the world over 3 3/4 laps of the track. Little before 8 o'clock, live here on 5 Live, they will have the chance to prove it. They need to put their spikes where their mouth is. We'll also have the women's 200-metre final and the women's 400-metre hurdles semi-finals. At the cycling team, GB go for gold in the men's team sprint at 7:10. And Catherine Merry, the 400-metre semi-finals happening right now.
Kelly, 3 semi-finals in this men's 400 metres. The first 2 automatically through to the final tomorrow night. We've just had semi-final number 1 and the second fastest Briton of all time, Charlie Dobson, came 4th, and we'll wait and see if he can pick up a non-automatic spot. But the gun goes in semi-final number 2. Karani James from Grenada goes in lane number 8 of this one. The London 2012 Olympic champion. He's had so many health problems, but he's getting back in good form and he's moving nicely down the back straight. Chris Bailey of the USA in this one. Samu Konga of Zambia moving nicely in lane number 5. They hit the 200-metre point. The first 2 guaranteed a spot in tomorrow's final, and it's the bright colours of Grenada and Karani James moving really nicely. He's got a 3-metre lead as they come into the home straight. He's a 43.74 runner at his best. He's looking over his left shoulder. He's going to qualify automatically, but he's got to put his foot down because he's got a little bit of competition. And Samu Konga, as previously mentioned, from Zambia, well, he grit his teeth there, ran through the line, and looks like he's potentially taken that semi-final. 43.79 was the time, and we wait to see. Karani James hung on just from the fast finishing Zambian. 43.78 for the 2012 champion, and a national record for Samu Konga. 43.81, automatically qualifying in second. But we're waiting for the other times, Alison, because Charlie Dobson in semi-final number 1, who didn't qualify automatically, ran 44.48. But 3rd and 4th in that second semi-final are quicker than him, so he will not make the Olympic 400 final.
I can't believe what I'm seeing in terms of times for a semi-final. We came into these championships with only 2 men having broken 44 seconds. 2 men have just broken 44 seconds in that semi-final. And isn't it good to see Karani James back? I mean, he is the Peter Pan of athletics. At the age of 31 now, he's able to do 43.78, just shy of his lifetime best of 43.74, set back in 2014. It is so good to see Karani back. He's had so many problems with injury and illness, and he's clearly still got an absolute appetite for the sport. And 43.78, you will not discount him for a medal.
It's just outside one of the top 10 times ever in the world. That's how good Karani James was, and he's a very big favourite in track and field, Kelly, a really nice guy. He wins that second semi-final, confirmation therefore that Charlie Dobson won't make the men's 400 metres Olympic final. But coming up is semi-final number 3 with the European record holder, Wolverhampton's finest, Matt Hudson-Smith.
And Alison, with the times that have already been posted, this could be an absolute cracker. And we're only at the semi-final stage. We've got 2 of the gold medal favourites lining up against each other.
I mean, we're getting closer and closer to almost having a whole field in the final breaking 44 seconds, like we saw in the 100, with everybody breaking 10 seconds, actually everybody under 9.91. You know, I know last week you were talking about a slow pool. Well, this track is definitely not a slow track, and it is that the 400 guys are they're just in form, and they're all coming together, and hopefully Matt Hudson-Smith will be top of the pile, because he's the man that's still the quickest in the world this year, posting 43.74 at the London Diamond League. He will have clocked what's gone on before him in the previous 2 heats. Quincy Hall running 43.95. Jareem Richards looking so good, just outside 44 seconds. It ain't going to be easy, but as Kath and I were talking before we came on air, Matt knows that. Matt knows that he is going to make it so hard for anyone to beat him. He thinks that it would have to be a world record to beat him. So, it's just absolutely warming up for what we know will be a quick final.
And Matt Hudson-Smith is another athlete who's kind of come back firing on all cylinders after injury as well. It's something, there was concern about him in the lead up to Paris. Not in the immediate lead up, but
yeah,
prior to that.
no, it's a very good point. We talk about Karani James, we can talk about Matt Hudson-Smith in the same light. He's had many injury problems over the last few years. He's publicly talked about his mental health issues over the last few years. The best thing that Matt Hudson-Smith ever did, and that's meant with no disrespect to who coached him previously with the setup that he had in the UK, that was move to the USA and train in Florida, get himself in a new environment with a new group. And he says, I am healthy and I am ready. And they're the two things you want more than anything in the world when you come to the biggest show on earth. So he's had his battles, he's in a good place, but as Alison said, this is not going to be an easy title to win. But how exciting is it that we're talking about the fact that he's even capable?
Andrea Saggi is also with us. Andrea, you're going to be chatting to us throughout the evening, but just a word on Matt Hudson-Smith before he goes in this 400 metres semi-final and the form that he comes into these Olympics in.
Hello everybody. Yeah, Matt's in great shape. He's had a really consistent year. He's actually not raced too many 400s. He's dropped down to the 200 to work on his speed specifically for these championships, which really shows the mindset and place he is kind of in his career. He's focusing on winning the final of major champs rather than sort of just about running PBs. Inevitably, he's run a PB this season, which is incredibly fast. And one of those other athletes that's gone sub 44. So I'm really excited to see how he tries to control this race and builds into the final, hopefully, where he'll obviously be aiming for a medal.
Andrew, we'll chat to you more throughout the course of the evening, but we're about to get underway in the men's 400 metres, third of the three semi-finals. Alison Kirbush is here and Catherine Merry's taking you through it.
The athletes are being introduced. They go from the outside lane to the inside lane and introduce all the athletes here to the 80,000. The back straight still bathed in sunshine here at the Stade de France. Another glorious evening ahead. And Matthew Hudson-Smith was introduced to the crowd in lane number 7 and put one finger right in the face of the camera. But this is a hard semi-final. Michael Norman of the USA, the world number 5 of all time, goes in lane number 6. He's got himself back in some super form, the American, 44.1 to qualify for this semi-final. Hudson-Smith goes in 7 as the crowd quietens down. And Morelis Williams of Canada, the world number 3 this year, goes in lane number 8. The athletes shake out their legs. Matt Hudson-Smith puts both his knees on the purple track, shakes them out, puts them into the blocks. It's the men's 400 metres Olympic semi-final number 3, and the European record holder needs to finish in the top 2 to get himself in to the Olympic final tomorrow. It's a clean start. Norman, the American inside him, will go out quick because that's what Michael Norman does. And he has indeed the white headband of Michael Norman swinging down the back straight. Matthew Hudson-Smith, though, is leading this one now by a metre. He's put his foot down over the first 200 metres. Matthew Hudson-Smith is leading this semi-final at the 200-metre point. Powell of Jamaica is now behind Hudson-Smith and is 2 lanes outside of him. He has a 3-metre lead, a 4-metre lead. Michael Norman, the American, battling to get back into an automatic qualifying position, but Matt Hudson-Smith, his lead is going down a little bit here, but he's looking up at the big screen. He's turning off the afterburners. Good grief, he's going to win this. 44.07 seconds. If that is a sign of things to come for the men's Olympic 400 metre final tomorrow, good Lord, and good luck to the rest of the field. Outstanding running from Hudson-Smith.
So basically he ran for 350 metres there, Kelly.
And then did nothing.
And then he just warmed down for the last 50 and still ran 44.07. I know it was only by the naked eye, but when he went through 200 metres, there was definitely a 20 point. The clock hadn't even clicked across to 21 seconds. That was unbelievable. That man is so ready. He is. I believe him when he says you're going to have to run a world record to beat him, because that was special.
He's walking through the mix zone, you know, the theme park style I like to describe to our listeners, past all the press. He's not speaking. He's looking back at the big screen and the replay, thinking, I felt good. I've done a good job there. He's so chuffed. I know Matt very, very well. And when he's healthy and ready and looks up at the screen and walks off, he's in such a good place. He has just destroyed, Alison, Michael Norman of the United States, who was the danger man. 44.1 yesterday. He took him out within 110 metres.
When did Matt just turn Mr. Mature and Mr. He's just the way he just sashayed off the track and then just catwalked up through the mix zone. That was one man that is ready to look at him. He means business. We've got him on the big screen here. That is how you run a 400 metres. Wow.
He became that Matt Hudson-Smith when he moved to America and put himself in the situation that he is in. He is a different man, a different athlete. He's happy off the track. He's getting married. He's healthy. But, and I say it with a word of caution for all our listeners here, that was a semi-final. He's got to come back and do it tomorrow when it really counts. Is he capable? Yes. But as Andrew Asagi, our guest this evening, will tell you, it's about performing in big Olympic finals. And he's got to come back and do it again.
Andrew, he's given every indication that he can go on and do that when he reaches the final, because not only will he take confidence from that, he's going to instill fear in the rest of the field.
Yeah, with performances like that, there's no one out there that's not looking at Matt as, if not the favourite, definitely top two. Like, it was incredible to watch, especially someone that's seen Matt through the years with the numerous disqualifications and false starts, and obviously we know about his well-documented issues and injuries he's had. But yeah, new coaching setup, great mindset, happy Matt is a fast Matt, and a fast Matt makes happy everybody else.
Andrew, you ran in the London 2012 men's 800 metres Olympic final when the world record was broken, the best 800 metre final in my opinion. How is Matt going to prepare his mind for that? You've been involved in a brilliant Olympic final. What does he have to do or not have to do to get it right tomorrow with such a big occasion?
Well, I think, to be honest, Matt's already been in a similar race to that 800 in 2012 in Rio, where Wade Van Niekerk went out and broke the world record in Rio in the final, and I think he finished maybe 8th in 44 something, like another ridiculous time to finish last in. So I think he's been there and done it, and he's got probably more experience than people give him credit for, having been around for such a long time, been in finals, won championships. I just think now his confidence is just on a new level, a level that he's probably never felt before, and he's riding that really positive wave.
But he wasn't the favourite then, though. Andrew, there's expectation on his shoulders.
There is. But there was expectation last year, and he wanted to get a medal, and he won a medal. And I know that he's pinned this gold medal on his kind of wall chart. I think the last guy to win it was it Eric Liddell 100 years ago in Paris. So there's definitely some history there that he'll be kind of leaning on. Or hopefully he doesn't think about his opponents too much. He just focuses on his own race.
Do you reckon that's what he's been doing, watching Chariots of Fire every night? I think he's the sort of guy. I think that's why he's rushing off.
That's what you do.
It's quite a long film, so he's rushing off so he can get it in before he goes to bed tonight.
Well, they were playing the music in the stadium a couple of days ago, so maybe they'll play it again tomorrow.
I'll tell you what, Kath has an in straight with sports presentation. Get Vangelis on there when he wins tomorrow night.
You know what, they're so good here, it would not surprise me, right? Look how they keep adapting the music to our athletes here. We had ABBA last night, didn't we, when Mondo Duplantis was breaking his world record. And just quickly let me tie up those results from those three semi-finals. For the men's 400 metres, Karani James, a season's best, the fastest qualifier, the previous champion, of course, 12 years ago, 43.78 seconds. Samu Konga of Zambia, a national record, 43.81. Quincy Hall, who sits in the world rankings behind Matt Hudson-Smith this year, looked good, 43.95. And then Matthew Hudson-Smith with his 44.07. And sadly, Charlie Dobson finished the 11th fastest after the semi-finals with 44.48 and won't progress.
I take all your qualifications with that win, Catherine and Alison, who've been a little bit more cautious about Matt Hudson-Smith there, but I'm very much looking forward to that final, and we'll bring you that live tomorrow night. Andrew Asagi also with us here on 5 Live Sport this evening. It's full time now in the semi-finals of the women's football. Maz Faruqi.
Yeah, Mallory Swanson with the ball in the back of the net in the 87th minute, Kelly. She thought she'd won it late on in the 90 for the USA, but the offside flag on the far side went up. It was rightly disallowed. So the USA and Germany still can't be separated in the first of the women's football semi-finals. 0-0 it remains. Emma Hayes just got her US players in a huddle. The message from her before extra time was stretch out the pitch. But this one's so finely poised. We're into the 4th minute of this period of play of 30 minutes of extra time at the end of this first semi-final, and then potentially penalties we will see.
Maz, thank you very much for that. And Maz will keep us up to date with everything that happens there. We're also going to look ahead to the women's 400-metre hurdles semi-finals very shortly. But just quickly away from the Olympics, it's Champions League time for Rangers. They kick off their quest to reach the revamped group phase of the competition against Dynamo Kiev tonight. Philippe Clement and his side came in for some stick in their goalless draw with Hearts last Saturday. But they do have the chance to bounce back. Tonight's first leg of the third qualifying round tie is being held in Lublin in Poland. And Gavin Wallace is watching this one for us. Hi, Gavin.
Hiya, good evening. Yep, only one summer signing makes the starting 11 again. Conor Barron starts this evening for Rangers, as he did at the weekend as well. And he looked good in what was a lacklustre Rangers team, a game I was covering for us here on 5 Live. And Philippe Clement saying during the week in his press conference that getting to the group stages would make, quote, the world of difference to his transfer kitty. So obviously we know exactly what they have to do tonight as well. But the other 2 new signings haven't started, as Philippe Clement blames the likes of Brexit, house hunting and paperwork on that. But Rangers really do need to get a result. They didn't look good against Hearts at the weekend, but they have to get through this. But I will say, the last time these 2 teams met was way back in the late 80s. Rangers went through on that particular time as well, having lost away and then won at home. Game just about to get underway.
Gavin, thank you very much for that. In the wrestling tonight, back at the Olympics, Cuba's Mayan Lopez takes on Yasmani Fernandez in the 130-kilogram final. Should 41-year-old Lopez win, he will secure his 5th consecutive Olympic gold medal in this category. We can bring in Katie Smith now. It's just an incredible story potentially unfolding tonight, Katie.
Yeah, I mean, you think, Kelly, he turns 42 in a fortnight. He is at his 6th Olympic Games. His debut was 20 years ago in Athens in 2004. That year he finished 5th, and then since then, every Games from Beijing through to Tokyo, it has been gold. So, I mean, of course, in this country, we talk a lot about Sir Steve Redgrave in the rowing. 5 Olympic golds at 5 successive Games, but no one has ever done it in the same event in the Summer Olympics. So right now, Mirjan Lopez is tied with the likes of Carl Lewis in the long jump, with Michael Phelps in the 200 metres individual medley. He's won it 4 times. He's now 41. Also, more remarkably, he hasn't actually competed internationally since Tokyo, where he picked up his 4th gold, but he's made it through to the final here unseeded. And now he's facing this man, Yasmani Acosta Fernandez, who represents Chile, but is actually Cuban-born himself as well. So they're calling each other brothers. He actually moved away from fighting for Cuba because this guy, Mirjan Lopez, is just that good that no one else was getting a shot at it. So it's 2 Cuban-born. It's Cuba against Chile tonight, and there is major history on the line at the Champs de Mars Arena. It should be in around half an hour's time, and it could be 5 golds. No one has ever done that at 5 consecutive Summer Olympic Games.
Katie, Lopez has already beaten the world champion in the quarterfinals, so he should be feeling confident of making history.
Yeah, and I think the key thing he has made clear is that this is not about physicality. So this is the 130 kilogram. He weighs himself 131 kgs. He's 6'5", but he says the fatigue is there, the physical pain is there, so the mind has to be strong, the motivation has to be even stronger. And I think he's one of those athletes, isn't he, that has this allure. We see it build up. The longer you win, the longer you stay at the top, the more that other people, other fighters fear you. That fear factor is there. And I think that is what he brings with him. He says, though, this will be his last Games. He says we need to make space for those who are coming into the sport, but wrestling for me has been the love of my life for all of my life, and this could be the very last time we see him in the Olympic octagon.
Katie, thank you very much for that. There's been a goal in the Olympics football. It's the semi-final between USA and Germany. Which way's it gone, Maz Faruqi?
For the USA, Kelly, Sophia Smith swarmed by her USA teammates as she lies on her back on the turf in the Germany area because she's found the back of the net. And this one does count for the USA in extra time in this first women's football semi-final. Emma Hayes trying to look calm on the sidelines, continuing to shout instructions to her USA team, but they are 22 minutes or so away from the gold medal match now, USA, with this 1-goal lead now over Germany in this semi-final.
Maz, thank you very much for that. Looking forward to the updates from Maz Faruqi throughout that, and very much looking forward to a huge night of sport here at the Stade de France in the Olympics. Up at around about 10 to 8, it's the men's 1500 metres. It's Josh Kerr, a genuine medal hope for Team GB, possible gold medal hope. He's up against Jakob Ingebrigtsen in one of the feistiest rivalries in athletics. And then about 8:40 is the women's 200 metres final. We've got 2 British women going in that one with Daryl Neita and Dina Asher-Smith. We'll build up to all of that. We'll keep you across everything that's happening. But it's time now for the news headlines with Nick Hatfield.